The beautiful beaches of Maceió, the backdrop for another exciting day of Brazil League competition. It is day 5 here today in the Brazil League, another milestone day for the group stage here in stage 2. Hard to believe that by the end of the day, we are already going to be halfway through the group stage competition. 10 teams, 6 playoff spots. It's only heating up from this point forward. Alongside Gabriel Laxing Miralez, I'm Jonas Willinger. I'll be taking over for Ginny for the next few weeks. Laxing, it is so good to be here alongside you, as you, I know, have been along for the ride in Brazil so far, seeing what has been incredible back and forth competition everywhere you look.
Yeah, it's been quite the journey so far here. I mean, definitely a little bit of shakeups in some areas, but also some teams with a huge resurgence like Team Liquid, and then a team, and I'm obviously new to Brazil and watching these teams, and I've talked about it with Ginny. I get to experience these new players, these new rosters, and E1 has really been like sticking out to me. These players, all 5 of them, have just truly been such a staple for me watching Brazil and really enjoying Brazil so far.
It's been crazy. I feel like every single stage there's another team just at the top of Brazil taking names and, putting everybody on notice. So far, it's been E1 with some other teams not too far behind, just nipping at their heels. But we got another big day today in Brazil, as I said. Quite a few games ahead of us, 2 of which really caught my eye, Laxing. Of course, we'll start off with MIBR and Vivo Keyd Stars before moving on to our match of the day. A game with, fair to say, a good bit of rivalry.
Started
maybe
the project
a little bit of trash talk there between Furia and Liquid.
Yeah, no, that's definitely going to be a good match. Honestly, I'm excited. I think all the matches are actually really good today. MIBR versus Keyd Stars, like you said, Liquid Furia. A big one that I'm actually really looking forward to again is NIP versus FaZe. I think that'll be a really good one. NIP, unfortunately, didn't have the best showing last week. They ended up falling 7-1 to E1, but I think we are going to see a big bounce back and go against the powerhouse of FaZe. And then the end of the game, the W7M Esports versus Black Dragons. That is a chance for Black Dragons to finally get on the board, but obviously we got till the end of the day to be talking about that game.
Well, funny you mention it, though, because Black Dragons are one of the teams that just have not had the start to the stage that they would have liked. And what has generally been an incredibly competitive stage, with the majority of the teams still in contention for the playoffs, Black Dragons are the only team who has failed to earn a single point. With more on Black Dragons, we're going to pass things over to Ike to break this down a little bit further.
What's up, guys? Ike here, your analyst on the Brazilian R6 channels. Alright, let's kick off today's video with a personal question. Have you ever started a project and just couldn't get it to work? Yeah? Well, you're not alone, because Black Dragons are going through it right now. That is because the start of the second stage for the Dragons has been terrible. They've played 4 matches so far and haven't earned a single point after 4 straight losses. But I have to admit, this losing streak surprises me a bit. After all, Black Dragons made some solid pickups during the last transfer window, bringing back an old friend, Hornetão, a former player for the organization between 2019 and 2021. It's worth emphasizing, though, that his teammates always believed in signing him, even though the team as a whole hasn't quite found its rhythm in this current stage of the competition.
O nosso time sempre gostou muito dele, todos, sem exceções. A Nicole também sempre teve uma excelente relação com ele, sempre teve uma admiração pelo profissional e pela pessoa que ele é. E o fato dele também ter sido um cara que foi uma oportunidade de mercado na época, né? Visando que a gente tinha tirado o Loira e, consequentemente, a Vivo Keyd tinha bancado todos ali para poder negociar, acabou que encaixou perfeitamente.
Ele era um player que fazia a mesma função do Beto de origem, assim, e foi um pedido do Beto também, de ter alguém igual ele, assim, pra fazer a função dele dentro de jogo. Acabou que realmente a gente botou no papel junto com as outras opções e realmente o Hornet era a melhor opção a se contratar.
Falando individualmente de mim, assim, a diferença é que eu sou uma pessoa muito mais madura agora, tanto profissionalmente quanto fora do jogo. Do decorrer da minha saída, assim, eu era uma pessoa muito mais imatura e agora eu sou uma pessoa muito mais madura. Eu sou uma pessoa totalmente nova, assim, totalmente diferente, assim, da época que eu saí.
Well, the truth is, we can't blame Hornetão for the team's poor recent results. After all, he's been one of the best players on his team in this stage. Well, that might not mean much, but at least it clears his name with the fans. And all this makes me think that maybe the Dragons are just missing star player Roberto Camargo, aka Loira, who was unsurprisingly signed by the giant G2. And by the way, he's doing great at his new home, already racking up 2 MVPs in his first 3 matches in the European League. Okay, let's just ignore Loira's performance in that game against BDS, because that doesn't change the fact that he was the best player in the other 2 matches. Anyway, all of this leads us to ask, what exactly changed with Loira leaving and Hornetão returning?
O nosso time tem poderio coletivo muito maior agora. Sinto que o Hornet é muito mais fiel ao que a gente está fazendo no mapa. O Loira, ele era mais playmaker, né? A gente desenvolvia, inclusive, muitas plays em volta dele. Então, acredito eu que hoje o nosso time ele consegue, inclusive, fazer blocos mais fortes. A gente consegue desenvolver um pouco mais nossos hashes no ataque. E não depender tanto de alguns lampejos individuais que ele tinha. E ser mais fiel também a outro estilo de jogo também, principalmente alguns quesitos mais pré-setados assim, que a gente não tinha tanto com ele.
Com a saída do Loira, o time perdeu um pouco de agressividade, porque o Loira era um cara muito agressivo, ele conseguia fazer jogadas individuais mais agressivas. E eu entrei para somar no time em outros quesitos. Eu não sou tão agressivo quanto ele, mas eu consigo somar em vários pontos em que ele agregava para o time. Então acredito que a gente perdeu um pouco de agressividade, mas a gente tá sabendo dosar um pouco mais a forma como a gente consegue punir.
And if there's one thing Black Dragons have suffered from in this second round, is punishments. Isn't it, Hornetão? But that's okay, because there's a recent fact in the Brazilian scene that could help lift the Dragons' spirits. On the first stage, there was another team that also started poorly and lost their first 4 matches. I'm talking about the Cavalry, who after a really rough start managed to turn things around and qualify for the major in Manchester by winning the LCQ. In other words, the situation might not be ideal, but there is still hope. The team just needs to race against time and make some adjustments in game. So, with that message of hope, I'll say goodbye for now. Good luck to the Dragons, they're going to need it. Thanks for watching, guys. See you next time.
Well, EK said it. There might yet be some hope for Black Dragons still. Laxing, how do you feel about that based on what you've seen so far? Does this look like a team that can bounce back in the second half of the group stage?
You know, I want to give everyone the benefit of the doubt. They are a professional team. They are of the 0.1%. So sure, they aren't having a great start. You even saw the old Liquid. They also had a bad start in 2024 stage 1. You definitely can bounce back. And typically failure does breed success, but it comes down to, your own intuition of being able to make those adjustments, being able to make those fixes in the game, out of game. And when we look at their performance so far, I haven't really seen a drastic improvement from one game to the next. Obviously, I can hope going into today, we can see a little more, of a performance now that there's been a little more time, a little more practice. But I'm not convinced enough that we're going to see that just yet. But hey, I like to be proven wrong. I still like to give teams the benefit of the doubt. But again, if we were just to solely go off of how it's been shaken up so far, it hasn't looked great.
It is hard to put your faith in a team that has a 20% defensive win rate on the stage so far. Not a great stat. Overall, they find themselves at the bottom of the standings. Just have not gotten a single point. Fluxo, another team down there that they'll be, of course, competing with soon. They have 1 point because of that point they earned in overtime. But a long way to go, Laxing, and a tough climb against some of these teams, many of whom they've already faced. You've got to think they've had a pretty tough schedule so far, considering they've already had to face E1, Liquid, FaZe, the 3 teams at the top.
Yeah, and I think it goes to say, they said in that interview that they put a lot of their strats based around Loira, obviously going to G2 and finding success there. But Hornet, they brought him on, and Hornet's actually been performing better than everyone. I think Ask is right above him by a slight margin. But for Hornet to be brought back, to be performing extremely well. So, again, they can't blame Hornet for that shakeup, but I can blame their ideology of putting an entire strat on just one player, whereas now obviously you've lost that player. Now it does come down to a team dynamic of using all 5 players together cohesively to get these rounds. And again, that's just where we're lacking from this team, is that cohesion, is that, camaraderie of working together and being able to make something out of nothing.
Well, let's talk about the positives a little bit here, if we can find any. When we kind of took a dive into the stats and decided, all right, what have Black Dragons been doing well? One area is the plants, their ability to get the diffuser down. Now, of course, E1 between stage 1 and stage 2 sit at the top of this leaderboard, but sitting at the number 4 position, Black Dragons have gotten the diffuser down a fair number of times.
Yeah, and again, even when you look at this, the numbers are still relatively close. Anyone could really jump to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 to 6. I mean, those are all within just one plant of each other. So I wouldn't say this is like the best margin, but still, like, you got to give them credit. They are getting the plant down, but it's what's that post plant looking like? Like, as much as it's great, you can get a plant down, but if you can't defend the plant and you can't now play the defense after coming off of an offense, I mean, it is kind of irrelevant. Sure, you can pat yourself on the back, but again, if you can't close out a post plant, it's not really doing anything for you at the end of the day outside of a stat pad.
What's funny is we looked at the history of this team as well, some of their better performances, and their ability to retake the site, funny enough. Their ability to walk into the site as a defensive team and overpower the attack who had already taken control was surprisingly efficient. Laxing, this is not something we normally see from any team, but especially a team who finds themselves on the bottom of the standings right now.
Now, this, I don't want to say the stat pad. This is actually a good stat to be going off of. Obviously, when a bomb is going down against you, you are bringing that round back. You are taking in those retakes and getting the round back in your favor. So this, I do like to see from this team. But again, that is in only 6 different scenarios that we've seen this happen. Obviously, there's a lot of rounds that can be played in a game of Siege, but we haven't seen a lot of rounds be taken from Black Dragons. So it does, again, go back to this team cohesion of being able to play together, not only be able to get retakes down, not only be able to get plants down, but to play post plants, to just be able to play the game at such a fundamental level that should be played at that, again, we just have not been seeing from this team.
Well, big turning point for Black Dragons, as we said, and they will have a chance to showcase that at the very end of the day, our 5th matchup as they take on W7M. But our first matchup, and the one we will start things on today, is MIBR against Vivo Keyd Stars. 2 of these teams Laxing that kind of I have defined as these bubble teams right now, because we've got, yes, only 4 days in, but you're looking at a very competitive fight for those top 6 playoff spots. Other than Fluxo and Black Dragons, everyone is chomping at the bit and ready to go. These 2 teams are no exception.
Yeah, I mean, MIBR is coming off of a very swift victory over Black Dragons, coming off of a 7-2 on Border. And then Keyd Stars are coming off of a loss on Lair, whereas funny enough, we saw Lair twice, and one side was very defender side, and then the other time we saw it was very attacker sided. So I think maybe had it gone to a different map, we may have seen a little more success coming out of Keyd Stars. But nonetheless, I mean, they haven't really shown too much of a variety in their map pool. It's been Clubhouse, it's been Sky, it's now been Lair. So I am curious to see how this match is going to shake up. But watching MIBR and how much they've been improving, and especially when they played W7M on Chalet, getting that 7-4, like that was a W7M map that we talked about even on the desk, that we were all kind of in unison of saying, W7M should win this. They like this map. Sure, MIBR might like it, but in terms of serving sample, W7M looked better, but then that just completely got wiped off the board. MIBR showed up. Makina specifically has been such a phenomenal factor for this roster, especially being a new guy coming into this role. He's been such a spearhead for this team that has allowed so much success. But even in the last game that we saw from MIBR, Bullet was the one who actually stepped up. He was 12-4 going into that last game. Sure, it was against Black Dragons, but still, it just goes to show, they're still putting up a dominant performance. They want to win. They want to make it to Montreal, and they're doing everything they possibly can, and I'm convinced.
We did really see that impressive performance from Makina and Gomez especially. They've been impressing 2 of the strong fragging entry players, delivering in terms of the numbers. You've got someone like Rare on the MIBR side who's done a nice job stepping into that IGL role as well. But for Vivo Keyd, right, the story here as well is bouncing back from that performance on Labs. While you mentioned that, yes, they may have been able to hold their own, they were winning 6-1 on Nighthaven Labs over FaZe. That is an insane lead. And then to lose that lead, Laxing, yes. How do you bounce back from that?
It was unfortunate because, you look at that match, and if you weren't watching, you just, that was a really close one. But the reason why that even went the length that it did and how much of a lead that they ended up taking, that came all from Stemp. That was a Stemp show by all means going on that first half. He was getting 3Ks, 4Ks. I think maybe he even got an ace. I may have missed that. I'm not entirely sure. But Stemp was absolutely popping off that game. It was a phenomenal game to watch from him. But then they switched halves, and then he kind of tanked off. And I mean, when you look at the stats across the board, Stemp had 21 kills. Underneath him was 10, then 8, then 3, then 5. And then you looked at FaZe, they're all relatively close. That was really just a Stemp versus FaZe clan. So if we're going to go into this match against MIBR, where compared to both games, MIBR were playing as a team, whereas Keydstars, it really came down to Stemp stepping up in those areas. So again, this is going to be a matchup more for Vivo Keydstars as a unit to be able to step up and bring that team play against MIBR that MIBR has been doing so well thus far.
Well, so important to know exactly where we're going to end up today. As we said, that Labs performance maybe left a little bit to be desired there from Vivo Keyd. We've seen some strong performances from MIBR on a variety of maps, playing 4 different maps so far. Today, this matchup, Laxing, is going to end up on Chalet, a match that we have seen at least one of these teams play this stage, and that was a 7-4 win for MIBR over W7M.
Yeah, and I just touched up on that. I mean, again, on the desk, we originally thought W7M should be the one walking away with that. That just wasn't the case. MIBR was getting into the building, and like I said, specifically Makina was getting into that building, getting cutoffs, getting those entry kills. So I expect that to kind of be the same route. But now for Keydstars, you have the VOD on MIBR. You can counter strat. You can understand what they want to do, how they want to take control of the map, especially on that attack side where MIBR looked the absolute strongest. So I do expect them to be a little more wary of where these entry points can come from on that attack side. And I think that's really where this game is going to be won, is if they can stump MIBR on those attacks on a really good defensive half and then just use their attacks to go out through the rounds. But again, I think this is really going to come down to the attacking side here, whoever's going to be starting on that side.
Well, Vivo Keydstars promised us at the start of the stage that we were going to see a new and improved team, a team that was going to perform best that we've seen yet. We'll bring in Jesse and Ace to discuss this a little bit further because we do have a good one ahead of us, gents. Well, how are you feeling about this one, looking at 2 teams fighting for that playoff spot there just on the edge?
I'm really looking forward to this one. I think it's one of those mid-table clashes, but if you look at the next 2 play days for both of these teams, they've got big games coming up. MIBR have got E1 and Liquid. Keyd have got Liquid and NIP. This is their opportunity to get those 3 big points going into those tough games.
It's tough out there, right? With so many of these guys performing well, as we've said, with Stemp and with Bullet. Jesse, do you have your eye on someone specifically coming into this matchup?
I mean, I think it has to be Machina, right? The new pickup for MIBR. I feel like he's given a lot of life to this team. You know, you go back to stage 1 and MIBR just did really had a lot going for them. They struggled really heavily throughout that and the offseason. But for Machina to come in from tier 2, join in, take so many of those entry engagements, really speed up the team. I think MIBR have been looking way better than we've ever seen them in many, many years.
I agree.
So I'm so excited to see MIBR. I'd love to see them push into that playoff spot, maybe be contesting for a major as well. Vivo Keydstars, I think, are always kind of in that conversation. So yeah, great game today.
Laxing, do you have someone that you've got your eye on here that you think is going to take this one, or is this another old-fashioned Brazil toss-up?
I mean, I honestly, it's been, I mean, throughout this entire stage so far, it's been a toss-up. You think one team should be winning, and it's been a complete opposite, and maybe in some areas. But I do think MIBR walks away with this, just how well they looked the last time we saw them play Chalet. And like Jesse said, and like I've been saying, Machina has really just stepped up and ramped up MIBR's performance as a whole. So if he can continue to do what he's been doing for this roster, I mean, they look very scary with Machina on that entry.
All right, well, Ace, Jesse, you guys have a fun one ahead of you. We'll leave things to you and step aside. Good luck with this first one.
Thank you very much, and a lot to look forward to in this one, Jesse. But the most to look forward to is my opportunity to cast alongside you, obviously. We've worked together for years, but we've never shared the mic, Jesse, and I'm looking forward to it.
I am as well, Tim. You know, when I was first brought on as a caster and I told my doctor I'd be casting with Intero, they warned me that there were a lot of mental side effects to not cast exclusively with Intero. I clause in my contract where I did get a break. And so casting with you today should be a huge pleasure. I can't wait to get started.
Excellent stuff. We'll just see through the MIBR roster there. Obviously, you know, Laxing's broken that down for us as to, you know, the position that they're in, really strong at the minute and looking to grow forward, but also they need somebody to play against. That's going to be Vivo Keydstars, Jesse.
Yeah, and I really think Vivo Keydstars are a team that have kind of bounced around that middle of the pack for a while. We talked about Machina being a good pickup for MIBR. Miracle and Neskin have also been exceptional pickups for this team. It really looks like they're starting to pull things together. So I cannot wait to see what they can do with these brand new pickups.
Yeah, they're an exciting team, that much is for sure. Stemp, of course, in the last play day, we saw him go absolutely crazy. You know, Vivo Keyd Stars, they're going to be looking for a bit more of that, I'm sure.
Going to be very exciting to see what that.
Bom, contra a Vivo Keyd sempre é um jogo bem difícil, a gente sempre se enfrenta ali jogos bem pegados, então vai ser um confronto bem difícil e um confronto de quem erra menos.
O confronto contra a MIBR também acho que vai ser um jogo um pouco complicado. Eu acho que o time deles com a entrada do Máquina encaixou bem. Apesar de ser um jogo pegado, assim, acho que a gente vai sair por cima como sempre.
Tem que ficar de olho no Stemp. Stemp joga muito bem, é um entre bem agressivo.
Eu acho que tem que ficar de olho no Harry. O Harryzão tá dando muita bala, tem desempenhando demais também aí, fazendo IGL, trocando muito tiro. Mas tem que ficar de olho muito não, eu acho que só abrir um pouquinho o olho só.
Aí, Stemp, o MBR vai te pegar, hein?
Mandar um recadinho pro TZ Máquina, que agora vai ser presencial, né? Ele é leão de online, vamos ver se ele desempenha bem no presencial.
Well then, plenty to be said between the two teams. There's only one thing left for it really, Jesse. I think that's get into the map and see who comes away with 3 points. Maybe 2, maybe 1 if it goes to overtime. But we're going to have MIBR versus Vivo Keyd Stars on Chalet. And we'll get into those operator bans right now.
Yeah, I'm expecting to see a Blitz as the first ban from MIBR. It's what they banned last week when they played Chalet up against W7M, so that would be the most expected operator, but you have a lot of choices on attack. Always talk about those shield bans. It'll be a Monty this time instead. Vivo Keyd Stars, they haven't played this map very much at all, so it's really tough to say what they're going to be banning. I predicted Lion and Castle just because those are really favorite operators of MIBR, and they can both be very good on this map. It's going to be a Maverick. I can't remember the last time I saw a Maverick ban on Chalet. That's going to be interesting to see what MIBR will do, especially if some walls get electrified, if they get closed, how that reaction will come through. I imagine Vivo Keyd Stars has some cool strats lined up with that ban. That's not a ban you take out unless you've really got some cool ideas for it. So that's exciting. That will be the Azami ban that went through from Vivo Keyd Stars. Always impactful. This could then be the Castle from MIBR. When they played against W7M, both Azami and Castle were taken off the board, and it meant for a really fast-paced attacks from both teams. They really did a great job of getting those entries, but it's the Valkyrie instead. So Castle being left up on the board, some surprises in the ban phases for sure. MIBR not banning either of the same operators they banned last time that they came out here, so should be in for a really exciting time.
Yeah, I think this maybe leans in towards MIBR a little bit. Coming into this, I was looking at some of the stats, Jesse. I know you love your numbers. Vivo Keyd Star, 31% attacking win rate so far this stage. So really, really struggling on the attack. It's actually the lowest attacking win rate of the entire Brazil region. So MIBR now come into it. There's Maverick off the board, so they've got the option for wall denial if they want it. They haven't brought it on this time. It's not really relevant on this site, but I think on some of the other sites, we will see that electrification. They brought the castle. Basically, they're giving themselves every opportunity to make attack a little bit of a nightmare for Vivo Keyd Stars. So they're really going to have to do some problem solving here.
Also worth mentioning, Chalet is a map that MIBR have historically been great on as well. We talked about their win over W7M last week, but they're actually on a 4-game winning streak here on Chalet, beating a Tier 2 team in the offseason in a third-party tournament, and then beating FaZe Clan, Black Dragons, and W7M. Again, some of those in off-season tournaments where the stakes weren't as high, but still really good performances that we've seen come out from MIBR on Chalet. So they're going to be extremely comfortable here. I'm a little bit worried for Vivo Keyd Stars with that, combining with the attacking stats that you just mentioned. This could be a rough start for them. It's going to be really important that they start things off on the right foot. And it's going to be a Bar Games bomb site that they have to attack onto first, a standard one for all these teams, I'm sure. Chalet does get to see 4 different bomb sites played in most matchups, so it's likely that we'll see all of them at some point today. A little bit of play from the basement here to come on out, but at the moment, Vivo Keyd Stars, they're not really picking an entry point just yet. Still sitting around outside, waiting to figure out where they want to actually enter the map from.
Yeah, this is something that we need to see a bit of improvement from for Vivo Keyd Stars, is on that attack, bringing a little bit of aggression, decisiveness, getting into the map, taking space and using it well. Because this first half, MIBR haven't been great defensively either. They've only got a 40% defensive win rate, there or thereabouts. So for me, the game is almost won and lost in this first half. In the second, when we have the side switch, they're both going on to a side of the map that they're better at. So I would effectively think whoever comes away in the lead in the first half has a real good opportunity to then just lock it down on their more comfortable side. So Vivo are halfway through the round here, Jesse. Still not in the map. Still haven't really done anything about Library. This is going to be tough for them.
Yeah, I mean, they're sending grenades to Library Corner, but nobody's actually in Library Corner. So the information's starting to lack from Vivo Keyd Stars. They're spending a lot of time on something that MIBR really haven't put any effort into at all. 0 players have stepped foot inside the building, and we're almost at the 60-second mark into this round. The mirror window is still up above. There's been 0 pressure placed on MIBR whatsoever. Finally, Stemp will make an entry, and he does get the opening pick. A great shot with that Deimos pistol, but will it be enough to really get this round started?
Yeah, it really needs to be a catalyst now coming into this final 50 seconds. He's going to be looking to track others, but he's going to be cut down by Gomez in a late trade, who manages to hit a double along the way, picking up Daffodil. 40 seconds, but hello, look at this. Lender manages to get in, thinks about putting that kit down, but absolutely not. It's that man Machina comes in with an important headshot in the nick of time to close that one out. Bullet manages to find Neskin, and right now it's all up to Miracle. 1v2, 28 seconds left on the clock, so certainly has a little bit of time to play with, but is he going to get away with throwing this diffuser down? Absolutely not. They see the feet, and Bullet sees the head, closes out the round. It's going to be 1-0 MIBR.
Yeah, I won't sugarcoat it, Ace. That wasn't a great attack. A lot of time spent on nothing coming out from MIBR there, or sorry, from Vivo Keyd Stars. I really would have liked to see them get going a little bit earlier. It didn't feel like they dealt with any of the problems that were existing on that top floor. Yes, they finally had Stemp get into the building, and he got that opening pick, and that's great. You know, that's Stemp's role. He is the primary entry. That's what he needs to be doing. But it happened really late into the round, and he immediately got traded after he got that initial kill. Really got to give credit to Gomez. Big 2K flick there at the bottom of the staircase. Love that coming out from him. Started his team out on the right foot. You know, sometimes it can be okay to take your time in a round if you're getting information, clearing util, and importantly, finding those kills without getting traded. If you can work a big man advantage, spending a lot of time can be fine, but they weren't able to do either of those things. They didn't go quickly, they didn't get a man advantage, and that put themselves into a really awkward spot when they ended up having to actually go for that execute into the site. So, yeah, we're seeing some of those statistics reigning true a little bit here. Vivo Keyd Stars, not the best attacking team. We're seeing that now. We got to see them speed things up. And maybe on a bomb site like the basement here, where you can do a little bit more roam clearing, you know, it's a little bit freer to get into the building because you can likely find some rooms out there on the roam where there aren't as many defenders. That can be good for Vivo Keyd Stars, but yeah, 1 round in and certainly looking strong for MIBR.
Yeah, I think we're just going to head into a short technical pause while we just sort out an issue here. But interestingly, obviously, we got a brief look at the team's lineups there, and you speak there quite rightly about, you know, we've already kind of picked up on this and said, you know, the time spent attacking by Vivo Keyd Stars and how they're using that time is going to be a real factor. They've got a low attacking win rate so far in the stage. That seems to be continuing after round 1. And, you know, I suggested on other sites where they come in, it wasn't really relevant on games, but when we get to basement, when we get to top floor, going to be a lot more denial, a lot more slowing down. On that lineup, we saw Mute, Keyd, and Tubarão. So it looks like MIBR are really reading into that low attack win rate for Vivo Keyd Stars and why that has come about. This, you know, difficulty getting established, difficulty gaining control, and difficulty moving quickly. And they're saying, yep, let's just throw everything at that. Let's give them Tubarão to play through. We can trick with the Keyd, then it makes it a lot more viable. It's going to be a tough attack potentially for Vivo Keyd Stars.
It is, and you saw the graphic there briefly about how the historical results have not favored MIBR. In fact, in organization history, they have never beaten Vivo Keyd Stars. But To me, I wouldn't read into those statistics too much, just because I think this is a brand new MIBR, especially with Machina coming onto the roster. You know, I watched a lot of him play in kind of tier 2 earlier this year. He played on Elevate Academy, which was at the time over the winter in North America earlier in this year, was undoubtedly one of the best teams inside of tier 2 in Brazil. He was really a key member of that squad. They had some big results in some tier 2 tournaments inside Brazil, even taking some games off tier 1 teams. So I'm really excited to see Machina in professional tier 1 Rainbow Six Siege. I've been hyping him up for a while now. I'm really excited to see him on a team like MIBR, which kind of desperately needs somebody to inject some life into their team. You know, this is a squad that has been historically at some big events, right? I mean, we used to see MIBR at all the LAN events way back in the day. But
semi-finalists, if I remember rightly, SI 23 in Sweden, 22, SI 22.
Something like that.
I'm gonna double check. I've dived in and I've said it now, but I'm gonna double check it now. But I'm pretty sure the 6 Invitational that we had in Sweden, they were in the semi-final of.
Yeah, they've had some big results, I believe, back-to-back top 4 performances at SI. The dates elude me at the moment. But, you know, they're a team that you expect to see at the biggest stage, and it's been a couple of years since we've seen them at an international event. Bringing on a young player like Machina could really jumpstart that international tour again. It could get them back on track to be at an international level, and I hope that it does, because MIBR is a big brand name. We expect to see them at the biggest events, and it's been sad not seeing them for the last little while.
Definitely. Just double checking. Yeah, I was correct. Top 4 finish at SR22. They lost to FaZe Clan in the lower bracket semi-final. A close game 2-1. I remember that one. It was a good game. And yeah, you're absolutely right. MIBR, for a long time, were one of those teams that we just expected to be there. And they did well. You know, let's not forget, even through difficult transitions, sort of around 2021, the whole roster moved across to FaZe. The cameraman had come from FaZe to MIBR and was playing alongside Bullet and Cyber and others, and then the whole roster went back across the FaZe. So MIBR kind of had to start again from the ground up, really, with a completely fresh roster. And that was the time where they picked up sort of Reduct Falls, Lukid, Philippox, you know, so they picked up some really good players, and as an org, they've shown an ability to, you know, to spot that talent and to get them on board and get them playing together. So yeah, you know, it'd be great to see a return to that form for them.
Well, we're back into the game now, so we can stop rambling about the past and look towards the future, which will, of course, be here on the basement bomb site once again on Chalet. But there is a heavy roam going on. Yex and Rare are both here on the top floor. Machina's down there, I believe, in bar at the moment as well. So a 3-man roam, only 2 players actually anchoring on site. Vivo Keyd starts with the Deimos. You know, they have the tools to deal with it. Losing Lenda, your primary hard breach right off the bat, is not going to feel good. Rare, a huge pick from inside library to take down the ace. They have a secondary hard breach. They have can openers being brought, I believe, by Daffodil. But even still, that is a rough body to lose at the very start of the round.
And let's not forget, those secondary hard breaches are now up against Tubarão, Keyd, and Mute. It's going to be so difficult for them to realistically open anything. Yeah, it's going to definitely be... You can't always choose your opening picks. Sometimes you take a look, you just get a little bit lucky. MIBR have got the best that they could have got out of that opener, and I think, again, we're going to see Vivo Keyd Stars really hitting this slowdown in the middle of the round. As it is, they're continuing to try and take that top floor. They're then using the verticals from there, as we can see the Buck. He's opening up down into Trophy, down into these areas to try and force the roamers back to side. MIBR with their opening pick, they look pretty happy with that to me, Jesse. We can see them now dropping off. They're not overstaying their welcome. They're not pushing for these confrontations. They're happy to now sit and wait. They know they've got shotguns in hand and they can just play the staircases like that on a tight angle.
Yeah, I really like that call. I don't know who made it on the side of MIBR, but they got 1 kill. They realized it was onto an ace. They realized it was an important operator, and immediately all 3 of the roamers fell back to play the bomb site. I love that decision-making from MIBR. So decisive they are to make that call. And I think it was the right call. You know, Vivo Keyd Stars, they're a team who can stall out. Let them stall. Don't give them any advantage. Yeah, they're going to work these floorboards. That's not going to be great. And it looks like they're going to be spending the majority of this hard breach on the dining hatch, which could imply they're going to be going for an execute there inside of wine. But in any case, I don't think you're too concerned, because look at this clock. They have yet to step foot in the basement, and there's still 30 seconds on this timer to get the execute down.
And the difficulty, of course, is getting into that default spot. They can't open trench wall. I don't know if that's now been reinforced. It was opened at the beginning by MIBR, but either way, you're going to have to really brute force your way in. Stemp starts to try doing that. He picks one up, but Machina is there for an immediate trade again. The challenge comes in from the Deimos on the blue stairs, but with 10 seconds, Vivo have no option but to just try and flood site. And how about that for use of the Vendetta, doing great work, but kills keep coming. 2v2, time runs out. MIBR, hold on. They were confident in their angles. It was a little closer than maybe it should have been at the end there, but MIBR get it done. It's 2-0.
Yeah, again, I want to credit those roamers from falling back. You know, you don't always see teams in a 5v4, especially these younger teams, these teams that can be towards the bottom of the standings sometimes. Often they will get a little over aggressive. They'll get a little ahead of themselves. They'll try to take more and more gunfights. That's not what MIBR did. Immediately falling back to site did so much for them. That timer was the biggest issue. It wasn't a bad push, all things considered. I mean, the breach was there. They had a lot of different angles. They had Capitao to help them out inside the site. They were hitting their shots. They got it down to a 2v2. But when the timer has less than 5 seconds on it, a 2v2 is not good enough for the attackers. And so that really was a problem with the time management. It was a problem with the clock. And again, part of that falls on Keyd Stars struggling to manage the clock. But part of that is on MIBR for not only getting that pick early, but then also giving up nothing in return. I mentioned it in round number 1. You can be a slow team if you can work picks without losing any players on your own side. They couldn't do that. So really like what we're seeing so far. This is a worrying sign for me. You know, a 2-0, especially starting on defense, is usually not something to get concerned about. But for me, the way that these rounds have devolved and the historical results from Vivo Keyd Stars on this attacking half, plus results from MIBR on Chalet, really say to me that this game could spiral out of control super fast if Vivo Keyd Stars aren't quick and get back on this horse.
Yeah, and I think, you know, we do expect attackers to at least get a little bit of ground here on Chalet, get a few rounds. To be honest, from an attacking team, I'm looking a minimum 3-3 split. It's not looking good for Keyd at the minute. They, you know, will have come into this open for 3-3, 4-2. This is their number 1 preference map. MIBR, it's high preference for them as well. It's generally banned against Keyd Stars. Not allowed to play here. They're known to be good here, but it's just really not happening for them. And it's those attacking wars that continue. Like you say, a little bit unfortunate. There was an opportunity there on that last round, getting it down to 2v2, but they just left it too late in the round. Let's see if they can do things a little bit quicker this time out. Gomez, though, he's waiting with a really naughty C4. No. Surely not. And whoa, all the way. He puts some arm on it. Manages to find Neskin. And what an absolute beauty of a kickoff from Gomez.
That is tragic. They were already struggling with their attacks enough. You don't gotta do them like that. A C4 immediately comes out. Brilliant throw. Neskin's gonna be kicking himself with that result, but already they're here in the big window looking for some kills. Daffodil unable to find anything right off the rip. He's gonna jump off of that now. Feels like he can't get a free kill, so they'll work towards more of this library side of the map. Man, that is tough. That's obviously your striker off the board. People have talked a lot about this attacking recruit and how strong striker can be with those 2 different secondary utilities that they can bring. Not sure exactly what they had, but they have a lot of flashes that they had brought. Could have been their smokes as well. Tough to say exactly, but whatever he had brought onto this round, it is going to be sorely missed, as now they're going to be attacking just 4v5 up onto this top floor.
Just trying to get aggressive now, trying to get something going, but it's going to be Machina. He's got Stemp's number at the minute, Jesse. That's 2nd round in a row. He's picked him up, but how about this? Lender managing to pick up a double. Bullet manages to shut down Miracle, but once again, Vivo Keyd Stars somehow have found themselves in a position where this round is winnable. It's just like the last round where it looked like it was all going in MIBR's favour, and then they just managed to have this sort of flash of inspiration. A couple of kills come in. This time it was Lender. He's still on the board, and this is winnable. 1 minute 20 left to go. There's absolutely no rush. Drones are a little bit sparse for them in terms of what they can control at the minute. They do have 5 out alive, but how about that? Yex and Bullet, when I'm bigging him up, just come out and manage to completely shut down Keyd Stars' attack in 2 seconds flat.
MIBR in this game is their confidence. In the early round, you see it with the spawn peaks, you see it with the aggressive plays, you see it with all the swings that are coming out. I love that second kill that Machina got onto the office balcony, going through the ego window. Really big stuff coming out from him. And then even in the late round, you know, that 2v2 was, I think, favoring Vivo Keyd stars. They were in a plant spot. They had great cover from up above. But what do MIBR do? They just swing. They swing and they hit the ridiculous shots. The guy on the windows that stood no chance immediately deleted off of that angle. Super impressive stuff coming out with all of that good pressure from MIBR. So I love the confidence so far. You can tell they're feeling really good about this map. They've gotten off to the exact start that they wanted, and now the onus is on Vivo Keyd stars. In this tactical timeout, can they get their confidence back? Can they get their heads about them? And can they stop this game from slipping away?
Heading on into round 4 then, MIBR coming out with a serious lead to kick things off. We just see a replay of that absolutely beautiful Nitro. It was caught fantastically by the wonderful observers as well. It's brilliant, you know, fair to say. They absolutely saw that one coming. But right now, it's round 4, and we're going to have a 3-0 lead for MIBR. It is not going well for Vivo Keyd stars. We're going to be heading to dining and kitchen this time. We've seen a tour of the map. We've seen all of the sites. MIBR have been able to win the first 3. Can they flex a little bit and show an ability to get all 4? Here, they're going to be holding on to the top floor. It's going to be similar to round 2. And if you remember, Jesse, of course, you know, you were very, very impressed with the way that they held that out on the roam. It's probably going to be more of the same from MIBR, I would imagine, here.
Yeah, I think the one big difference is that when you're roaming on kitchen, you're typically playing here for a lot longer, if not to die. We see teams playing up here for the entirety of the round oftentimes. The option exists for Vivo Keyd stars as well to ignore the roam. We see this a lot from teams when they just want to hit the site, maybe plant under some smokes. Could absolutely be an option. There's no warden up above for MIBR. There's also no Solus. So if you flood the site with smokes, it's really hard to deny it from above. So that could be an option. They brought 4 of those smoke grenades in their pockets to try to make that happen if they wish. But a top floor clear is a little bit more standard. And of course, that's still very viable as well. So lots of opportunities to make some plays. We got Machina roaming over towards bar as well on that vigil. Not rocking the Boss G today. Deciding he just wants to run around with the K1A instead. So gonna be fine to come on through with that. Can be a very good weapon as well, especially if you want to be taking more aggressive swings. I love the Boss G for holding angles, but the K1A can be really, really good if you're trying to get more active on that roam.
I tell you what, the ranked ban rate for Dokkaerbit and Vigil has gone through the roof after the proliferation of the Boss G coming back into the fold. A lot of people trying to avoid that one, I think. But we will have our opening pick. Daffodil is going to pick up Yex. Gomez just a fraction too late to save his man, but is there for the immediate trade. Machina manages to find Stemp as well. And once again, MIBR are just having this really strong start to the round. Machina, he was almost caught flat-footed there by Neskin, but still manages to hit him with the headshot and get that kill. A minute 10 left on the clock, and it's already a 4v2 to MIBR. The roam has come good for them again.
Wow, this is a tough one. Now they've got to try to make something work again. If they can't claw back this round, they are guaranteed to lose the first half. Never what you want, especially attacking on Chalet. So what can they do? They're going to group up over towards Library. They have time to work with, and they have the defuse kit, so they have a few advantages on their side. They don't really have any breach, so they're not going to be able to get into the wall. And Machina's not on their team, so that's a huge disadvantage right off rip. Again, he is so good. Hits ridiculous shots so consistently. And now he's retreated back into site, leading Lenda alone with a DMR to find 4 kills. I'm not sure he can do it. Machina gives him 1 swing, so he'll take that one for free. But the other 3 players inside the bomb site, 20 seconds to do. Rare will be the last one to find the frag. The IGL of MIBR coming through to finish out that round.
A lot of celebrations amongst the MIBR players there as they get themselves a very, very comfortable position to build from here. Like I say, going into the second half, that is what we would expect maybe to be the stronger half for MIBR. Not only is it attack on one of their favourite maps of Chalet, which tends to be attacker-sided, MIBR have also statistically been better on the attacks so far. If we look at their numbers, they've got nearly a 60% attacking win rate. So if they come into that only needing maybe 2 rounds, maybe even 1 round at this rate, it's going to be a sure bet that you would expect them to finish it off. Like I said, it felt like with this game, whoever came in and won the first half, I expect to go on and win the whole thing. But as Des likes to say, there's 2 halves to these games, and we'll see whether there is a bit of a switch up in momentum. Vivo, yeah, they've definitely been better on the defense in terms of numbers as well, so maybe they're able to shore things up. But right now, we're going to be heading back down to the basement. MIBR 4-0. They're looking for a 5th.
Indeed, they are. And, you know, last time they at least had an opportunity to get a couple of picks up on their roam. It looks like they'll have the same opportunity. Rare is again playing inside of Library. He's on the smoke this time. I believe it was the mute last time around. Of course, it was that mute Subaru Keyd combo. Smoke can deny a little bit more time. I kind of like this pivot just because he should be a little bit more expected. Vivo Keyd stars, they should know that he's roaming in Library. It's the exact same position he was last time. So they should be able to find him. He's actually moved over towards Master now, but even still, you can see them. They've got the drones in Library now. They're hunting for this player. They're aware that he exists. If he can stall out extra time with that smoke, it can really help him out and maybe give them a bit of an advantage. Although he's less likely to get a kill out here on the roam because he is more likely to be known about, he could deny a bunch of time and have just the same impact for his team.
Yeah, I think that's it. It's going to be, you know, largely about denying that time, and he's going to be spotted out now. But again, just smart play from MIBR. Not going to overstay his welcome. Gets the hatch blown out. Knows he's burnt a minute on top floor. He can drop himself down. He can continue the roam on the mid floor. He can keep himself in there around dining and kitchen, and again, just burn those precious seconds away. MIBR are certainly aware at this point. They've been leaning right into it. They know that one of the big win conditions here is leaving Vivo Keyd stars with as little time as possible, and every time that they do that, they know that they've got a good chance of closing that round out, so they're playing into that fantastically well. We're going to have Stemp now continuing down, and this is exactly what I was talking about. They know that that smoke has been present in and around that area. Where is Rare? We need to redrone. We need to find out. They've only got 3 drones active out in the field at the minute, and so it's taking time. They have to go in and face check everything. Is he going to pop up from dining? Is he going to pop up from kitchen? Is he going to cause us a problem? Nitro is deployed. Doesn't look like it's detonated for the time being. I didn't hear the explosion there, but Vivo Keyd stars need to get a move on here.
They have all 5 players alive, which is good. They've got everybody here to try to take care of this execute. Better than the last time they attempted this. They have tools to deal with these operators as well. We noticed the clash inside the bomb site. They've got the Capitao. They've got the Thatcher. A lot of ability to shut this down. They're going to go for the main wall now. Snowmobile wall. The EMP should be able to shut down the Electroclaw. I'm worried about these Zoto canisters, though. Here's one. There's only 30 seconds on the clock. This wall will open, assuming there's no tricks that come through from the Electroclaw. However, it's going to be super late when this round actually gets underway.
It's just so late to be leaving it to get that wall open. A double kill on the blue stairs is going to leave a difficult situation there, but Machina managing to find Daffodil keeps the advantage for MIBR. The clash is still on the board, and again, the time is going to be a huge factor. It leaves Vivo Keyd stars unable to do anything other than try and throw that diffuser down, try and extend the clock, and just try to do something. They sort of throw in everything at the wall at that point because they know that the seconds are passing by, and whilst that is happening, it's just becoming more and more difficult for them along the way. So Vivo Keyd stars lose a 5th consecutive round here against MIBR on Chalet, and what a start it has been for them on the defense. I feel like they've come in here. Like I said at the beginning, Chalet is normally banned. It is almost always banned against Vivo Keyd stars. They're very rarely allowed to play this. So MIBR, it's a popular map for them. They've already had the win on there, as they picked up on the desk, as they said. So coming in here, I feel like they've looked at this and said, yeah, we'll let them play Chalet. We're confident here, but also we've noticed this about their attack. We know that their attacks are poor. We know that they're struggling there. So we're just going to lean into that. We're going to burn as much time as possible. And the game plan is just working beautifully, Jesse.
It really is. I mean, this has been a masterclass. Back-to-back on Chalet as well. I mean, MIBR looked so good when they played this map against W7M. They did that largely on their attacks. They had great entries on their opening picks. They did a really good job of grabbing that. Now we're seeing them dominate on the other half. I think teams just need to ban this map against MIBR. You just cannot afford to take a team like this to a map that they are so proficient on. You know, if W7M, one of the best teams in the world, couldn't handle MIBR on this map, I don't know if Vivo Keyd starts what they were thinking trying to go to this one instead, because it really has felt a little bit wrong going to this map. I do think MIBR are the favorites no matter what the map was, but this map surely just was not the right call. They could still pull it back. You know, I'm writing them off maybe a little early. There's plenty of game to play, but MIBR only need one more round, and they will at least secure themselves 1 point going into the end of this game, and very likely 3.
Yeah, I think they may be just victims of their own confidence a little bit, Jesse. Like you said, just coming in, they were very happy to play here, you know, given that it was their opportunity and it's normally banned out against them, but maybe just a little bit too much. Just to address, we're just having a few small technical issues as well. If I do end up speaking over Jesse at any point, it's not just that I'm so eager to speak that I can't wait for him to finish. We're just having a few technical issues, but we will try to avoid that for you as best we can. But I tell you what, they can't avoid the damage coming in onto Vivo Keyd Stars. Daffodil gonna take some damage up there on the top floor again. They're doing things right. Yeah, we're gonna get into master bedroom, we're gonna get into office, we're gonna sweep across and try and push library, try and pressure those areas. But it's like that final point that is the issue for them. They get into position, but then they just can't really win the gunfights consistently. They can't get that man advantage, and they can't get the space they actually need. It's like they can only take as much as MIBR will give them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, MIBR are just setting up this brick wall, and Vivo Keyd Stars have no answer. They're now going to be coming in from library, and Stem finds Machina. This is a man advantage they can work with, especially if they find Gomez right after that. Peeking up from the library stairs, trying to equalize his bullet, but he can't get anything done, leaving Rare alone in the 1v4, and he can't do anything either. Stem, a big 3K. He enters into library, he gets the round going, and he solves it. Finally, that's a round in the books for Vivo Keyd Stars.
Heading into round 7, and the side switch has happened. MIBR will now be on the opposite side of things. I'm just looking at that, and I think we might have... I'm going to guess we might have a re-hosting coming, because we're 5-1 and MIBR are still on the defense. So I don't think we can just continue to let MIBR defend, Jesse. I'm not sure that would be very fair at this point.
No, I think Vivo Keyd Stars deserve their chance.
Yeah, I think, given how it's gone so far, I think, let's call it a day on that half and let's move on.
All right, well, we'll get that sorted out, of course, but some hope, maybe. I mean, we said that only 1 round is needed from MIBR to secure 1 round, and they've not, or 1 point, I should say, on the standings. They've not got it yet. There is an opportunity still for Vivo Keyd Stars to come back and get 3 points. They're going to need to have a crazy run back here, though, because obviously 5-1 down, it's better than 6-0, but it's still a mountain to climb. They can hope that this is just an extremely defender-sided Chalet. I don't know if that's really the way I see it, just based on the operator bans, but who knows? I mean, it could be. Maybe that Maverick ban is more impactful than we're giving it credit for. Absolutely, they have every opportunity in the world to make something happen here, but they're really going to need to buckle down, and maybe this tech pause can even help them out, kind of reset their mental a little bit as they move into the second half.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think, have a little bit of a break, just back it off a bit and just have that breathing space. They can't talk to each other, as you will see. They can't talk to the coach. Everybody's sat in silence at this point while we just get the tech issue sorted out. It won't be a long one. We just rehost in the lobby. But yeah, I think definitely just have a little bit of breathing space, come away from it, and maybe it just breaks the momentum of MIBR a little bit, who are now having to come onto the attacking side. They're having to switch things up. I think that's the best that Vivo Keyd stars can hope, really. But in all honesty, with how well I think MIBR have prepared for this game, I don't think it's going to make the biggest difference.
Yeah, I think that ultimately, like, with this game, sometimes the mental reset can be hard. And I think that for Vivo Keyd stars, if they're in this matchup already, maybe it's not the way that maybe it's not gone the way that they want it to. But if they can at least try to learn something from this game, right? If they can understand what it's like to go down early and understand what it's like to be in this situation, it can help them in the future as well. Even if they can't bring it back, and even if they start to bring it back and then fail, that's at least some experience behind them. It's at least a little bit of experience to fall back on. But this is not going to be an easy game by any means. I think we're really going to need to see players like Stemp step up even more than they have been. I think Stemp has been really proficient in a lot of these entries historically. He's been a great player when it comes to those opening picks. And we saw in that final round his ability to get on in and just make moves. They're going to need more of that. Obviously, it's harder on the defense to control that pace. But on Chalet, I mean, it is doable.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. It is certainly one of those maps. There are other maps in the pool that you'd look at and say, from this position, this ain't going to happen. This is going to be over quickly. But I always say the same. When it's a 5-1 half, the difficulty is always the third site. Because now, coming onto the attack, MIBR, they don't even really need to worry about the first and second choice sites. If they don't win them, it's obviously it's relevant in terms of things like momentum, and it's things like mental attitude towards the game. You don't want to be losing rounds, but you don't kind of expect to win that first and second choice site. MIBR, so long as they win the third choice sites, they win the whole game. They don't care. 7-5, 7-1, 7-3. It's 3 points on the board. That's what they're going to care about to get them into the playoffs. So even if they just win those third choice sites, great. So they come into now, it kind of takes the pressure off. They come into the first and second choice sites thinking, well, if we get one here, then yeah, great, it's a bonus, no problem. We're still going to have an opportunity at a third choice site somewhere down the line to then get that match point. So yeah, I think 5-1 is such a tough scoreline to come back from.
Well, they'll have the opportunity to try it now as we get back into this second half. We do appreciate your patience as we get back into this game. Of course, it's not over just yet. We're talking like this is the end of the world, and it's certainly not easy, but Vivo Keyd stars have every opportunity in the world to turn it on defense. They're going to start by playing on that main floor, either bar games or in kitchen and dining. I, unfortunately, don't read Portuguese, so we're just going to have to wait and find out. But whatever it ends up being, we should be able to see a strong defense coming out, as this is the primary bomb site, and it'll be kitchen and dining. So, again, it's important to hold up top. We're going to see Vivo Keyd stars setting up on the top floor as well as on the main floor. Sometimes you see some play in the basement as well. A little C4 through the dining hatch can work out, but usually it's going to be that bomb site, and, of course, right above the bomb site that is most heavily contested by the defenders. So watch out for MIBR. Their task is going to be to clear that top floor and then execute vertically, assuming, of course, they don't want to go for a rush play, utilizing those smokes, as we talked about earlier in the game, to try to get a plant down under the noses of the defenders. With Stemp on the Warden, personally, I wouldn't really like to try something like that, but you never know.
You pick up on a fun point there, Jesse, about everything being in Portuguese. You will find, as you continue here in the Brazil region, and I say this from my experience back in 2021, you will develop a very niche and very specific knowledge of the Portuguese language relating to Siege. You will pick up on very specific words like kitchen, like dining, like room and stairs. You will start recognizing, probably it'll only be about 20-30 words. It'll be almost completely useless to you outside of your Siege life, but you will start that you recognize these small things. Oh, nearly had a crossover there, nearly an opportunity for an MIBR entry, but it just didn't align for them. But the big difference to me here immediately, Jesse, I feel like MIBR are moving a lot quicker already.
Oh, they absolutely are. You saw the Dokkaebi calls come out. You see the Thinkastim coming through as well. We want to see them getting active, and they very nearly came into an opening gunfight there on the top floor. Still looking for it, though. Another logic bomb. I believe this is the first logic bomb, actually, but shut down by Miracle stops the entry from Machina. That's going to be a huge boon to the defense of Vivo Keyd Stars. Now they can't really get inside of Solar. They still have players over towards the piano side of the bomb site, so they still have players up top. Bullet out here on the balcony as well. So a lot of pressure still being applied to this top floor, but at the moment, they've yet to find a kill, and it'll actually be a C4 from Lenda, which gets the second kill onto Lair, thus shutting down that secondary pick and giving Vivo Keyd Stars a 2-man advantage.
Going to hear the logic bomb going out as well. Another one has become available, so that's going to just make things even more difficult for MIBR. The flash is too late onto Stem. P manages to pick up Yex just before those effects come into action. 5 versus 2, effectively 4 versus 2, as Stem was downed in piano during that little duel there, but it's probably not going to make all the difference in the world. With 55 seconds left to go, it's surely a matter of time until Vivo are able to close this one out. However, a kill, another down does come in. No, it's a kill going the other way. Daffodil picks up the final one. It was a bit of a flurry in piano there. It was difficult to keep a track of who was up, who was down, and what was where, but ultimately Vivo Keyd Stars managed to get themselves a first successful defense. Coming into round I was going to say round 3 because I just looked up at the top of my screen there, but it's not round 3, it's round 8. Relying on the icons too much. Obviously, the lobby was remade for this second half after we'd had a little bit of an issue in the first. But it's going to be round 8, 5-2 now, as Vivo Keyd Stars managed to pick up themselves a successful defense. This time it's going to be up to Office and Master Bedroom. And again, it's going to be very, very similar to what we saw out of the last round, where MIBR were trying to attack onto the top floor to get themselves access down into Dining Kitchen. This time it's going to be about getting directly onto site. We've got the castle brought along by Neskin. He's just going to be looking at keeping piano and bathroom windows closed and give them a little bit more security, given now that those areas are sort of directly in the firing line when MIBR comes to the attack. But going to be very tricky, I think, for MIBR coming into this one. I think it's a smart site choice from Keyd. You know, they've had such a good round basically in these same rooms and spaces last time out. Why not come back to it and effectively do the same thing again?
Like this nade to come through and destroy the castle barricade should get them in without any problems. Of course, we do see this being very effective. Sometimes the top floor bomb site can be very, very powerful for a lot of teams, especially with castle still on the board. So that's what we're going to have being brought out by Neskin. Not too much of an extension either towards library. Sometimes you do see that. Instead, they're going to be playing one player down below. That's going to be Lenda. Watch out for those C4s. We saw how important the C4 was to really get that man advantage going for Vivo Keyd Stars in the last round. If they can do that again, they could be in a very good spot. Obviously, the angles are going to be very similar to what we were seeing in the previous round as well, just because it is a very similar part of the map. They're just going one floor up to try to hold this. So I'm feeling pretty good about this for Vivo Keyd Stars. I mean, they're looking pretty good about it, but rare on the blitz. I guess that's the one key factor. We didn't see any shield play coming out from Vivo Keyd Stars. Shields are in an extremely powerful place right now, and if they get going with the blitz, it could mean disaster for the defense.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I think it's a smart move from MIBR. It's a tool that maybe was available to Vivo Keyd Stars that they didn't really use, and maybe they could have done with it because they were struggling to get those rounds. Let's see if it has the desired effect for MIBR, though. Another fairly slow round here, 5 versus 5. We haven't seen a kill yet. Often with the blitz, you'll see attacking teams getting a little bit more aggressive, but here it's going to come. We see the smokes go in. That's going to prevent the pressure coming in from that master side. He's going to clear out half wall almost certainly, but look at that for some smart use. It almost worked to save the Tubarão. However, kills come in elsewhere. No, they don't get the blitz, but Vivo Keyd Stars get what they need elsewhere. They're now left in a 4 versus 2 again, and it's looking good for them on the defense.
Absolutely. Yeah, they're in the site, but can you get a plant down still? There is no more player down below. Lenda's rotated it back up above, but it's not easy even still. There's the cover. Stem hits the vertical angle, and it's only Bullet left alive. He'll get his one, but that's not going to be good enough. This position on the big window is just not a winnable spot. They don't have to swing him. He doesn't have defuse kit, and if he repels in, he is surely a dead man. So no good option for Bullet. to try to rotate over towards the kit, do the best he can. He'll have about 15 seconds to make this execute work in the 1v3. He's actually going to go not even to the balcony, but all the way up the mezzanine stairs, giving him even less time, but maybe more favorable angles. Ace, this one seems unwinnable unless he keeps hitting shots like that. But again, the time, it just seems so difficult here.
Unwinnable doesn't always mean anything to a player like Bullet. He does try to push in. This time, unfortunately, he's going to have to accept the definition of unwinnable as Lender manages to shut that one out. That's going to be closed down from just underneath the piano. And Vivo Keyd Stars are now managing to find some momentum coming into this game. I said how MIBR have got a decent attacking win rate. They're at nearly 60%. However, they're really struggling. But also, you remember I said that 5-1 scoreline at the half means MIBR, them first two choices of sites, it's kind of like, you know, yeah, we can get if we get one, it's a bonus. This now becomes a pressure round for them. And Chalet's, to be honest, not a great map for this theory because there are so many viable sites. You know, all 4 sites effectively are very viable as we see teams regularly defend them. But that said, I would expect that Vivo Keyd Stars have picked up 2 of what they would expect to be their stronger sites so far. So MIBR, they need to come in. There's no surprise we're seeing a tactical timeout at this point, Jesse. It just, again, punctuates the importance of this round. MIBR know that they need to get this one because otherwise they could be heading for overtime.
Yeah, and I really think getting those opening picks, starting off on the right foot is going to be important. Historically, throughout this stage thus far, MIBR have been the best entry team in the entire league. They have a 63% win rate on their opening picks, and most of that has come from Machina. He leads the league in opening kills throughout stage 2. He has been absolutely dominant, taking almost 50% of their opening engagements across both attack and defense. Now that they're on attack, he's actually taken over half of all of their opening gunfights, and he wins them the vast majority of the time, 69%. So far, he's been struggling a little bit. In that last round, we saw him trying to repel into Solar, couldn't quite get that entry. So, you know, we see that sometimes with him being shut down early. If you can't get Machina going, you see him 0-2 since the rehost. That really does start the push for MIBR off onto the wrong foot. And if they don't have that ability to bounce on back, because sometimes the other players, they don't have a lot of experience getting into those opening gunfights, well, that could be a huge problem. So I'd love to see Machina really heating up. He's yet to really find any impact in the second half. He was great on defense. Again, I think he's a great player. But at the moment, since this comeback has started for Vivo Keyd Stars, he's been absent. So I'm looking to him after this tactical timeout to really bounce back and make that entry.
Plenty of defensive utility for Vivo Keyd Stars. The bulletproof cam I particularly like on mezzanine, just giving that that intel for anybody trying to come in through Fireplace. Twitch drone is going to be sent in, so there's going to be the potential for that to get taken out, something that Vivo Keyd Stars need to be aware of. Flourish drones as well, so as much as there is plenty of utility stacked up against them, MIBR do have the tools to remove it. However, Vivo Keyd Stars doing a great job there. We see the Warden of Lender on top of blue stairs, just preventing that Rotero drone, getting in, clearing his shield out, clearing any util that he's got, and making that position harder to hold. So Vivo Keyd Stars, they've dug their heels in, and they're doing well so far in the first minute.
Yeah, not too bad. We see a first line charge go out. Nobody moves, nobody scanned. It's going to be all okay for now. This top floor hold is really strong. They've got a lot of utility up here, which is very odd for a Bar Games hold to be dedicating this much util, an Electric Claw, a shield, a lot of reinforcements. They really want to hold on to Office as long as possible, and thus far it's worked out great. Half the round gone, and an opening pick? Surely no! It looks like Rare takes down Stemp instead, and Machina barely alive as he jumps inside the bathroom window. That could be devastating as these shields start to fall and the breaches start to open.
Machina really got away with one there. He was stood in no man's land, to be honest. Wasn't watching that window. Nobody was covering him, and to be honest, he probably should have lost his life. But that is definitely Vivo Keyd Stars dropping the ball on that one. Gomez manages to pick up Daffodil as well, and it's not looking good for the defenders right now. They need a magic moment. They need one of these players to step up and find a couple of quick kills to get them back into this round. The positive they've got at the minute is they're still holding on to top floor. They've still got that library, and mezzanine area in their control. MIBR need to make sure that they're going in and clearing that out, because without it, it's going to be difficult to put that diffuser down. With 30 seconds left to go, we're seeing it now. Neskin could be the hero. He's holding on, and the time just keeps ticking by. The sand is running through the hourglass, but MIBR, they find the answer. Gomez manages to pick him up. It's a direct trade, but the manpower wasn't the issue. It was the map control, and they now have what they need. MIBR need to start moving quickly, though, to think about getting a plant down. Miracle manages to pick up Rare. He picks up a double. I said they needed a magic moment, and Miracle might have just delivered one. 3 kills in the round. Lender joins him, and what a finish from Vivo Keyd starts to the round. Absolutely brilliant defense in a 2 versus 4.
It looked so far gone at that point. It felt like there was no opportunity, but in the 2v4, a massive play from Miracle. We talk about the time on Chalet. It was the biggest problem for Vivo Keyd Stars, and it was an issue for MIBR in that round as well. Yes, they cleared the top floor. Yes, they got a massive man advantage, but it took so much time off the clock. Then it's 1C4. It's 1 pick from Backbar, and it's also a sneaky angle from Lenda. They had no idea that he'd rotated deep inside of Mudroom. I was concerned. I was thinking, Lenda, you got to go top floor, help out your roamer, try to lock down that roam game and save your teammates, because they only had Neskin up on the top floor. But Lenda knew exactly what he was doing, playing in that Mudroom, baiting for a kill rather than trying to get aggressive and equalize man count when he would obviously be watched for if he pushed up those library stairs. Beautifully played by the both of them. Look at Miracle's stats since the rehost. 7-0. He's yet to lose a gunfight. He's James Bond, but in the other direction. He's having a great time since we've had that stat reset. So lovely coming out from Miracle. He's been a big reason why they've been able to bring this back. And of course, so good in that clutch. Love the way he was able to play on the anchor.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. Vivo Keyd Stars there, really digging in. Like I said, it was a super important round. We saw MIBR take the tack time out, and especially when Vivo Keyd Stars missed that opportunity onto Machina going into bathroom. I thought, ooh, 5 versus 3, this probably doesn't happen from here, and MIBR are going to get what they need and get themselves onto match point. But now, Vivo Keyd Stars, they're able to continue that process of using sites that maybe are their most comfortable. We're going to see them going down to the basement this time. MIBR, you've got to get this roam clear done quickly. You've got to get in, get a kill or 2, and give yourself the time so that you're not rushing into sight.
5-0 feels like a distant memory now. Vivo Keyd Stars back in this game. 1 more to tie. Not really roaming here. It's a solo roam, actually, I should say, from Neskin, who is in the library. Yex is out on the library windows and looking to try to shut him down. Of course, has those lion scans if they want to. I'm not sure if they've droned him at this point. They'll open the window and he will drop, so he wants to play his life. He doesn't want to get into an early gunfight and lose out on his position. Feels like they're all just rotating back to site. Stemp and Neskin still somewhat near the library stairs, but very easy to fall back to him. I don't think we're going to see any early gunfights unless Neskin really wants to get aggressive.
No, I think you're right. It's more about the time they've been able to do it. It now gives MIBR a minute 30 to start softening up this site, to start really working the angles, trying to get any breaches that they want. They've got all their utility on board that they brought. They haven't actually brought an out-and-out hard breacher, which is an interesting choice for them. So we'll just see exactly what they're able to prepare over the next 30 seconds or so.
Yeah, it's likely to be a pretty late execute just with how much soft breach they have to do. Those can openers are going to take some time. It will be a wine execute. They've got the dining hatch open. The wall's electrified at the moment. They have a Thatcher, so they should be able to deal with this, barring any crazy tricks. But oh no, look at Lenda. They have no idea he's in big garage.
He's almost certainly going to do some damage, and it's as easy as that. He gets 1, and now MIBR know they've got a problem, and that problem keeps on getting bigger as Lenda gets not 1, not 2, but 3, and completely shuts down the MIBR attack. And almost out of nowhere, after such a slow first half, Vivo Keyd Stars are on the verge of bringing it back level. They were 5-1 down. Miracle keeps on hitting them, finds the nitro onto Bullet, and surely it is a matter of seconds until this round is over. They can start ego peeking. They can look at this all they want as they take a flawless round. Lenda and Miracle absolutely dominating MIBR.
The 23-year-old hard support for Vivo Keyd Stars is not often who you think of when you want somebody to step up and save the team when they're in such a bad position. But Lenda, in the last couple of rounds, has absolutely done that. His positioning in back-to-back rounds has been massive to win out the rounds. Of course, we see great play from Miracle as well, but both times in the late round, noticing the clock, Lenda has said to himself, you know what? What if I get into cheeky position? Maybe I go mudroom instead of pushing up the library stairs. Maybe I go big garage instead of trying to trick this wall. You know, those aggressive decisions, they're risky. A good team who's perfect on their drones can spot that out and they can punish it. But MIBR don't always have the time. They don't always have the man count to get those drones in position. If they want to have a solid execute, they have to cut corners, and Lenda is taking full advantage of that. 7-0 from him since the rehost, 8-0 from Miracle. Both of these two players, again, the anchors from Vivo Keyd Stars.
15-0.
Not the players that you expect to see popping off and having that big moment, but they're exactly who is being relied on, and they're performing so well.
The first kill there, I'm going to be generous. Let's say it's forgivable. He should have been drawn out. The Capitão, shouldn't really, Lenda shouldn't be in that position completely unchecked. But let's be generous and say that the first one is acceptable. We'll write that one off. The second is a big problem. The third is unforgivable. At that point, they've just fed into him one at a time with no opportunity to challenge him. I know that the time is ticking by. I know that they're limited on options, but they got to do something. You've got him stuck in big garage, essentially. You got to play it differently. Even if you both swing at the same time, one crouch, one stud, so you can try and have an impact on the death, you cannot funnel into him and feed him one at a time. And they've just learned that lesson. And I'll tell you what, they've just learned another one. Neskin's going to take down Machina with a Nitro, and Vivo Keyd Stars, they've found not just an extra gear here, Jesse, they've found an extra 2 or 3. They are absolutely cruising along right over the top of MIBR right now.
It just goes from bad to worse, and worse even still. Machina, another opening death. We see him really struggling to get into the building. These window positions not favoring him. C4s over here have been very, very effective. So we see both teams capitalizing off of that, but of course, Vivo Keyd Stars enjoying that now. Still playing on these solar stairs. It's so hard to get someone out of this position. The Grim will help. You can get some pings onto them, but when you rappel in, you're gonna be at a disadvantage. Here's the bees, here's the live pings, but can they actually capitalize off it? I don't know if they can.
Well, I just wonder what you're really gaining from that. Yes, you get a little bit of a precise look, but he's there. It's not like you're going, all right, yeah, now he's on solar stairs. Like, you already know he's there. And when Neskin's going to pop up and find a 1, can he get a 2? It looks like he will. He's thinking about confirming it. He doesn't want to go too far for the kill, but he gets his man. Yex is taken down, 4v2, and MIBR, yes, they're throwing in the utility, but I always look at it, Jesse, like it's a trade. You buy in something for your utility, and I just don't know they're getting any value for it at the minute.
Robbed at the market. Now they got to try to find a 2v4, steal this round back for themselves. They're going to give up on the top floor. They're saying, screw it, we can't do this. We've got to go down inside of Trophy, maybe work the angles from down below. But still, with these vert angles, it's so difficult. How do you survive? Gomez juking and jiving. He's made it to the bomb site, and he's got smokes. Can he get the plant down now?
He's going to be trying to watch this angle. He needs to be successful here. The plant is not going to go down. It was a nick of time. Daffodil managed to get the kill, and Stemp finished things off. MIBR, their fortune just goes from bad to worse at the moment. I said coming into the second half of this, both teams were statistically on their better sides. MIBR on the attack, Vivo Keyd Stars on the defense. And right now, the couple of percent points that Vivo Keyd Stars have above MIBR, when you look at those stats, are certainly paying dividends. They've gone 5 rounds in a row. They've brought us from 5-1 down to 6-5 ahead, and they are the ones that will have a match point opportunity.
Everybody getting their opportunity to have a big round. It was Neskin's turn in the previous round, of course. An international player, he's been kind of rough so far this stage. He's the only player on Vivo Keyd Stars who came into this matchup with a negative KD. Of course, just joined this stage, was playing in MENA on GK in the last stage. He's had a lot of experience on multiple different rosters. Of course, was on that Team 1 team way back in the day as well. So he knows what it takes to be a top-tier player, and to see him pop off in those really intense situations. Yes, you're in a power position when you're on those library stairs, but to position yourself up the stairs, down the stairs, find the C4 kill, to do it all is really impressive. And I think that's the type of player that Vivo Keyd stars need to rely on right now. They've made this comeback happen. It was 5-0. Now it's 5-6. Nest and Step, Miracle, everybody has really stepped up. And now MIBR, their life hangs in the balance.
Daffodil just picking up that drone at the second time of asking. He did see it initially, but I think in his speed, in his rush to try and set up, he missed it, but he will go back and get the one stuck in the mute jammer. So MIBR just looking already down to 6 drones. 3 of them active out in the field at the minute, so maybe a little bit of a lack of intel. If Vivo Keyd stars can continue that good work of taking the drones down, they might find themselves again with a real good advantage here. Of course, there's the couple of extras in terms of the Twitch drones. They need to make sure that they're keeping those online as well. It's not just about taking utility out now. It's about making sure they've got the intel that they need, particularly later in the round, because inevitably, as you can see, we've just lost another drone. Vivo Keyd stars will pick more up as the round goes. So MIBR only a minute in. They need to think about that for sure.
Again, Machina, he's taken so many of the entry engagements. He has to be good. His teammate will fall first, though, and he will retreat out of the basement with that kill going down onto Gomez. Not what they need to see. Only 4 players to defend MIBR and try to get this 1 point at least to force that overtime. They could be looking at a 0-point game here somehow. It felt so easy. The C4 shuts down Yex as well. They just keep dropping like flies. A minute 30 now on the clock, and this looks very, very difficult. Every player outside the building trying to play these windows, but how do they make an entrance? How do they get in? It just doesn't look very easy at this point, Ace.
MIBR have got to be stunned right now, Jesse. They were so much in charge of this matchup to begin with. I love this. Brilliant play on the shotgun from Stemp there. It was only a small thing, but you saw him just move forward. He closed the gap because he recognized that he was going on to his close quarters weapon. He manages to get 3 on the stairs. Vivo Keyd stars with an unbelievable 6 rounds in a row to turn it around. All they needed was the defense on Chalet, and that's why it's normally banned against them, Jesse. 6 in a row takes them for a 7-5 win against MIBR.
We were counting them down and out. My God, puts our foot in our mouths. Congratulations. What a ridiculous comeback. Undoubtedly the best comeback I've ever casted.
100%. I love to be proven wrong. And coming at the hard point, it looked like MIBR were probably going to go on and do it. They had everything in front of them. It was in their grasp. But then what a turnaround. That is a turnaround for the ages from Vivo Keyd stars.
Brilliant to see them bouncing back. That map, I thought that it was going to be too far gone. It felt like MIBR were going to be the kings of Chalet. But I guess Vivo Keyd stars, there's a reason why it's always taken out. And again, brilliant play from the individuals. Everybody, it felt like, had their moment to step up and take the spotlight. The huge 3K from Big Garage from Lenda. Miracle clutching down below as well. We saw great late round plays from Neskin. Just absolutely brilliant stuff. Every player put in the work to make that comeback happen.
Got some highlights that we can look over. There's going to be plenty from that game. Of course, the first half of the highlights will probably be MIBR dominated, and then the second half is surely going to be all Vivo Keyd stars, because, like I say, this is what you get out of Brazil. So often we get these games where it's just, absolute full force entertainment coming out, and I just love that. To talk about that last round again, the 3K from Stemp at the end, just everything was right about it. Just narrows that angle, switching to shotgun, gets his kill, moves to bottom stairs because he knows he's being pushed, gets another kill with the shotgun, and then picks up the final one at the top. It was just beautiful stuff from Stemp, and to be honest, it's the same as what we saw from him in the last play day. Was just a really strong half. I think the last play day, if I remember rightly, he was playing on layer, and I think it was the other way around. He did really well on attack and then just went silent on defense. This time it's been the flip reverse, but he certainly seems to be a player who can deliver in at least one half of the games. But yeah, absolutely brilliant stuff.
Yeah, and I do have to talk about Machina as well. You know, was fantastic on the defense. And then after the attack timeout, I mentioned how I wanted to see him getting more engaged on those entries, finding more of those opening picks that he's usually so good at finding. I think it's a little poetic that in the final round, he's the last guy alive. All of his teammates have died. He's not able to do his job as an entry. And, you know, that's not all on him. Being an entry is a tough job. You've got support players who are droning you in. But I do think that Machina had a lot of opportunities to get some of those opening picks on the attacking half, and he just struggled to do so. Complete domination as soon as we swapped sides. Even when things looked good, we saw the clutches coming back. We saw great movements coming through from Miracle, from Lenda, whoever it had to be. And that's exactly what you need. I talked about it as well. The pressure is something that you can learn from. And I thought that maybe Vivo Keyd stars would learn what it's like to be in a bad situation and could bounce back in another game. Why don't they just bounce back today? You've got the experience under your belt already. You know what it takes to pull back a 5-0 deficit. They'll do exactly that today.
Yeah, they certainly learnt their lesson quickly. That is definitely the case. You talk about entry there, Jesse. 5 out of 6 in that second half going over to Vivo Keyd. So MIBR effectively, you know, you're playing a lot of the half 4v5 essentially at that point. If you're always losing that first player, and you know it must be very difficult for them. They had the tack timeout. There was nothing really that they could change. We see the final 3K from Stemp that I was talking about at the end there, and again, just you know how beautifully played it was. He had a bit of intel. You see him, the setups there. They've got the lines of sight that they need. Just everything in position to allow him to succeed for that one.
It's interesting as well because those entries on attack came so easily, it felt like, when they were playing last week against W7M on this exact same map. I do wonder, were Vivo Keyd stars watching? Did they find some way? Was the castle not being banned helping them out to avoid some of those opening deaths? You know, sometimes it's dangerous, even though you're good at a map, to play it back to back to back. We saw that in North America just yesterday. It can be very, very tricky sometimes if you keep playing the same map. Teams will read into you and you will get punished.
Well, punished they were. A fantastic result for Vivo Keyd stars, and I'm sure their players are ecstatically happy at the minute. We've got one of them joining us. We've got Miracle, who's ready for an interview, so we'll head on over and see what he had to say.
Miracle joining us in just a moment here, Laxing. What a game. Oh my goodness. Miracle. Mr. James Bond in the flesh. Parabéns. Congratulations, my friend. How are you feeling after making that insane comeback?
I'm feeling, thank you. Just kidding. I'm feeling really happy. I mean, we were able to manage to get this comeback. I mean, when we were down 5-0, I mean, I just said, like, guys, Chale is a comeback map. I mean, I've been there on the other side, like winning 6-0 and then taking the comeback. So I knew we were able to do it, and I'm glad we did. I'm not listening.
Laxing, not hearing you, unfortunately.
Oh, okay. I was going to
There
say, congratulations once again, Miracle. I mean, that was a miracle of a comeback from you guys, but I got to talk about, I mean, your guys' attack half didn't look strong at all, and then you guys immediately switched back onto that defensive half. Did a lot of your defensive half actually go off of the VOD that you just recently had on them, of what they just recently played against W7M, or was it kind of you guys just playing the fundamentals and knowing where your strong points were in that defensive side?
I think it was both. Like, we prepared the map for them. We knew it was a possibility to play Chale against them, so we were ready for it. But we also, like, some rounds we knew that if we play our game, like, we were good.
For sure.
An incredible comeback. And Miracle, this feels so much more special because you, as a team, had lost to FaZe in this very same comeback fashion just last week, and now you do the same thing to MIBR. What's it like being on the other side of it this time?
I mean, it's better, right? Because we won, so I mean, I'm pretty happy because we chose our resilience. So I mean, it feels good. It feels good.
Amazing. Miracle, an incredible performance. Thank you for giving us a show. That was an amazing thing to watch, and best of luck as the stage continues, my friend.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Miracle. Laxing, what a game. I mean, talk about a way to start day 5 here in the group stage. Did not see that one coming. I don't think anyone could see that one coming, and yet here we are sitting on the other side of a Vivo Keyd victory. Unreal.
I literally said you can't predict these games. You can't call these games. Even on paper, if one team looks like they are better, they should win. It just is not. It just hasn't happened in Brazil. It's been a constant battle. These teams are duking it out. But I mean, you really got to give the flowers to Keyd Stars. They really stepped up. They really bounced back on that defensive half. I mean, I quite literally said you got to win it on your attack half. I didn't actually mean you got to win one round, but sometimes that's all it is, especially in a meta like this where the defensive half has always been the better side. That sometimes all you got to get is one round on your attacking side, and then it solidifies the rest of the game for you. And that's clearly what Vivo Keyd Stars showed today.
It's unreal how quickly the momentum shifted, because yes, it was MIBR who took 5 in a row, followed by 7 rounds in a row uncontested from Vivo Keyd Stars. Even more than that, Laxing, it was the hero plays, the absolute insanity that we saw from Vivo Keyd so many rounds in a row. It was Stemp with a 3K, the very first round that they claimed, and in the final 4 rounds, Miracle 3K, Lenda, quad kill, Neskin, 3K, Stemp, 4K. 4 different players, insane multi-kill rounds. How do you even make something like that happen when you're down so much?
A miracle. Quite literally a miracle, and the teamwork that I said that we needed to see that we didn't see during the phase game. Because like I said, when you looked at that phase game, Stimp had 21 kills by the end of that game, and following behind him then was 10, 8, 3, and 5. And then we look at Miracle. He didn't have the best game. He was middle of the pack last game. He was absolutely put up such a stellar performance today. And if production could actually go back to the team stats right now, I just want to show again across the board, the team was actually all playing together, and that's what we needed to see. This is why we saw the success. Sure, it didn't look pretty from the beginning. It did look like MIBR was running away with it, but this is what Vivo Keyd Stars can bring to the table. This is what they can do when they are all playing in unison and that team coordination is there. It was beautiful.
Well, Vivo Keyd told us that they would have a much better stage this go around, and maybe this is the turning point they needed, because this is the absolute best way to get some momentum on your side going into the second half of the group stage. Crazy that was game 1 of our 5-game slate, and we have what we thought would be the game of the day coming up next. It is Liquid and Furia going toe-to-toe in just a few minutes. Don't go anywhere. You're not going to want to miss this.
Sabia a posição, ainda assim teve eliminação. O Totes do Shaiko consegue e X devolve rapidamente. A briga continua em cima do Yex, gás tóxico. Teve que pressionar e foi pra trás, Retalha. Sobrou apenas o Dots, junto com o Rari, de montanha. Dots corre, não tem muito o que fazer. Ele vai atrás da eliminação. Dots fecha mais um round pra W7M. Vamos que vamos. esquerda. Ele ainda não viu. Vai tentando esperar para ver se vai rolar o plant. Mitrix consegue pegar o Wizard, já conseguiu marcar para tentar finalizar pela Smoke. Olha o que a Solis faz. Hash pega boas eliminações, Keyd também junto. Muzi e Psycho tentam diminuir, mas estão com poucos segundos. O Psycho vai ter que arranjar um lugar para plantar. E o lugar agora foi lá do outro lado na sala de ventilação. O Muzi já ainda conseguiu surpreender. Pode ter marcação em cima do jogador, tá muito longe o Mitrix. Ninjas em pijamas ainda garante. Muzi com a terceira dele. Mitrix vai tentando fazer o clutch. Psycho, animal! Destemido, sem medo de ser finalizado, ele encara na trocação e leva mais um round. O Guto tá dando cada bala absurda, triple kill pra ele. Sobe rapidamente o Cyber pra recuperar o desativador. Ainda tem a vantagem. Vamos ver como é que fica agora na descida. É um ponto muito difícil. Pro Cyber fazer com esse tantinho de vida, Retalha. Ele achou já o primeiro jogador, hein? Ele viu, sabe que tá na escada. Vai tentando ver se consegue ver por baixo. Errou a flash, vai descer de qualquer maneira. E é finalizado! Guto com um 4K!
Well, an overhead look at the beautiful capital city of Floripa in the Santa Catarina state. What a start to day 5, Laxing. Could not have pictured a better way to kick things off. Thinking that the game of the day is coming up now? Is that even possible after what we just saw? Liquid and Furia, the game we have in front of us now, and man, no idea what to expect at this point.
Yeah, I mean, this should be another really good game. I mean, history has shown that Furia has been mopping the floor with Team Liquid all the way up until recently at the Manchester Major, where Liquid actually put Furia in the dumpster, ended their run there, but they didn't get to meet each other at EWC, but now we see them here meeting for stage 2 to see who can win here and gain 3 points.
Well, Liquid and Furia, little bit different starts to this stage. As you said, they've collided so many times in the past, but right now, Liquid on the standings, sitting just a few points higher than Furia, looking to make a little bit of a comeback happen. Team Liquid currently sitting at 9 points, Furia at 6. That is a single victory for Furia away for tying it up, but still a lot of work to do because, as you said, Laxing, these two teams have played so much in recent years, but most recently it was Liquid who won in the Manchester Major, knocked Furia out in Phase 3, and even before that in the group stage in Stage 1. Even though Furia had a stronger performance overall, Liquid still won that matchup 8-6 in overtime.
Yeah, and to reference to Furia, I mean, we talked to Philly Pox after their game against Fluxo, and I asked him, you know, why do you struggle against your own region? Because when you play internationally, you guys are dominant. You guys look like one of the best. I mean, you guys are one of the best teams. You're the world champions. And he says that is a question that is unknown. That is $1 million question because he doesn't know why that they struggle so much with their region. But when we look at Team Liquid, I genuinely believe since the iteration of bringing on Maya, bringing on Resets, bringing on Lagonis, this roster has been improving every step of the way in through Manchester, going all the way through an LCQ, then to EWC, making main stage, obviously falling short to W7M, then that came to a BDS. But still, I mean, this Liquid roster is a scary roster right now because they have found the rhythm. They have found their tempo. So again, I am really excited to see what this match is going to bring and to see if Liquid can keep bringing it to Furia's doorstep.
Well, two of the X factors on these respective teams that have been contributing to these victories, it has been Maya and KZ. But Maya, really the one catching my eye here. These stats, a combination of Stage 1 and Stage 2 statistics. But just looking at Stage 2, Maya is overwhelmingly the kill leader, the KD leader on this Liquid team right now. He is 53 and 37 this stage alone, Laxing. And yes, you look at KZ, you look at those stats, and they are also looking pretty nice. But this stage, over these last 2 weeks, Maya has been tearing it up.
Yeah, and it's crazy to say that because when you think of Liquid, when you hear of Liquid, when you're a big fan of Liquid, you would only really hear about Nesk and Palu, the duo, the kill-hungry players, the players that are going to get it done from a fragging standpoint. But no, absolutely not. Maya has stepped into this team, and not only stepped into the team, stepped into this role of just being a consistent fragger and such a pivotal factor for this team in finding success. But that's everyone across the board. Like I said, Resets, Lagonis, all of these players have been really finding their tempo and found this new foundation that has made this cavalry of Team Liquid just look so much stronger than what we've seen them in the previous year.
Well, Furia, they're also touting some fraggers in their own right. We see that across the board with players like JB92, with players like Keys, as we mentioned before. One player that's going to reliably be that support that's going to be getting that diffuser down is Nade. You're not going to be looking at him to get those flashy kills necessarily, but Laxing as a backbone for this team, there are very few players better than Nade in that kind of a role.
These are the 5 world champions. Jace, these are the 5 world champions. There is nothing that you could say in a negative connotation about any single one of these players. They are all phenomenal players. They all can pop up at any given moment. Sure, they do struggle against their own region. They don't look as dominant, but they are still they're the world champions. Again, you have to give them the credit in every single situation. Sure, they are kind of at the bottom of the totem pole right now or leaning towards it if they can't get a victory here. But again, I do expect that this game is going to be very high octane, very, very crazy gun face to say the least. Both these teams like their gunfights, and it's really you're gonna be watching for Maya, you're gonna be watching for KZ, you're gonna be watching for JV92 in these initial engagements to really see who's gonna be walking away with those opening engagements.
Frankly, Laxing, what I'm looking at more a little bit here is the trash talk that we might be seeing, just like the energy in the arena, because we know from the Manchester results, Fury's got not a small chip on their shoulder, a pretty significantly large chip on their shoulder after Liquid knocks them out of Phase 3, only for Liquid to then lose immediately after. But Liquid did not allow that victory to just sit and, okay, we'll see you next stage. They got loud about it. We saw this on Twitter. We've seen the beef. We've seen the history between these two teams. No better stage to make a little something happen here for Furia, don't you think?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, when I talked to the Liquid guys, even back at SI, and of course, you know, this is the Furia roster that won it also was W7M back then, but Liquid wasn't happy because that was their crowd. That was in their home. They wanted to be there. So the fact that they couldn't make it that far. I know in every case scenario, and like you were saying with the trash talk, they just want to absolutely pummel Furia and make a statement here. And genuinely, like I said, with how this roster has been looking, I think it's very possible. But again, they have struggled in some of these areas in terms of their late rounds, in terms of their being able to adapt in some situations. So they aren't perfect by any means, but they are looking a lot better again than what we've seen previously.
Well, all important as always, where this match is going to take place. We've seen a smattering of maps from both of these teams so far. It's been 4 different maps. Rather, I think we see Bank twice from both teams has been one of the most interesting patterns here that have emerged, but we will not be seeing Bank as Liquid choose to take that off the board. Instead, we end up on Clubhouse, a map that both teams already have one victory on this stage.
Yeah, Bank and Clubhouse are 2 maps, I'm almost positive, in Brazil that are very highly just played throughout the region. And again, Clubhouse, I've talked about this in NA, I'm gonna talk about it here. This isn't a map that, you know, you're gonna be surprising your opponent. This is just basic fundamentals that it's gonna come down to when you play a Clubhouse. It's just gonna really play into who's making less mistakes and who can capitalize off the other team's mistakes realistically. So again, both these teams have played clubs so far throughout this stage. Obviously, Liquid beat NIP 8-6, whereas I believe Furia did just recently come off of a loss. No, they did come off of a loss against Keyd Stars at a 5-7. So if we're looking at who is a little better right now, it is looking like Liquid, but in terms of play styles, they do play it a little more aggressive. And NIP actually had it was a very close game, solely due to God, I'm losing track of names. There's so many players. Fantasy was such a spearhead for that NIP roster that was really putting a thorn in Liquid's side. So the fact that there isn't that pressure being applied, but still, like I said, you're going to have JB, you're going to have KZ that is going to be bringing it, but it is nice to be able to relax a little bit. But again, this map is really going to come down to those entry points and being able to play off one another. And Liquid has been doing it, but so have Furia. But the nice thing about Furia, when it is a map that is so condensed, Furia is very quick to be able to switch something on a switch of a dime. Like immediately can transition, whereas we haven't seen that so much from Liquid.
Well, one thing that I think some concerns have been raised about this Furia team, not of course in general, we know how strong they can be, world champions in their own right, but you look at their performance so far in stage 2, they have not had to face E1 FaZe, or until today, Liquid, and still have not had the results you might have wanted to see. As you were running through their history here, they lose to W7M, a team that is not performing so well this stage. They squeak out some victories over Fluxo, over Vivo Keyd, over MIBR. The game against Fluxo, should that have been more one-sided? Should they have won that game over W7M? We know how much parity exists in this region, Laxing, but does that give you any sort of concerns going into the rest of this group stage as to Furia's capability to continue to perform?
I don't think so, but in terms of the map pool, like going to a Clubhouse where I said it's just like basic fundamentals, like you are bringing your opponent, it's an even playing field, whereas like maybe you do try to go for a Bank. You guys have VODs on each other. I guess you have VODs also on Clubhouse, but again, Clubhouse, there's not really a lot you're going to do to counter strat. Again, it comes to basic fundamentals, where at least with Bank and how big it is, there is room for windows of opportunity to come up with a counter strat, just to even get a quick round where you aren't necessarily going to be able to do that so much on Clubhouse.
Well, of course, to get this map underway, we'll bring in our casters once again, Jesse and Ace, who covered that, I will say beautifully covered the insane comeback from Vivo Keyd there. But now we look to yet another in-region rivalry. Ace, this time a team in Liquid who are having a much better performance to the stage so far compared to stage 1. Yes, they made the major, but it wasn't so pretty throughout the group stage in stage 1. Here, they are off to a much better start.
Yeah, I mean, look, Liquid have been up and down with, you know, roster changes over the last couple of years. We've seen really strong stages, and you think this might be the time, and then they don't do it, and then they come back with kind of nothing. And it's been a real roller coaster ride, as you know, for any Liquid fan over the last couple of years. And is it going to be different this stage? I don't know. Maya's come in, you know, doing really, really well. Like you said, one of the top players in the region at the minute, without a doubt. Furia are going to be a big test for Liquid today. They're definitely the on-form team out of the two. But, you know, what a map we've got for it as well. It's going to be a hard fought between these two.
Well, right, this map is one of those that we always talk about as one of those, you know, great equalizers in Siege, something that is gonna be, should be at least,
the new
evenly
Oregon.
matched every single time. Jesse, and when you go into a map like this and you look at a team like Furia, as Ace said, who is playing nearly in top form, is this kind of the map for them where they can step up and make their impact, take this win over Liquid?
I think this is a map that both teams can do well on. We've seen both of them play it already once this stage. They both played it against, decent opponents. At the end of the day, we saw a lot of rounds. Both those games went pretty late. And so I'm really excited to see what comes out of this. I think Clubhouse can often be like a very strategic game despite its defaultness, right? Like, yes, we do see a lot of the same stuff on Clubhouse, but the operator bans can have a huge impact on what sites are good, what sites aren't good, what ways to push are good, what ways to push aren't as good. And so there's a lot of like utility play, and there's a lot of like really gadget play that does come out on these maps. And so I'm excited to see strategically how these two teams do match up. They haven't played against each other on Clubhouse from what I can see in a very long time. So this will be a bit of a refresh matchup. They haven't exactly tested each other on this particular map. So for me, it's anybody's game.
Well, a big in-region rivalry, little chip on the shoulder for Furia, and maybe a look at what's to come later on in the playoffs. To take this one away, guys, I'll pass it over to you.
Thank you very much, and looking forward to another chapter in the book that is at least the rosters, Liquid versus Furia. Obviously that, fairly recent switch, W7M over to Furia, but yet the players, they know each other all too well, and there's been plenty of back and forth between the two, and I'm certain that this is just going to be the next thrill in the tale, Jesse.
Yeah, I mean, the desk touched on it already a little bit. The last couple of matches have gone more towards the way of Liquid. If we expand the timeline of Furia into back when this roster was known under W7M, it's actually been over a year since this core of Herds, KZ, and the rest of them took down Team Liquid. They played 3 times in the last year. Manchester, of course, stage 1 this stage, of course, and then stage 2 last year. All 3 of those engagements went the way of Team Liquid.
Yeah, that's it. Liquid do seem to have an edge. We can have a look at their roster now, just taking us through the players that we know so well. Resets Palu, Nesk, of course. And it's just, for me, you've got now sort of one of the more storied teams in Siege, in Liquid, without the wins, and then you've got one of the most successful teams in Siege with the wins. And there's just so much talent on either side of this one, and that it is an absolutely thrilling prospect. We've just seen the Liquid boys there, Myra and Lagonis, of course, rounding out that lineup, and in every position you can make arguments for them having, some of the best players in the world in that position. And they've just got to get all firing at the same time, it feels.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think Furia is going to be a good test because while they are undoubtedly one of the greatest teams in the world, they've struggled a bit domestically, both in this stage, they're 2-2, but also historically, they've never been a top team in domestic competition. I want to talk about JV92, who just popped up on your screen. The desk talks a lot about Maya, and certainly they deserve to because Maya has been absolutely incredible. He leads the Brazilian league here in stage 2 with 53 kills. But JV92 is right on his tail. JV92 has the second most kills of any player in Brazil this stage with 48. So he's only a couple behind. It's likely that we'll see Maya maintain that lead if this game goes even. But JV92 could overtake him in this matchup if they can dominate Team Liquid. In any case, it should be a really good game with these two titans going back and forth. I'm very excited to see what JV92 can do because I feel like he's always been a player that, I don't know, has been talked about on this roster for sure. Nobody on Furia is underrated. Everyone knows how good they are. But I think sometimes the spotlight goes to Herds, it goes to KZ. JV92 can be just as good and so important, especially in those late rounds.
As you can probably see in front of you, we've just got a few technical issues that need to be ironed out to get this game started. So you will stick with us for the time being, and we'll just continue with our shots of the arena. I think a couple of players are taking the opportunity. It looked like there was it looked like there was a screen or two there warming up. Maybe a few targets getting taken down. But as soon as we can get everybody in, we will, of course, do so and get started. Jess, a little behind the scenes, Jess. Obviously, it's not too much for us to break down with this one, of course. We haven't got playing yet. A little bit behind the scenes. Of course, Jesse and I were having a little chat before we were casting together today. And I promise you, Jesse, if you remember, Jesse, of course, very famously Canadian, loves his hockey. And I promised you a hockey fact. Jesse, coming into today.
Yes.
And I think I've got a belter for you. I know this is sort of going off on a tangent, obviously not Siege related, but I heard this, and it's actually quite a close link to me, and I thought, what an opportunity to share that with Jesse. So, of course, the trophy that he's played for in hockey is famously the Stanley Cup. And I found out recently that the reason that it's called that is it's named after Lord Stanley, who donated it to the NHL for the trophy, which has then been kept. But he was actually Lord Stanley of Preston, which is a city about 15 minutes away from where I live.
No way.
There you go. You see, I knew you'd enjoy that one, Jesse.
Okay. I knew it was donated by Lord Stanley. I didn't know where Lord Stanley was from.
Yeah, so the actual bit that was donated was just the bowl on top, like the silver bowl on top, and I believe it was made in Sheffield, and he had it made in Sheffield in England because he was from Preston himself. He was actually pretty close by, and I heard that and thought that's really cool, and it was just like a nice little link. I also didn't know, and I will presume you probably do know this one. I don't think I'm hitting you with a fact on this one. But it's one of the few, if not only, major sports trophies where each individual player gets their name engraved on the trophy.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. I mean, Lord Stanley's trophy, Lord Stanley's Cup, as they call it, is one of the greatest trophies in all of sports. Many experts will say it's kind of that and the hammer as kind of the top two trophies in all of sports.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah, it's definitely a toss-up.
Yeah, probably those two are what people talk about as the trophy you expect to be hyped up and winning. But no, it's good. A man after my heart. Not only fun facts, but hockey fun facts as well. Thank you for that, Ace. I
promised and I deliver. There you go.
You did. Maybe I need to. I don't know. Maybe I need to up my game up a little bit. I could come back after the break with some. I don't know, some bald person stats. I don't know if there's any. I'll work on it.
I bring you an interesting fun fact, and you attack me, Jet. You've been working with Parker for too long.
I know.
In the short time that you've been working with him, he's already influenced you too much.
No. But it's funnier, of course, trying to get into this game. These two teams should be getting started soon here. I'm expecting to get into it relatively quickly. We do see the warm-ups. Of course, Brazil played on land, which is nice. So we will have some on-hand experts here to work with the PCs to get players up and ready to get things going. I really appreciate that BR is played on land. Not only because we have the ability to work on these tech problems maybe a little bit faster than when everybody's home on their own setups, but also just because of the level of play that it brings out. I mean, it really does amplify what these Brazilian teams can do, especially when they get to international tournaments. And I think we've seen a lot of those results coming to fruition, of course, in the last couple of years.
I think one of the things that I love most about Brazil, and obviously I covered it back in 2021 for two stages, as they were back in 2021, stage 2 and stage 3. And then coming back into it now, I was talking to Des about it, because it's the first time that he'd covered odd weeks. He'd covered once or twice with me previously in 2021, but not done it like we are doing this stage, like fully covering it. And I said, honestly, one of the best things about Brazil is you'll come into week 1, you'll look at the matchups, and if we look at our play day 1 matchups, we came in looking, going, we've got NIP versus Liquid, and we've got W7M versus FaZe. Like, we had 2 huge games on the first play day, and everybody was excited about it. And I said, yeah, but the best thing about Brazil is because there is such consistency of quality across the teams that every single play day you get huge matchups. It doesn't matter. You always come in. There is never a week, there is never a play day in Brazil where you come in and think, these are all one-sided games. It just doesn't happen because they're all good teams, but they've got 6 or 7 absolutely top quality teams. And so every week there's always a banger or two, and I absolutely love it.
No, we also get a lot of that like familiarity between the teams because they're on land, they're in the same spot. It used to be the same thing with North American LAN League as well. You know, the players really get to know each other. They really get to get into the smack talk a little bit. I love the interviews that we get before every game when the two teams discuss their opponents and who they think needs to be looked out for and who they think are maybe a little bit fraudulent. It's very nice to see we kind of build up those rivalries, and I think that it really does bring out the best in these teams. Not only does it allow them to get familiar with their opponents, but it also kind of incentivizes them to get creative. I mean, we're coming here onto Clubhouse, and I don't know if you watch any of the North American League, Ace. I know maybe it's below you as a European caster, but We did see it a bit over the last couple of days, and one thing that we saw a lot on Clubhouse was actually the newest operator in Rainbow Six Siege. We saw Scopos being brought out quite a bit. Cameraman was running it here. We saw Newers running it on this map as well. So I'm particularly interested in this game if we'll see the newest operator in Rainbow Six Siege. I know we've seen it a bit in APAC as well. Because it can be really effective on Clubhouse, either just to play in the site and have a strong shield, as Newers was using it a couple of days ago, or to teleport between the basement and top floor. If you're going for a roam, it can be difficult to get back to site. That was something that Cameraman was trying to do a little bit in the North American League. So I don't know if you've had the opportunity to cast Scopos, yes, but have you seen anything so far? Do you have any thoughts on Siege's newest operator?
I haven't I haven't cast Scopos yet, because I think I'm right in saying this. We had 3 play days, 3 UL this week, and I think Scopos was brought in after the last one. I think NAL on Thursday was the first opportunity, as well as OCE, I think, was the first opportunity to see Scopos in comp play. So I haven't actually had an opportunity to cast it yet, and I have seen the pros use it, though. I have watched the games. I have slummed it, Jesse, and I've checked out the NAL games. I've had a little look, don't you? The NAL's been, joking aside, the NAL has been absolutely fantastic this stage, I must say. Not just you guys on the production and everything, but the games as well. You've got some great storylines, with the whole sort of DZ Sonics thing, and there's been some really cool stuff going on in the NAL. Really enjoyed it. But my knowledge of Scopos, I've seen quite a bit of it in ranked now. I've been a bit of a ranked demon so far this stage. I think I'm over 80 games now on the season. So I've seen a reasonable amount of Scopos, and I think that teleportation use, obviously it's not an operator that can teleport. Anybody who hasn't seen it, don't panic. But that use of being able to just transfer from one shell to the other, leave one safe in sight, go on the roam with the other, that seems to be a really popular use, and I think it'll be picked up on by the pros as well. Just get it. It's not a risk-free roam. You can still take the death out there, but you can just cause a nuisance for a minute and a half, and then you don't have that risk of, right, how do I get back to site? So you can maybe hold a bit firmer in some positions. You don't necessarily need to drop away. So long as you can prevent yourself from being killed, your way out of that room is to just shut the shell down and then go to the one that you've hidden in sight, and just get yourself back in. And obviously it's a lot quicker as well. So I think it's a fascinating operator. I'm really looking forward to seeing more of it.
We're still taking some time here. So a game that Parker and I played on the NAL 2 days ago was we made some predictions as to which player we thought was going to pull out the Scopos first. I thought it might be Spoy. It ended up being Cameraman who brought the operator. No, it was Newers who brought the operator first in that game. Do you have any predictions for Liquid Furia? If we see it this game, what player might decide to rock with that operator? Unfortunately, I'm not sure which team is starting defense, so that might make it a little bit harder. But
yeah, just make it. I mean, we could pick one from each.
Let's do that.
I would say Maya, and I think maybe Herds.
Maya and Herds.
Yeah, would be maybe my choices for picking up the Scopos.
I think those are very good picks. I mean, Herd's obviously famous for being out there on a roam, very, very aggressive. He also plays a lot of different operators. To keep it, I don't know, KZ can play out there on the roam too sometimes, but he also does like some of his anchor operators. He plays a lot of smoke, sometimes on bank, but could bring it out on the Clubhouse as well. Just to be different, I will pick KZ. I think he's probably the most likely player outside of Herds to bring it. And then on Liquid, I don't think Maya's a bad pick either. Maya's played quite a few different operators, and of course does play pretty aggressive out there. Resets has actually played the most variety of operators for Team Liquid in stage 2. So he's played a couple here. I believe he's played, 10, 11, 12, 13 different defensive operators so far. So do I feel like Resets is a roamer? He could be on Clubhouse. It's really like the most aggressive roamer is likely to play.
You're going to see more people roaming, I think, Clubhouse than you might normally. If you're going to get any map where you get maybe 2 or 3 people out, it's going to be there.
Yeah, I'll say Resets. Why not? It could easily be Nesk as well. Could be Palu, but Palu doesn't play that wide of a range of operator pool. So we'll see. I'm going to say probably not Lagonis, but you never know.
Who knows? I will agree with you, Jesse. I would be very, very surprised if we see Lagonis on the... But maybe just, bring it along for an extra shield with a cam in it. Who knows?
Yeah, why not?
But yeah, I don't foresee Lagonis being... Interestingly, obviously, we don't get to see too much of sort of, aggression from Lagonis like that in terms of gunfights and roaming and things like that. His stats aren't generally the highest in the team when it comes to KD and stuff, but it's just down to his role that he plays. Genuinely, I've played with Lagonis, and his gun skill is ridiculous. I'd just make a call, and 5 seconds later, somebody would be dead. It'd be like library stairs, boof, dead, Lagonis killed. There's one in kitchen, boof, dead, Lagonis killed. And believe me, he's got it in his locker.
Yeah. No, Lagonis has been incredible. I think especially with the shield changes, Lagonis has been one of the best Monty players that I've seen out of Brazil. He can be really proficient with that operator. And so, in 2024, having a player that's really comfortable on shields can be a great boon. We saw that even in Manchester with Hot and Cold bringing that operator a ton. Canadians obviously had a lot of success with that operator. We've seen it in Brazil with players like Lagonis, but also players like Viking for FaZe. We've seen a lot of great players bringing out this operator and kind of dominating the meta with it. So I'm going to be looking at Lagonis to see if he plays any of those shield roles. Of course, Furia could ban one of them once they get on in and start the game up, but only time will tell as we do get to see that. I feel that Furia don't have as solid of a shield player as Lagonis. They're all amazing players, and I'm sure they will and can bring out that shield when they need to. I think Nade has brought it out a few times. Looks like 5 rounds. Nade's brought them onto. Philippox has brought it a couple times as well. But really, I am looking forward to seeing if we can find any more of the shield play, because you saw it in EUL this week as well. The shield play has completely dominated the meta since, I would say, honestly, since even Stage 1, but really the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, it's definitely becoming very powerful. And like you say, I think when we're looking towards an event like Montreal, you're going to be looking and thinking teams with good shield players are going to be at the front of the pack, surely.
Mm-hmm. Well, I believe they've all sat back down. That's a good sign, Ace.
It certainly is. We saw Hugzord was getting his headset ready.
Yeah.
It's certainly getting there.
Yeah, I think we're just about ready to get on in, so look forward to that. We do appreciate your patience again for the viewers at home. Nobody wants to be waiting around, but sometimes things happen, and so we'll be jumping in as soon as we can. I think for these two squads, it's going to be a big rival battle for Liquid to be trying to get their first, or Furia, I should say, to get their first win over Liquid in over a year. They've struggled against this team. They've had good success internationally, but it's always domestic competition that they do stumble with. So hopefully today they can break that curse and get that win up over Team Liquid.
Yeah, it's going to be a big result for either. You feel like there is a little bit more riding on it for Furia than Liquid at the minute, given Furia's current position in the league table. But as you quite rightly say, Jesse, we can see everybody is getting sat down, locked and loaded. We are minutes away from what will be our second matchup of the night so far. Of course, we've already seen a thrilling comeback from Vivo Keyd Stars against MIBR, and I'm sure that this one is going to be just as thrilling between Team Liquid and Furia here in the Brazil League. There is one last thing for us to do before we head on into this game, and that is to have a little look, as we always do, at what these two teams had to say about each other when they were having a little bit of chat, a little bit of smack talk. It never hurts, so we'll take a look and see what they had to say.
O jogo contra a Fúria acho que virou um dos novos clássicos aí do Siege. Um jogo sempre muito difícil, a preparação é sempre muito intensa, a partida contra ele 100% de alerta e 100% atento aí para tudo que pode acontecer.
É difícil farpar os caras porque é sempre um jogão, mas tô ligado que eles pipocam lá também. Vamos ver se sai um títulozinho aí deles, né? Porque, pô, tá difícil. Ganharam da gente lá em Manchester, fizeram o maior escarcel. Logo no outro jogo já, pum, toma, de volta pra casa. Então acho que tem que parar de comemorar aí esses títulos de ganhar da nossa line aí e começar a erguer taça.
Tem muita gente pra ficar de olho na Fúria, essa é a realidade. Dessa vez eu vou colocar no Keizão aí, Keizão vem dando bala.
Tem que ficar de olho no Lagonis, né? Tipo, skill bruta, acho que disparado o melhor do time lá.
Bom, meu recado vai diretamente pro Erdina aí, que tem postado uns storyzinhos fazendo uma fisioterapia, levantando uns pezinhos aí que tá meio pá. Vamos dar uma ajudada aí, né, Erdi, né? Aí no servidor vamos fazer um pouquinho melhor.
Pô, mandar um recado aí pro Nescão, mano. Tua hora tá chegando, Nescão. Vamos erguer uma taça aí, senão vai passar batido.
Here we go then. We are back into the arena and we are ready to go. We've got Team Liquid versus Furia. It's going to be played out on Clubhouse and I can't really think of a much better map for it. We've already broken down the history between these two teams, but I just think it's such a great arena for them to be able to come together. There's no excuses. There's no, we don't know how to play this map or anything. We're going to get top tier performances out of both of these sides, I think, and we truly will see who is the better on the day.
Yeah, certainly. And I think one thing that we've learned already today in Brazil is that even if one team gets out to an early lead, no lead is safe. Even if you go 5-0 up, that doesn't guarantee you anything. So sometimes we see Clubhouse, it's very dependent on the bans, but sometimes we see it be a little bit more defender-sided. If the defense team starts to take a bit of a lead, don't be too concerned just yet. Of course, we always have those comebacks after we switch sides. Halfway through the game after round 6, anything is possible. Again, with these two teams going head-to-head, two of the best teams in the entire world, you want to be seeing a good match. I want to see this game go all the way to overtime. 12 rounds at a minimum, I feel, is deserved when you've got Furia versus Liquid up against each other. I would say probably two of the top 4 teams in the entire world. You could debate that top 4, top 6, but undoubtedly these are two squads that are playing at the highest level Siege of anybody in the entire world. So we're expecting good things as we start to get into this game. Hopefully we're going to see that in the server.
Lots of smiles from admin and technical staff. Soothe me, because I think there can't be any, surely we must be ready to go now. We've had some fun with these guys being on camera over the last couple of weeks. They seem to take to it with varying levels of enthusiasm, I would say, Jesse. Mm-hmm. They all do a fantastic job. Here.
They are. And, they're doing their best to get everything sorted out tech-wise and also, of course, in the game as well. They got a difficult job being an admin. I just get to yap on on camera and on a mic, so I'm glad I don't have to be down there dealing with the issues under the stress, under the pressure. It can definitely be a difficult job, so we always appreciate our admins doing what they can to help things run as smoothly as possible. It is not an easy job, so of course we always got to give thanks to them when we get the chance. Of course, we have plenty of chances right here to talk about everything that they do provide. Seems like we're still trying to get on into this one. I think that they should be getting in pretty quickly because we did get the video, and that usually sends us live. I guess I can talk a little bit more about some of the stats that we have coming up here.
I love a stat, Jesse. I love a stat.
I'll tell you my stat. It's a stat that favors Furia here because when they play on the defense, if they get that opening pick, if they get that early advantage, they're very good at locking it down. They have a 91% win rate on the defense this stage when they get the opening pick. They're so good at converting those early advantages. I'm going to be looking to Liquid when they're on the attack to get those picks because they're going to be so vital. Usually that's Nesk who gets the opening picks. He gets about 1/3 of the entry engagements on attack. Paulo and Resets will take a couple as well. You don't see it as much from Lagonis. You don't see it as much from Maya. So those are the players that the focus is going to be on for me as we get into this game. We're going to be looking at Nesk, Paulo, and Resets to win those entries when they're on the attack. Because if you do not against Furia, if you give them any sort of a lead in a round, they are so good at not giving it up and making sure they keep applying that pressure to shut you out of it completely.
Yeah, it's an interesting point that you make, Jesse, and, absolutely correctly. You look at Furia, though, and entry is one of their big strengths generally, and like you say, they lock those rounds down. If we look at just this stage, overall as a team, they're -1 on entry at the minute, and you look at their position in 7th, and you think... Or I think they're sat in 6th, actually. Sorry, I think I'm selling Furia short by a spot. But currently sat in 6th, and you're looking and thinking, why aren't Furia at the top of the table? And that could be a big factor, so definitely something to watch out for today.
All right, we're finally jumping into it, chat. Thank you for your patience. We got operator bans coming on in. I'm expecting a Monty right off rip from Furia. I don't think they want to give Lagonis that shield. He is so good with it. And we'll find out here. Can be very good on Clubhouse, taking Raptors control, pushing in the basement. But no, it's an ace ban on Clubhouse. We're getting a little spicy here. Liquid, I doubt they ban out the shield. I could see a Ying ban here. Could be the Grim as well, but Ying was my pick in terms of the predictions. But no, I can't predict an op to save my life. It's Flores this time around. They're really getting crazy with it. The defensive ban could be anything. I said Keyd for Liquid, but there's a lot of options that they could go with. The Zombie's always powerful here. It will be the Keyd. They always ban that operator on club, so it does make a lot of sense. And then for Furia, again, a lot of options here, but I did predict the Valkyrie to come on out for their defensive ban. Azami, again, very, very powerful. If both Azami and Monty get left up, I guess you're kind of leaving the power operators on both sides. And it's going to be the Mira instead. So a lot of mind games already being played here in these ban phases. We've got a lot of specific operators taken out. I'm sure that comes down to counter-stratting. I'm sure that comes down to very specific strategies that these teams want to run. So I cannot wait to find out what those strats actually look like.
That ace ban is certainly an interesting one. I'm looking at the main uses for an ace on Clubhouse. You're looking really at Jacuzzi Wall and you're looking at CCTV Wall. Ace, famously, not great at opening hatches. Me or the operator, to be fair. Takes 2 out of the 3 Selma charges. So ultimately, you're using 2/3 of your utility. You can only open 1 hatch. Just not great for it. You'd much rather have a Hibana. You'd much rather have Hard Breach utility. The Hard Breach gadget's the secondary choice. So, you know, not going to have too much of an impact on basement. You can open, there is the popular angle to open in sort of church wall at the bottom of main stairs, but again, Hibana can do that as well, if not better. So yeah, I'm looking towards them top 2 stats and I'm thinking, well, if you don't want the ace, you're forcing the thermite to breach those big walls, but then you may be making it a little bit easier for yourself to bandit trick, for example, because you can't have a Selma charge placed on both sides of the wall, so maybe that plays into it. But I just feel like in both positions that's reasonably easily dealt with. So we'll see as we progress, but I'm not sure if it'll be the most impactful.
Well, round 1, there is no primary hard breachers being brought by Team Liquid. Instead, it'll be 4 can openers. I'm going to guess those are held by, one is Paulu we see there, then it could be Maya or Lagonis, I think, are the other candidates for holding those can openers. Yeah, so we'll see. I'm not sure exactly who it is, but regardless, they're going to have a lot of that hard breach ability. Before they get to that, though, the roam clear is vital. They brought the Dokkaebi to try to deal with this. It's KZ on the top floor and 1 in kitchen. Already, they're going to call for it. Can they find Nade or Herds? They've got a bit of a crossfire. Nade finds the entry. Philippok's actually in the basement, the next one to go on down. And these trades keep on coming. There goes Maya, also going to fall on the roam clear, meaning that Herds has done his job. He's got the hatch wide open and will drop safely back to site. As soon as he feels like he's comfortable to do so, if he gets punished up here, he's in trouble. But I think now he will drop, and that is a successful roam from Furia.
Yeah, that's a great start from him. You know, you give us that fantastic number before we kicked off, Jesse. 90% of rounds where they get that entry, they go on and win the round. So that's the position that Furia are in now. 4 versus 3, they have the entry. Nade picking that one up. And now Liquid are scrambling a little bit. The good thing is they've still got Lagonis on the Monte, so they've still got all of their secondary hard breach for anything that they feel like they need to open. Kitchen hatch, for example, has already been open for them. But this is interesting. KZ's got himself a little bit trapped here. He's just going to have to fight his life because there's no way out of here without getting kills and resets moves in. That's really good from Liquid. It's simple stuff, but it's the sort of stuff that you see go wrong sometimes. We saw it only on the last map at the bottom of West Main. This time, Lagonis working fantastically with resets.
Lagonis on one of his favorite operators. We've already hyped up his Monty play enough if you watched our pre-game ramble, so we know how good he is here on the Monty. It's also a bomb site that Liquid are very, very comfortable at. 2 weeks ago, they played NIP on this map, and they attacked the basement 4 times in that game. They won it 3 out of those 4 rounds, so they feel very, very comfortable here. It's going to be a moto push. All 3 of their players stacked up around here. A rotate to the main stairs from the Grim as this execute gets underway.
The problem that Team Liquid have at the minute is that Furia know that this attack is coming from one angle at the minute. It's coming from one dimension, so they can just hold and just use those angles they've got, hold the position in blue and wait for the push to come in, and that's exactly what happens. JV92 unfortunately takes down Herds, but does manage to find resets. However, Palu is there with one of his own. Diffuser is down, and Liquid might just have managed to brute force their way in behind that shield and pick up around here potentially. Smart movement from Palu. You just also him ahead of you on your screen there. The silhouette heading up to that moto hatch. He's got himself above it. So now Lagonis sits inside. He feeds the intel, and then Palu is ready to pounce if he needs to from that moto hatch. This is almost unwinnable for Nade. It will take something spectacular from him, especially now that he's down to 7 seconds. Unwinnable almost. Palu closes it out. That was actually really nice from Liquid in the last half of that round.
Yeah, you know, you hit the nail on the head there when you said it was a very one-dimensional push coming through from Liquid, but it helps to get a second dimension from the enemy team. JV92 headshots his teammate in the back of the head. That'll do if you're looking for a second angle to help out to get yourself some kills. That team kill really is impactful because that puts you into the 2v3. That really starts to limit the numbers. And then the Monty as well, probably the best operator in the game if you're going to be going for linear pushes, because you can walk forward and, you know what, even if they're staring at the angle, they're not going to be able to do anything about you. So Team Liquid, whether that was intentional or whether they just got a little bit lucky from some misplays on the side of Furia, in any case, they did have responses to the fact that their push was linear. So really like that XQ from Liquid. Again, this is a bomb site that they're very proficient at attacking. Now through stage 2, they have an 80% win rate attacking down onto the basement. So for Furia, it will be interesting to see if they try to run that bomb site back. I expect to see it in round number 4, but if it doesn't go their way again in that rounds, then probably we won't be seeing the basement bomb site again.
No, and it's actually really interesting because normally we, think of Church and Arsenal as one of the strongest sites in the game, if not just on Clubhouse. But I'm just having a quick look, and the numbers for Brazil so far this stage, 52% win rate for the defenders. It's including that round, it's probably 50-50 now. And that's over 22 rounds played. So we've got a reasonable sample size there, and it's just not happening down in the basement here in Brazil. So they are going to come now to what is one of the strongest sites in Brazil, up to CCTV and Cash to try and hold on. But also, interestingly, with the entry on their side, Jesse, it still didn't happen for Furia.
No, it didn't. They're going to be hunting for that opening kill again. Might be a little tougher, as CCTV Cash can be a bomb site where it's hard to dictate the pace sometimes as the defense. No spawn peaks or anything to start off, as Furia sometimes like to do. Look at the wall open with no problems. There's no wall denial, of course, brought by Furia. Pretty rare on this site. Bandit's super common here. Mute can be really good. Keyd banned, but even still, there's other good options. So they'll let the wall get opened up, and I'm really looking to see what Team Liquid want to do on this push, because you look at their operator lineup, you see Kapitai, you see Monty. These are great operators for pushing rafters and taking garage control. But Maya actually moves over to strip, and a lot of their players seem to be positioning themselves maybe over towards more of a construction side take. It could just be a lurk from Maya, though. If they don't know his position, and Philippox doesn't seem to, this could be a free pick to start off the round.
Especially if they've picked him up on any droning or anything else. He's still going to be having a little wander around, and that was a little bit unfortunate for Maya there. As soon as that barricade opens, it's just the heads up that Philippox needs. There's another kill comes in at the same time, and Furia very quickly find themselves 3v5. Maya is just going to play his life down here now. He can do it. Doesn't really matter too much. Half of the round is gone. More than that, they've got themselves a couple of kills. Resets manages to pick him up, but his job is largely done down there.
And you'll lose another body as well. Herds from downside of garage will find resets, meaning this is now a 2v4. 2v3s, Palu takes down KZ, so that trades out the Rafters player. That does mean you have some garage control, but not really, because Herds is still down in the basement. It's a very weird Clubhouse CCTV attack, as these bottom floor players really want to come in, and they need to find Herds.
He's going to pick one up. Can he find the second? No, Palu manages to shut him down, but the damage is likely done. Palu now left in a 1v2. Does manage to collect the diffuser, but with 35 seconds left to go, it's going to be irrelevant. JV92, whether his own team or the other, he just can't stop clicking on heads. He's going to find that final kill. Furia level things up 1-1, and it just really didn't happen for Liquid there. And Jesse, I feel a little bit surprised by that. We've got the ace ban. Furia don't bring any wall denial. Do you think it was maybe open there for Liquid to just say, this could be really simple? Just get garage, get the breach open, and plant behind the servers?
Yeah, I mean, I really think a rush could have worked out. A server plant is tough because there is a player down below, and obviously that's what they tried to deal with on the side of Team Liquid. But even if you go inside of Cash, you get a couple of kills pushing up the red hall, you plant on top of the the little desk there. That could have worked out for Team Liquid. Regardless, they tried to map clear. They tried to get the roamer down below. It doesn't end up working for them. And Furia get the result that they're more used to with an opening pick. They convert it. They get that round win on the board. And they go back to the bomb site that Team Liquid have been so proficient with. However, we see our newest operator, and wouldn't you know it, it's Herds. You've guessed it correctly. Congratulations, Ace. Playing the Scopos, and he's going to be roaming up on that top floor with this brand new operator.
So what are we looking for here from Scopos? As I sort of described earlier, we've got one left in sight. One of the shells has been left in sight. That's just going to be locked down. Acting as a camera for the time being, if needs be. Any of the team can have a look at that camera. And what's going to happen is Herds is going to be out on the run. He's going to try and burn a bit of time, pick up a kill if he can. The important thing is keep himself alive in that process, because he now has the option to be back in that site within about 3 or 4 seconds. All he needs to do is shut down that shell and switch across to the other, and bang, he's instantly back in sight. He's back there safely. He doesn't have to go through a process of finding his way back through the map, navigating. He is going to get drawn. So again, you see, the danger comes along and Herds is out of there. You know what? I've been drawn. It doesn't work out. I'm gone. And that's a great example of, I think, how we're going to see Scopos used by the pros.
Herd's a big Cameraman fan. That is exactly where Cameraman put his Scopos clone a couple of days ago in the North American League, and it actually delayed a lot of time, because if you don't deal with this clone, if you don't set up a Claymore or destroy it in some way, shape, or form, there's the Claymore, he's going to just come back to life and flank you later into that round. So they'll set up the Claymores. This should be a free kill if Herds ever swaps back to it. Herds probably expecting that. He knows he got droned. He's not going to think that Team Liquid didn't set something up, some kind of a trap for him. So I doubt he does flick back to it, but you've eliminated that threat now. You know Herds is not going to go back up to that top floor, go for a flank, be dangerous. It wastes a little bit of utility on the side of Team Liquid, but I do think they dealt with it pretty fast, and they should be feeling very, very comfortable to go for this 5v5 execute. No more roamers up on the board for Furia.
Yeah, halfway through the round, Liquid can now start thinking about site directly. MIBR is going to drop onto the mid floor as the buck. He's going to now start opening up those vertical angles, as we see. Nitro, I always love that Nitro. Just get it in hand as well. That's a little tip you can take away for your ranked games. If you're planning on throwing a Nitro over a wall or something, try and have it pre-ripped. Try and have it prepped, because they don't get that sound cue then that it's going to be coming. So it can be a real nice or nasty surprise for them.
So where's this push coming down? Well, it could be Dirt Tunnel based on where Lagonis was running to previously. They were droning, of course, inside of blue. That's going to be critical. They've got the buck over here onto Dirt. It is soft, so that's going to be opening up the angle for Lagonis. He has Diffuse Kit, so if he goes down, this could be a terrible start to the round, but he's so powerful in this confined space.
Just going to have the Legion deploying goo mines there. MIBR manages to deal with JV92. That's really going to open up the path now for Lagonis. But look at the work that these goo mines are doing at the minute. They're just so well positioned in every angle that this push is coming from. But what a shot from Nesk as he comes around the corner and slams Herds. But KZ for Leapox, they manage to keep things level here for Furia. It's back for back for back as it's 2v2. Lagonis is putting the diffuser down. Can they stop it? No! The cover is there from Palu. He's managed to hold on to above, and right now he knows Felipox has to come and challenge, but Felipox wins it out. Unreal fight up the stairs from Felipox. He can go and disable that diffuser. What a play from Furia. It looked like it should be Liquid's round.
Never in a million years am I picking Felipox to win that clutch. My God, all the positioning favoring Team Liquid. They had the top floor control. They had the vertical angles. I thought it was done and dusted as soon as the Azami died, because when Nade went down, that meant that there was nobody else to stop that plant. It's on the ground. They had the positioning. I thought the cover was too good from Palu, but not to be. Well done by Felipox, the IGL of Furia. He's at a bit of a rough stage. He's only putting up about a 0.8 KD ratio, the worst on his team, but he's such a reliable player. He can be so difficult to predict, and when you need him to pop off, he can be absolutely phenomenal, as all these players on Furia can be. 5-2 now throughout this game. He has been miraculous, and of course that round will be his crown jewel so far.
Absolutely fantastic stuff from him. Straight away, Palu knew that the challenge was coming. I think Palu was just trying to get ahead of it. He knew that Felipox had to come upstairs, and I would guess Felipox was probably half a second ahead of where Palu thought he was going to be. I think he was hoping to just catch him coming round the corner of that platform on stairs, and then it's a free kill. But Felipox, the speed of his decision to think, I have to get upstairs here, that's where they're holding it from, and he just moved immediately. Great stuff from him to win out the round for Furia, so that gives them an advantage on the defensive clubhouse here, and we're going to see them move on now to gym and bedroom.
Alrighty, well, explosive round there will give Furia the lead. Finally shut down that win rate that Team Liquid have on the basement too, so that bomb site will be locked until round number 6 when Furia can give it another go. Up here on the top floor, it's a new bomb site for the day. Of course, gym and bedroom can be very strong. That cache extension, always what we're focusing on at the start here. No wall denial once again being brought on the side of Furia, so Resets should have a pretty easy time opening up this first CC wall, and indeed he'll be working on that now. There's going to be some players extending over towards that side of the map, though. They've got the cutoff if anybody tries to run in through construction, but it can be tough sometimes, especially with the Azami on the board, to stop a player from rotating all the way across of that. Moving over to Jacuzzi Wall instead, it looks like they're not actually fully focused on the cache extension. It looks like they're going to open up the wall and then maybe ignore it. Maybe a late lurk to try to deny anybody getting on the CC window. But the brunt of this push from Team Liquid appears to be more direct. It's going to be coming in through Jacuzzi. It's going to be coming in through logistics.
Yeah, just opening up that hatch and just clearing out any potential utility underneath. Palu's been holding this angle for a long time. I think just hoping to, you know, pick up a bit of movement, maybe catch somebody on a rotate, get that nice opening pick that Liquid have been struggling to attain so far. Furia, they're quite happy in their positions at this point. Felipox, once again, he's just playing that slippery position out on the roam. We saw him, you know, have some success there for the CCTV round. He's looking to do the same again. Maybe just play from underneath and see what he can deliver late in the round. It is possible on Sentry that he has got one of those nitros in pocket. I think he will have, looking across the lineup. He definitely will have. So he's looking for that. Felipox there with the nitro, manages to get the kill. JV92, there's 1-for-1 as Palu again. He's having a great game and he steps up and he keeps Liquid in this. And how about that? The kills come in from the windows, and all of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, Liquid managed to get that successful attack and level things up 2-2.
Palu, one of those players that just thrives in the chaos. You know, all eyes were focused towards Jacuzzi. Everybody was worried about what is this Blitz doing running into the breach, and he certainly was a problem. But Palu in construction was the real big threat. Yeah, maybe he sat on rappel for the majority of that round, but when he got into the building, my God, he had an impact. Capitalizing perfectly off of the attention being drawn from the rest of his teammates, keeps this game even, keeps this in a 2v2. You love to see it come out from Palu, who now sits himself 9-2, 9 kills through four rounds, averaging over 2 kills every single round. If he keeps that up, I'm gonna just say the Team Liquid win this round, or win this map.
And I think, you know, that's the thing that Liquid have done so well on the play days, you know, that I've covered so far, has been that they've had this standout player or two that's just been able to keep them ahead and just apply a lot of pressure to the other team. And today it's Palu's turn, and it's going fantastically well for them. So Furia, they're going to head themselves back to CCTV and cash this time, and we will see whether Liquid can break them down, whether they go for that maybe more sort of quote-unquote usual push, get that breach open, clear underneath, get some lounge control, get catwalk control, and then push forward from there.
Yeah, we'll see what the focus is for Team Liquid. Just because that player inside of Bar dealt so much damage to them previously, it was such a problem, and I think KZ, Herds, they're still going to be roaming around that main floor, so it wouldn't surprise me if Team Liquid, if they want to kind of ignore that, if they want to leave it be, just because it can be so dangerous. Herds is bottom garage, so if they want rafters, they're going to have to deal with him at some point. There's also a bandit for the first time being brought in this game, which means tricking is very much a process. You often think, oh, Maverick, he'll counter a bandit, but sometimes those C4s can be so deadly to Mavericks. It's a risky proposition. They get it open now. The angle gets opened up, and nobody is trying to bandit trick here. Felipox knows better than to attempt that, so they'll scare him away. The EMPs will come on out, and they should be able to get this wall open with enough time. Those bandit batteries, I believe, have now been shot off of the wall. Nah, he's going to be going for them now, maybe? Yeah, they'll open the wall here with the exothermic charge. So no problems here. Fully being covered. This wall should get opened once again with no issues.
Yeah, just the thermite there again. Smart play from Palu there, flipping himself around right way. If you're not aware, maybe you've not seen it. Depends which way the exothermic is put on the wall as to the depth of the opening. So had he done it whilst he was upside down, it would have only opened to basically where the Maverick lines were, and it kind of leaves it as a bit of a vault. You know, you've got to go in there. It creates an animation. So much better from him to do it that way and just make sure that the wall is completely cleanly opened. I would expect at this point, and they are able to push in through there if they want to, but it looks at the minute like Liquid have made a bit of a switch up here. They've got that breach open, and now they're going to be looking to pressure construction side, and I like this. Give Furia something to think about, mix it up, get multiple angles, especially when you're pushing in with a Monty from construction side. It's really going to make it difficult for Furia to play in that space inside of Cash here, but where do they rotate? Past the breach that's opened? Very, very tough for them now.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult, but of course it is very telegraphed. They know that all 4 players, except for the exception of Paul Lu, I believe, are over here. Resets moves to the main breach now. This Kiva barrier is trying to keep the Monty out. If they could just stall this out, this might be a very low time push, which will not favor Team Liquid.
They need the Monty of Lagonis now to start pushing his way in before they lose any bodies here, Liquid, you feel. They just need to displace a couple of these, but if you want to rely on anybody for a shot, it's going to be Nesk, and that's why Lagonis is struggling to get in. They haven't dealt with the roamers underneath, and KZ, he's going to come up. Trump's managing to find that first kill. Herds, he manages to pick up Meyer, and it's all falling apart for Liquid right now as one kill after another rains in. Everybody on the side of Furia gets in on the action, and Liquid's inability to deal with the players underneath has cost them again.
The reason why Herds is considered one of, if not the best player in the world, is because not only does he have ridiculous aim, not only is he very, very good mechanically, but he's also so aware of what he needs to be doing at any specific point in time, whether that's getting the vertical kill from down below, running out from bottom garage. He's always active. He's always moving. He's never afraid. Right? He's so willing to make those moves happen. That kill, of course, huge from him to be able to take down the breach player, relieve that back pressure, but also get that opening kill on Nesk, stop them from actually pushing in through that con door. He's all over the place. He's so hard to predict, and that's what makes him so talented. So love seeing that from Herds. Again, a little telegraph from Team Liquid. It was very obvious what they wanted to do, pushing through the construction side with that Monty. Not a bad push by any means, but sometimes when you're obvious like that, you get stuffed. It really just comes down to winning your ones and finding some way to force your way into the bomb site. They couldn't do that. I don't think they had a Ying. They didn't have a Grim. They had the Capitao, but it didn't really feel like it came into effect there. So struggling to get into sight, but I really like that play from Herds. Just so difficult to predict.
We're going to see our final defensive round then back in Church and Arsenal. Of course, this came down last time to a 1v2 for Philippox, which he successfully won. Was able to take out Palu on the upper floor to give himself the opportunity to disable the diffuser that had been activated down inside his site. Lagonis having a lot of success with the Blitz last time on getting in, but this time he's not going to be bringing the shield. So it's going to be a little bit different from Liquid, I would expect.
KZ, he's fishing, doesn't find anybody outside just yet. Again, the K1A, no Boss G being brought out by KZ, so that does limit his range to an extent. You wouldn't expect the shotgun to be the gun with the extra range, but it is. You can go very, very far, and now Nesk seems to know that there's somebody lurking up here around the top floor. Of course, he's got a ways to go. That logic bomb could be hugely problematic, but if he's whipping shots like that, it may not matter anyways. KZ trying to make his escape and will get caught by Palu on the window. Beautifully done. That's exactly why you bring Dokkaebi on rounds like these.
Yeah, really nicely done from Liquid there. Information just communicated quickly, and Palu with a clean opportunity just to prevent KZ getting back to site. And it's the Vigil as well. It's not the biggest loss in terms of Fury, but I often say about the Vigil, the power of that operator is in wasting time and getting kills. They don't really contribute anything else to the team directly. So in not being able to do that, dying before the halfway mark, not getting any kills, it's tough for him. Liquid, they get in, manage to get the trade onto Herds, who took Palu down. That will lose them some of those calls, potentially at least one I would expect. One had already been used, so the second one should now be unavailable, and that is going to leave us 4 versus 3 with Liquid positioning themselves. Bit of work to do now, Jesse, for stage 2 to 3 transition, now clearing utility and getting ready for that diffuser going down.
Exactly, and I don't think Paulu's too upset dying there. He did his job. Both the roamers taken care of. That's all you really care about as the Dokkaebi. Now they've got a man advantage. They're going to be focused in towards blue, it appears. Nesk over to Oil Pit as well. And then it could be a kitchen drop as far as this defuse kit goes. Lagonis still has some options. I don't expect he's going to walk down the main stairs, but Moto is an option for him, a little bit scary. He's actually currently in blue. It's rare to see the defuse kit come this way just because there's no great plant spot, but I mean, it's not completely unheard of. If he wants to push this way and his teammates gets kills, it is a possibility.
Yeah, they just need to clear out this player on the door if they can get that, but it's too easy for Nade. He just sits in behind the generator and gets one. However, Resets is there ready for the trade, and it's this man once again. We've already seen a 1v2. Can he go one better with a 1v3? He's going to drop out the Toxic Babe canister. That's going to force Lagonis on into sight, but he'll wish that he hadn't as Lagonis whips around, takes his head off, and this time there will be no clutch for Philippox, and Liquid level it up 3-3 at the half, and what a start we've got on Clubhouse.
Before this game, Herds was interviewed about Team Liquid, and he said, and I quote, that Lagonis was raw skill-wise by far the best player on Team Liquid. And I don't know if I would agree with that. I don't know if I would say he's the best player raw skill-wise on Team Liquid, but he certainly can step up when it matters. And that's the key thing, right? Yes, you've got your hard bridge player with the fuse kit pushing blue. That's often not where you see those players trying to push. But at the end of the day, if you're just flooding all of your players in one angle, that can be really effective when you know you have the man count advantage. All they really wanted to do was get in and trade gunfights. They knew that they had the numbers. They sent one player, it was Resets, down inside of Moto to try to get that pinch. Everybody else was really focused on taking control of blue. They got Nate out of that situation. Yes, he got an opening kill, but the trades were so good. And when your hard support player, when Lagonis, who previous to that round was 0-4, is capable of bringing up his gun, capable of getting that trade, he's not solely focused on getting the plant down. That's exactly the type of push that can work out so well.
Really good stuff from. I feel like maybe, Jesse, there was a little bit of a lack of intel potentially on the side of Furia, or maybe, I don't know, the chaos just kind of got to them a little bit, because you've got Nade, for example, running out of blue into the open arms of Reset stood in Moto, and it was kind of as if they didn't really know that was going on.
No, I do think that, like, they didn't expect the extra Moto pressure. It's difficult in the chaos, especially when you're in a man disadvantage. You just don't have all of the information to watch for that. So, you know, it is what it is. I think it's a good push from Team Liquid. Furia aren't going to be too upset by getting 3 defensive rounds in the first half. They might be upset about losing Nade right off the rip, because that is typically your primary hard breach. I don't know if he was the one who brought the can openers. They still have the thermite as well, but I believe he just got bandit tricked because he only has one in his pocket. Unless he opened something before I noticed on the round, they really could be short on hard breach on the side of Furia, and we've not even gotten 60 seconds into this game.
Yeah, the only other potential spot you'd expect to maybe be open would be, you know, lower garage or somewhere like that. But Palu deals with Philippox fantastically well. And let's not forget, this is a basement defense here. Liquid are absolutely slaying up on the top floor. They will not be moved right now. And the thing that does is buy them the flexibility. It buys them the freedom to leave players out here on the roam. Herds does manage to find one. It's a beauty of a shot onto Lagonis, but Resets, he gets one elsewhere for JV92. And Liquid just keep themselves in the lead here. And they've got the freedom of the map right now.
Wow. And we're just done like that. In an instant, the roam game crushes Team Furia in that attack. Really good stuff coming out. Nesk obviously playing great. Lagonis playing great. Everybody stepping up and having big impact out on that roam. Not your most traditional defense on the basement of Clubhouse, where basically every kill comes out on the top floor. But you know what? It gets the job done. We saw some of that Monty play from Philippox, not really being able to make that space that you kind of want to have from a Monty. And that, again, maybe shows the bit of a gap. We talk about Lagonis as one of the best shield players in the world. I don't think Philippox is a bad Monty by any means, but like, I don't know if Lagonis would have walked in and taken that early death in the same way that Philippox did. Obviously, they were already in a numbers disadvantage. They had to make something work, but sometimes with the Monty, it's better to just back up, reconsider your entry point, and that just really wasn't what Philippox decided to do there. So ultimately, that will be a chaotic first round on the defense. Is the way Team Liquid like to run it, but game is not over. Furia, they can kind of brush that round aside as, you know what, that's a heavy roam game. We lost all of our gunfights. We're not too concerned just yet. The next time they go to the basement, they can push in a different direction. They can sight hit. There might not even be a roam. So overall, I'm not concerned. But I mean, just brilliant gunplay from Team Liquid in that round.
I was just watching the attacking team lineup there closely because, of course, they've got the Maverick there, but they didn't have any sort of soft breach to complement that. They don't have a main hard breacher, you know, a Thermite or Hibana. So I thought, well, okay, you open the wall with the Maverick. That's not a major problem. But without the soft breach, that would have been potentially an issue because you best would have had to shoot the wall out, you know, with a lot of ammunition. But as it is, KZ did make the late switch with a couple seconds left to go over to the Ash. But it makes him important in the early phases at least here because they're going to need him to be able to breach that bit of the wall that is left over, because once you've got the reinforcement off, you certainly don't want to be sending anybody up there with a soft breach gadget, for example.
Dodging the C4, that is your goal as a Maverick. You never want to go down early to those nitro cells, and thankfully that was the only nitro cell being brought by Team Liquid. So the Maverick will survive, and JV92 surviving with a DMR at that. Not the most common pick for Maverick's primary weapon, but I am not one to question the second highest fragger in the league, so JV92 can do what he wishes. I trust him with my life. So he can bring that gun and try to find some great success with it. Can be a very powerful weapon, especially if he can get some kills through the Maverick holes. At the moment, Furia will enter in through the bottom floor. Team Liquid don't have any extension down here. They likely have some players over towards Master. They likely have extended that direction rather than extending downwards. And certainly we see a player running into construction now, so they have some kind of pressure. There's your outline. I believe that might be Lagonis roaming up over there just based on the operator outline, but it'll be Maya who opens things up with a big kill onto JV92.
Liquid are looking great on defense here so far. Nesk still able to keep himself safe up on the top of Catwalk, being supported as well. We now have Nade down outside, and Nesk so far has been one of our top as army players in the Brazil region. He's only behind Souls and Stemp in terms of time spent on the operator, so definitely a good level of comfort for him out there, being able to keep himself alive. Wrong way, Palu! He has a little look out of the breach, and he's quite frankly very lucky to get away with his life there. KZ could not find the shots that he needed to take down the Maestro, and meanwhile Nade has been collected, so that at least brings Furia back to a force of 4. It's going to be Felipox just trying to work that opposite side, but again easily dealt with on that shield as Lagonis is there, and not only does he deal with the shield, he drops the diffuser as well, and Lagonis, he's going to keep on fighting. He's going to find himself another, and with 20 seconds left to go, Furia are in serious trouble here. Nade manages to get up and pick up that diffuser, but he's going to be going against the full health Lagonis with only 20 HP himself. This is going to be a big ask, and there it is. 3k for Lagonis, flawless round for Liquid, and they are in the driving seat now. They're on defense.
So last round I mentioned that, you know, Felipox is not a bad Monty player, but maybe Lagonis is a little bit better on that operator. I'd like to revise that statement. You can't be walking down a staircase as Monty. That's like his one weakness. The most broken attacker in the game at the moment. Only weak to stairs. You push down staircase and you die to the shield master himself. This is going to be a bit of a problem. If Furia cannot find a way to utilize this Monty to get themselves going on the attack, they're going to be at a massive disadvantage. These shields were used so well by Team Liquid on their own attacks. Now for them to be able to counter these shields so expertly, it really does cause some concern for Furia, because if you can't utilize the strongest operator on attack right now, you're not going to have a good time attacking, especially on a map like Clubhouse where Monty can be so powerful. I predicted that Furia would ban the Monty. They didn't. They clearly felt confident in their own ability to utilize it. But so far, through 2 rounds, we have not seen that at all coming out of Felipox.
No, like you say, poor decision making, really. I believe at the time Furia had players, or at least a player in construction as well. You know, so the option was certainly there. Felipox had diffuser in hand. He wasn't trying to collect anything. He didn't have to go in that direction. Could have extended his shield and just backed his way up through Master Bedroom into construction, where his team at least was waiting for him. But yeah, strange choice there from Felipox. Sees himself taken down, and then the rest of the round crumbles because everybody then has to prioritise trying to get that diffuser back. And Lagonis just plants his feet and plays it beautifully. Gets himself a 3k, and Team Liquid, they come away now 5-3 in the lead. They've got themselves some breathing space, and they move on to Gym and Bedroom.
He'll stick it, and Nade will stick the Collie as well. So we got some fun operators coming on out here. Maya decides he doesn't want to do anything with that window. It will barricade it back up. Fair enough. It is going to be a pretty heavy roam down below. Lagonis on the main floor, Nesk all the way down in the basement. Not often that you see two players roaming on the bottom floor. I do wonder how long Lagonis will stick down here. He might just be setting up cameras, but he also could play around here. If you're not extending towards cash, then playing basement can be really powerful, especially if you've got 2 C4s. And Liquid have double that. They got 4 C4s spread across their 5 operators. It's going to be only Maya who doesn't have access to that secondary utility. So they clearly want to play below with these Valkyrie cameras. That's going to mean the bed plant spot will be extra powerful. It's going to be vital as this push starts to develop that Team Liquid can deny that bed plant spot, because that is the only spot right now they can't deny with a C4.
My question as well is, of course, you know, Furia, I feel like we've seen them slip on intel a little bit once or twice. You know, is the recognition going to be there as to, right, there's potentially 4 nitros on side, bed is going to have to be the location? You know, is that something that's going to come to the forefront of their mind? But they have to get into a planting position in order to do that, and that's not something they've been able to achieve so far. Nitro goes out unsuccessfully, but Lagonis, look at him go. He picks up where he left off, manages to take down Nid. That's the Carly gone, and that can be a big loss for Furia. Just having that Carly as a defender, sometimes there's an element of fear. You don't want to move past windows, you don't want to expose yourself at all. You're always worried about the rotation because it's just a one shot down. Such a quick mistake to be punished, but the Carly gone.
Lagonis playing with such confidence, something we talked about in the last game. Another opportunity to equalize the man count, but KZ can't hit the shot. Another interesting second primary weapon being brought now by Furia. This time it's KZ on the buck. We'll see what they can do with this. I really do think that this is going to be a tough round to try to get in on. They could also plant maybe in through Logi. There's a bit of a hard floor there, so they maybe have a secondary option. But if they can't get these kills, I mean, they're going to be so pressed to actually get in and start the plant. You might be quite a ways away from that. Nesk will make it even harder. Palu lands another C4 on the Philippox, and it's all falling apart, Ace.
The confidence that Liquid are playing with right now is absolutely phenomenal. KZ manages to pick up one onto Maya, but at this point, it's likely to be impactless. He's just taking pot shots at, you know, where the calls have come from. He knows that there's one on stairs, but Nesk isn't going to overextend here. He knows he doesn't need to. 20 seconds left to go. KZ just trying to find anything. Cut down by Lagonis at the end, and another comfortable round for Liquid. But I was just touching on the confidence that Liquid are playing with. When a nade gets thrown at you, there's 2 things you can do. You can run away from it, or as Nesk showed, you can run towards it. He runs towards it and past it, knowing that the peak is going to come. That's why you throw nades now. They can't be cooked anymore. So you throw them into a space. There's 4-second fuse on it after it hits the wall, so you know that the player is going to have to move somewhere. So you peek it, you wait for them to move, you take your shot. Nesk ran over the train that was heading in his direction. He just ran towards it and took him down off the window. Absolutely beautiful stuff.
And I noticed after Herds had died, there were at least 2 Valkyrie cameras that were still up on the defense. Around the top floor as well. So very easy to spot out from up above. Sometimes even if you spot them, it's hard to deal with those cameras. But I mean, they had an IQ from Herds. They weren't able to deal with that. The C4s were deadly. That's how their shield player died once again with that nitro cell. And of course, I would imagine that Lagonis' early kill came off a run out, and that likely came off a Valcam intel as well. Maybe not, but we're making some assumptions here. And so I felt like that information advantage was heavily in the favor of Liquid. They capitalized on it perfectly, and there was no counterplay whatsoever from Furia. They have lost all 3 attacks thus far this game. They have yet to find even one, and they're going to need to claw back all 3 in a row, with Team Liquid having almost every site available to them throughout these next 3 rounds. This is a tough comeback to ace, but it wouldn't be the toughest one that we've seen today.
No, it certainly wouldn't. Vivo Keyd stars, of course, showing us that it is definitely possible, going 6 rounds in a row to overturn a 5-1 first half. Oh, sometimes we just see so much more than the players. Lagonis there, we'll never know how close he came. It's interesting. We actually, Des and I cast the game with Doki during the Manchester Major, and that was one of the things that he picked up on. He was always really excited by it. He'd be like, oh my God. And he said, as a player, you just don't realize how often those things happen, where you just come so close to people like that.
Yeah, that's what happens in a game with so many soft walls, soft floors, a lot of opportunities, but you just can't know, right? So it is what it is. Not going to feel too bad about missing out on that. Still makes it back to site with his life. It's going to be a 5v5 anchor hold then from Team Liquid to try to close out this game with a 7-3 scoreline, giving Furia all the opportunities to rip up these floorboards, work on the hatches, find an angle. Will make the Damos somewhat limited in terms of what it can do. Damos can be really good in a post plant, can be really good when you're pushing the site, but I think it's strongest on the roam clear. Since there's no roamers to really clear, Team Liquid have all fallen back. You might be losing out on some of that utility, of course. They will be pushing down the main stairs, trying to deal with some of this shields. There's no mirror windows, because of course you got banned out, but still you can find a lot of value out of this Ashe. With a minute 22, I'm expecting this push to come pretty late. They've got all the opportunities in the world to choose where they want to execute from. Dirt Tunnel will be an option. They've got a lot of hard breach, still 2 can openers being held in the pockets of either Nate or Philippox or Herds. It's Philippox. So there's a lot of opportunities here, but Herd's already in the main stairs. He's a little ahead of the rest of his team. He doesn't get punished, and he almost kills Paulu, but that could have been a disaster.
Yeah, Paulu really not giving up on that fight there. He's down to 4 HP and playing on the Echo. That could be a crucial operator late in the round, but Resets, he manages to get a beautiful peek onto Herds. However, Maya was lost along the way, and those are the smoke canisters gone. Could be a big loss. 3 versus 3 as Ness manages to find KZ in blue, and Liquid are doing a good job of holding on all around here. Can they get more value out of the Monty this time? Absolutely not. Lagonis, he manages to shut him down, but the diffuser has been planted. 3 versus 2 though. Liquid have the numbers here. They need to find these kills though, and they need to find them quickly. And with the Demos on side, there is the potential for JV92 to have a little look, see if there's anybody he can track, just make this a little bit more difficult. But right now, Furia could just do with getting above maybe one of them if they could. JV92 cut down. There's the last man. Liquid managed to find their way back. It's now a simple job of disabling the diffuser, and honestly, it is a story largely of Liquid winning gunfights and Furia not making the most of their utility, whether that be IQ, whether that be Monty, and Liquid have taken full advantage of that for a fantastic win on Clubhouse.
Let this be a lesson to all future teams. You need to ban Monty against Team Liquid, and especially against Lagonis. Not only was he powerful on that operator on his own attacks, but on defense, so consistently shutting it down. You watched how he moved inside of blue to find the back of Philippox, shut down that Monty play. Maybe it wasn't the biggest factor in that final round, but it was so consistent in every single Furia attack that Monty was getting countered, and very often it was Lagonis that was finding that killing blow. So expertly played by Team Liquid. The streak continues. That'll be the 4th matchup in a row where Team Liquid take down this Furia / W7M core, extending their streak to over a year still. Very impressive stuff. I'm sure they're going to be super hyped about this win.
Yeah, they certainly are the thorn in their side at the minute, aren't they? They just cannot get that win over Liquid. But as well, I'm sure going to be a lot of Liquid fans now starting to get excited with this roster. They really are starting to put some performances together. They're looking great here in the region. They're climbing the table. They are certainly looking towards getting themselves into a really strong position come the playoffs.
No, absolutely. We love seeing that coming out of Team Liquid. Even on that basement bomb site, you can compare round 7 and rounds 10, right? The same bomb site from Liquid, but they played it so differently. And I think that really shows the depth of strategy from Team Liquid. They're such an experienced team. They're such an old team in terms of just how long the core of Paulu, Nesk, and even at this point, Resets and Lagonis have been together as a squad. They have so many strats. They have so many ways they can play the different bomb sites. And so the first round, they go crazy on the roam. They play inside of Cache. They get a bunch of kills on the roam. They go back to the same bomb site, immediately falling back to site, and they play it just as well. They look so good. Yes, they allow that plant, which is rare from Team Liquid, by the way. They very rarely allow their opponents to plant when Liquid are on the defense. But it doesn't matter because the post plant is so good. They focus up and they isolate those attackers, and they manage to get those kills, whether it's the Monty, whether it's the players up above. They isolate them, they find the frags, and from there forward, they're just able to collapse further and win that round in the post plant. So yeah, beautifully done, of course, by Team Liquid. Their attacks, I think, were good as well. I mean, I didn't see anything that was like a big problem. I think Furia had some strong defenses. We see these plays from Herds coming on out. We see a lot of good moves coming out from Philippox on the defense. But at the end of the day, I mean, a 3-3 half, nobody's too upset about that. It's really the second half where Team Liquid moved to defense and Furia moved to attack that everything came crumbling down for the world champions.
Yeah, like you say, I think ultimately, I mean, Furia, again, you look at the map and Furia are one of the best teams that we've seen on there, but it just seems like, you know, all these strengths that they've had previously as world champions just seem to be falling apart one after another. But it was a good win for Team Liquid, I believe. As you can see there, just the celebrations going up from the team as they get that secured. It puts them top of the table. I believe that they're up there now on 12 points, which will put them ahead. And, you know, it's just... They just need to continue pushing forward now. That's the position that they are in. So, Liquid, they take a good win against Furia. And with that, we, of course, have got a little interview lined up for you. So we can head on back over to the desk and they will get a little bit more of that inside information for us.
Well, thank you, Ace. Thank you, Jesse. Another good one and a matchup that Liquid more than happy to come out on top against Furia. So we're not going to waste any time and we'll bring in Lagonis, have a quick chat after that victory. Lagonis, bada bangs, congratulations after that win. How does it feel being out the other side, taking the win over one of your big rivals?
Yeah, feels amazing. Like we did a really good job today, so I'm so happy. And yeah, we are keeping getting better as a team.
All right, Lagoatness, I got to give you that name. You were playing phenomenal today. I got to commend you. I mean, when we were watching those attack halves, even on the defensive side, you guys were constantly changing the tempo. Sometimes you were getting really aggressive. Sometimes you're getting really passive. Now, is that you kind of leading the troops in doing that? Or is that kind of everyone feeding that information to you and then you kind of then implementing that and setting the team up for success?
So everyone like helps each other. Like right now I'm doing a role that I can play more free around the map. So we change a little bit some things. That's very nice. So I can communicate much more. So help a lot of helping more the team. So it was not something planned, but I think the main thing on defense for our part was that they lost a little bit of focus on their attack, you know? They were doing some strange things like keeping the default cam open, like on the Jacuzzi side, you know, doing a garage take on cash bomb site, TV bomb site. So yeah, it was a little bit strange. I think they feel a little bit nervous during the match because it's a lot of pressure, like representing Furia right now. And yeah, so that's my opinion.
Well, I mean, you guys were exuding confidence, and I think a 7-3 to finish, I mean, definitely goes to show you guys came here prepared and ready to take it to them.
Yeah.
Well, tell me a little bit about about your shield play on the attacking side, because it's not something that we see all the time on Clubhouse. We saw the Monty and the Blitz from you. What was the mentality behind all that?
So the mentality around the shields, like I love playing shields because as I IGL I can communicate a lot and like just keep walking. That's very good. So sometimes it's hard to concentrate on my aim and like talking a lot at the same time. So it's difficult. And it's so OP, right? So it's a very strong operator, like playing with shields. Today, in my opinion, I don't play well with shields, but I'm happy because in the other play days I play very nice, but today was not the day for the shields. For our team and for their team, like everyone plays bad as a shield today. But yeah, we are keeping finding what's good for us, and I'm happy that we won.
Amazing, Lagonis. Well, finally, I mean, moving forward to the rest of this stage, of course, you guys had a good performance in Manchester considering a not so good performance in stage 1. Now, stage 2 is looking a lot better. Do you guys think this feels like it's setting up towards better international results at the major soon enough?
Yeah, for sure. I think like as we see Beast Coast, Cloud9, Beast Coast right now, like they won the North America League, the first stage, and they won the major. So I hope like we can do a better stage and do better in major. So I think it's consequences, you know, like if you do well in your region, like probably outside you're gonna do well too. So yeah, we are getting stronger like as a group, and as I told you before, like we need to keep improving.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much, Lagonis. Congratulations again, and we'll talk to you later.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Well, another big win for Liquid, and especially considering the chip that you know Furia has on their shoulder coming into this matchup. Liquid take them out of the major. They win again here in stage 2, and it continues to look like Liquid might just be the team to beat right now in this group stage.
Yeah, I mean, they came actually really close to beating E1. It really just came down to small fundamental errors, small mistakes that really costed them that game. But I mean, yeah, this is what I thought maybe we were going to see from them. I mean, Liquid has just been improving. I said it from the get-go. The teams, the foundation, how they're playing just is night and day difference compared to what we saw from the first stage. And obviously, you know, I think that LCQ run is what really has elevated this team and really pulled them all together of saying, hey, we need to get our heads out of our asses. We need to focus up. We need to be playing at the level that we need to be at. And like I said, we have seen nothing but consistency and improvement across the board, and especially from Palu, once again, Resets, Lagonis, Nest, Maya, all of them, regardless where you see them on the stand, they all are so pivotal in these rounds to lead a successful charge into this 7-3.
Well, I think the stats really exuding that today as well, because we talked so much about Maya coming into the game actually at the bottom of the leaderboard there this time, but somebody else, guess who, but Palu steps up to make it happen for Liquid. Everyone on this team, Laxing, seems like any given day, they can be that #1 guy. They can be the major contributor, that MVP to carry the team over the line.
And that's a championship winning roster right there, is when all 5 players can step out at any given moment, regardless if one player is getting a little more praise than the other, or one person might be popping off more than the other. The fact is, all 5 of these players can pop off at any given moment. And it's even more important that Palu and Nest, being the old heads, that they can sit back. They can let these new guys flourish and play into their roles and play into their just plays as well. But again, to be old heads, to still be performing, to still be putting up numbers, it keeps that balance, that equilibrium of what Liquid has going for them.
Luminosity, Liquid. I mean,
there's a lot of L's. There's a lot of L's.
A lot of L's out there, but not an L today for Liquid. A big old W in the win column, which puts them at the top of the standings for now. Another team looking to take that top spot is E1, and it will be E1 against Fluxo coming up next.
Hates desce na maluquice, acaba caindo também do outro lado, JV. 2x2, dramático esse round, Retalha. Cara, quem será que leva? Olha o plant. Casey vem do outro lado para surpreender, quase que toma no shift. Ele ainda pode buscar, trocou do outro lado para garantir a eliminação. Buscou 1 a 1 jogadores. Fúria leva o jogo, Retalha.
Tá tudo igual. Souls, PM lançada. Vai desligar as Fnets. Vai conseguir a passagem. Vem pra cima. No 7 a 1, ele derruba mais um. Hates também cai. Olha a... Clã chegando pra tentar fechar o jogo. Souls começa a plantar. Lenda, C4 que pega o KDS, mas o Souls consegue plantar. Vamos ver o Lenda na movimentação. Souls consegue derrubar o Stamp de vez. Lenda sozinho, contra Souls e Cyber. A bala pega, o Lenda vai conseguir levantar o Hornet, vai ter jogo. Vai ter jogo, Cyber tá ligeiro. Vamos ver. Abertura no strafe de informação, 25 segundos no relógio. Lenda vem pra passagem. Na calma, strafe de informação, ele cai incapacitado. Hornet ainda tá vivo e na dosada ele pega. Marcação acontecendo. Raps vem pra cima, bang lançada, viu o jogador, consegue punir. O jogador tá cego, olha a abertura. Bala do Dodês, mesmo cego ele consegue eliminação. Vem o prefire do Mitrix, consegue puxar pro V.
Isso, Mitrix! Que
não é só careca que tá em dia, a mira também tá! Que balaço do homem!
Tá brilhando!
A beautiful stadium in Aracaju, northeast coast of Brazil. A look at some of the sights. A beautiful drone shot over a bridge here. Laxing, truly, I feel like it's hard to just sit here, you know, in your room, doing some good analysis work, sure. When you just see in this beautiful landscape, you're just like, could I go there, please? Could we just get on a plane and go?
Yeah, it's a little bit of torture. I mean, going through all these days of Brazil, they're always showing somewhere beautiful in Brazil. And I'm just like, I'm in Minnesota. Not that Minnesota isn't beautiful. I enjoy Minnesota, but like, you know, we don't have beaches like that. We don't have anything that, you know, even comes close to that. So it does make me want to take a vacation once this is all done and end up in Brazil soon.
Yeah, what, Minnesota, Brazil, it's like, not exactly
They're kind of the same.
Exactly on the same playing field. Well, let's say in that matchup, fairly one-sided. I think Brazil takes it here in front of us, and now we have another potentially one-sided matchup. That's a professional transition for you. We've got E1 taking on Fluxo. We've got a team all the way at the top versus a team just barely off the bottom of the standings right now. Fluxo with just a single point to their name, and E1 currently sitting at 11. Laxing, of course, Liquid just overtaking them after that previous game, but E1 a chance to retake that top spot and really claim dominance so far over stage 2.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, this is everything for E1 to lose, and this is everything for Fluxo to gain from. Because the reality is, you got 1 point on the board for Fluxo, and you only can dig yourself a deeper hole, which you can only hope at a professional level you can find something here. Do I believe you're going to do it against E1? Sadly, I don't, just given the performance that we've seen so far. And for E1, I mean, they have taken on some powerhouses throughout so far and still performing extremely well across the board, just coming off of the 7-1 versus NIP. I mean, E1 is definitely solidifying and making a name for themselves of being one of the upper echelon teams in this Brazilian league.
Well, both of these teams, we know they have some heavy hitters, but it has been E1 hitting the heaviest, the most consistently from the start of this stage. They are 4-0. They only went to overtime once. Other than that, coming out on top against Black Dragons, Vivo Keyd, Liquid, and NIP. That NIP victory especially Laxing.
Yeah.
Very impressive. 7-1 on Lair, one of the few teams to go to this match. This map, we've seen it twice now on the stage, and it impressed, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, their attacking half is honestly what was more impressive, because we saw it before with FaZe and Vivo Keyd Stars, and it was very back and forth of a... Oh, wait, was it Vivo Keyd Stars? I don't think that's who they played.
No, that one was on Labs.
Yeah, oh, sorry, that was on Labs. My fault. But anyways, when we originally saw Lair, it was a very defender-sided, but they made it look extremely attacker-sided. So the fact that, you know, you can go back and watch that and see how that played out, I mean, it was a really good fundamental play from E1 in that matchup versus NIP.
No, you're right, actually. I did go back and check. It was 8-6 Vivo Keyd on Lair. FaZe ended up taking that win. So you're right. You're right. But we look now to see who we expect to be the major contributors in this matchup. We know that, again, E1, they have got so much depth. You're looking at Live here against Lukid on the side of Fluxo. Of course, Fluxo, they've been struggling. They're 0 for 4. They took FaZe to overtime on Clubhouse, and they walked away with a single point. But other than that, it has been about trying to find something that works for this team.
Yeah, and it really comes down, you know, if we're talking about Fluxo here specifically, they just need to be better in unison as a team and be able to figure out where things are going wrong, because that is where everything has been going wrong for this team, is every single side of it, whether it's been attack or defense. They're very one-dimensional, whereas like just in the most previous game of watching Liquid and Furia, and specifically Liquid, they were changing their tempo. They were changing their rhythm throughout the game, but that is just something that we have not seen from Fluxo. Regardless, on any single map that we've seen, they just are very one-dimensional and just can't seem to find to get their foot in the door into getting an actual round, or I mean not a round, but a game one going in their favor.
And you look at someone like Astro and Mistrix, two players who we know can put up the numbers, but just really falling short right now for Fluxo. Just what, -19, -12, negative just on the KD alone. Not so good on the entry either. Of course, as you said, on the other hand, it is E1 who have been at the top of this second stage for a reason. You've got 5 players, very capable, very proven, and showing us that this is something they can repeat, not just once. This is something that is going to be consistent from them throughout the stage.
Yeah, you know, we highlighted Live right there. We didn't get to talk about him, but Live, I mean, in his last performance against NIP, he was 12-3. He was leading the chart for his team. He really stepped up in that flex role of playing that Buck, playing that Frost. But a player that I really enjoy watching is Flashstray. I mean, you just put him in so many different situations. He's just able to come out on top in any of those scenarios. He's mechanically gifted. He understands the game at a high fundamental level. And again, I mean, this team as a whole is truly proven that they are of one of the upper echelon teams. And I can really see, I mean, we're already seeing in the standings, but I can see them making a really good run if they do end up making Montreal, having a successful playoffs, and make it even further than what we saw at Manchester.
Right, the question is, can they turn that domestic success into international prowess? It didn't happen in Manchester. Could it happen in Montreal? We'll see. Right now, the map that they're going to, the most important thing for them, more importantly, I'd argue, for Fluxo, because it is their team who are on the back foot here, and they are the ones who have to find the upset. Laxing, is Labs a place they can do that?
Absolutely not. I've just got to say that outright. Absolutely not. When you look at a map like Lair, where we were seeing it being very defender-sided, even in NAL kind of being very defender-sided, whereas E1 was the only one to show that they could do it on attack, and they got it done flawlessly on attack. And now you look at a map like Labs. Labs really comes down to your IGL and your attacks and being able to, you know, get into the site, push these defenders around the map, hold certain spots, take control. And again, that comes down to the IGL and your attacking side. Whereas again, on Fluxo's end, We just have not seen that. The only thing we've seen from an attacking side is just very aggressive takes that immediately collapse. They don't know how to keep that man advantage. So going into a map like Labs, like it's really going to be a true testament of the IGL of Astro to really rally the troops, be able to quick to adapt. But again, from what we've seen, it just hasn't been there.
Well, I think that seems pretty clear to me, and maybe no upset potential here. Ace, what do you think? Is this one of those maps where we can say underdog, they've got a chance they could pull something out, or is this E1 all the way?
This is E1 all the way. I think I'm just gonna. I'll say it as I see it.
That's the way it is.
It's the way it is. Oh, I think, you know, if it had been a more basic map, something like a border maybe, then yeah, maybe you come out on top in a few gunfights, you get a couple of rounds. Labs is not going to play out like that.
All right, Jesse, same thing for you?
No. I'm not hearing enough fluxing. I don't think people realize that it is once again time to flux. Now, I understand Fluxo have not won a single game through both Stage 1 and Stage 2 in the regular season of the Brazil League, but it doesn't matter, okay? These are the Fluxers, and I'm confident that they've been prepping their Fluxes all week. They've been getting ready to flux all over E1, and they're going to do a great job here on Nighthaven Labs, I'm sure of it.
All right. I mean, I don't really know what to say to that. We're just going to leave. Laxig and I will have to recover from that. And yeah, Ace, you get to deal with him for the rest of this map. Thankfully, I don't have to.
Yeah, I mean, Jesse, I'm not sure how much fluxing there's going to be, in all honesty. That was right. That said, Fluxo, I think, have shown improvement. I don't think they're the worst team in the region anymore, as they were previously. But E1 is going to be a tall order.
Okay, I understand E1, you know, they look like one of the best teams in Brazil. They're winning almost every game. They look really, really good. But the thing about the Fluxers is even if they don't necessarily have the results to back up any predictions repping them, even if they don't necessarily have the mechanical skill, even if they don't have maybe the game sense or the IGLing ability, maybe they don't have the best support staff or the best strats, maybe they haven't ever really shown anything that makes us think that they could win this game, they still have that flux potential, and that's the thing that nobody ever gives them credit for. That's the one thing that really brings Fluxo up to the same level any other opponent that they go up against. So yeah, we can sit here, we can look at the numbers, we can talk about how, oh, you know, Fluxo have some of the worst stats in the league. We can talk about how E1 have dominated from almost every single player having ridiculous stats. But at the end of the day, all that matters is that you show up and you flux today.
Well, a lot of support for the roster that we're seeing in front of us there, Jesse, and I hope that it's not misplaced. I hope that we have a nice tight game between these two. Raps and Lukid at the minute are the top performers that you need to be looking out for, but Asher and Astro, of course, can never be overlooked. It's going to be an interesting one between Fluxo and E1, where top meets almost bottom. Let's have a look at what these two had to say about each other.
O confronto contra o Fluxo vai ser muito interessante. Eles são um time muito bom. Tem dois players, né, que eu já joguei junto na Série B, Mitrix e Rachas, que são muito bons também. E vai ter um gostinho diferente também de ganhar deles, né.
Acho que vai ser tranquilo também. Eles mandaram a line agora. Tipo, os moleques que entraram lá são bons. O Baceto e o Live são meus amigos. Não tem, né, como o que fazer. Infelizmente, vocês vão perder.
Ficar de olho no Mitrix, ele é um moleque que ele muda muito o game, assim, porque ele tá sempre jogando com os bonecos mais chatos, assim, as posições mais difíceis, e mesmo assim ele consegue desempenhar muito bem.
Tem que ficar de olho no Live, ele vai parar o jogo assim, vai pensar bastante, vai comandar os moleques, a gente tem que dar um jeito ali de só matar ele logo.
Vitor, desculpa, cara, fiquei muito tempo te ensinando do jogo, só que, né, vamos passar o carro em vocês e é isso.
Recado aí pro Baceto, nós vamos te pegar, hein?
Here we go then, just about ready to get this one underway. We head into our banning phase. Jesse, talk to me about the bans. What can Fluxo do here to try and halt the momentum that E1 carrying?
Well, I'm going to sound like a broken record from previous games, but I think to start off, they should ban out this Monty. It can be very, very good. Baceto is a very good Montaigne player. The players on E1 know how to play around it. They will not ban an operator. I'm not sure if that is confirmed, if there might be an issue here. Or
maybe they're just fluxing on them.
Maybe they're so confident in their fluxing ability they don't need to ban an operator. If this is real, I'd expect a Ying. It'll be Maverick instead. I don't know. I guess we're rolling with it for now. We'll find out a little bit later on, but Maverick banned out and no operator from Fluxo on the attack. I'll expect Valkyrie and Mira to come out for these last 2 bans here on Nighthaven Labs. Just common operators that we see, and E1 changing things up. Again, we've seen E1 play this map a couple of times. We played it 2 weeks ago against Black Dragons, and they typically banned various operators throughout their past, but Ying and Valkyrie have been the most consistent operators. So changing things up on the side of E1, and Fluxo, meanwhile, will take out, I will get the Mira correct here. So that's going to be Mira off the board. Some interesting choices from E1, and then, yeah, the no ban coming out from Fluxo. That's a decision. That's a decision for sure.
I mean, like, immediately I sort of think, right, if they're going with the no ban, do they want to keep both shields on the board? And they guarantee that by not taking one out themselves. But they could still just take somebody else out. It doesn't mean that they have to go with nobody. You know, I'm thinking maybe we get to their attacking half and they just, you know, whichever shield's available, they're going to go in heavy using that. But we'll see how that decision progresses. But maybe it's just a bit of a statement. Maybe they're just trying to put a bit of fear into the heart of E1.
That's confidence. That's what I like to see from the bottom place team going up against the top place team. Fluxo have all to prove. And of course, with the no ban, they're going to be trying to do their best. That's going to allow all attacking operators for E1, except for the Maverick, which they took out. So there'll be no surprises coming in from there. I talked about how good Basetto was on the Monty. You're going to hear me talk about Monty a lot on these casts because he is a very powerful operator right now. Actually swaps it to the ace last second. Monty can be good on this bomb site, but can sometimes be a little bit tricky with how much below pressure there can be from the defenders and how many different angles you can have. So I don't hate the switch up to ace as well. I'm sure we'll see the Monty coming out a little bit later on, maybe some blitz, but for now, we're sticking it simple. Back to OG. No shields being brought out by E1. Instead, they're going to keep it pretty normal with this operator lineup as they move to push onto the top floor.
I like this. It looks like we've got a little bit of use of the hard breach on either side of things. So attention going towards IT, but also towards connector. Get that connector wall open. I never like one-sided pushes, particularly on a site like this. I think you really do need to be probing multiple angles, and it looks like that might be the case. But for the time being, Astro is all the way down in the basement on the Valkyrie, so that's something that E1 are going to have to recognize. IT wall is open. I think connector will follow very soon.
Against Black Dragons in their opening game, E1 had to attack top floor on Nighthaven Labs 3 times. They were successful each time. They've yet to lose this bomb site 3 for 3 since the stage started. So this is clearly a place where they're comfortable. We already talked about Team Liquid in the last game having a similarly high win rate on a specific bomb site. And it held up at least for a little while. E1, they're going to just miss Mitrix as he starts to reinforce this wall, block off connector. Changes his mind. Didn't finish that, so we'll continue to hold on to it. And again, does open himself a little bit up to a play there. I anticipate the push here is going to come mostly from connector, probably IT as well. That's typically where you see these pushes come on out. You could pressure inside of Rafters or inside of Aqua as well, but typically you kind of choose one or the other between Aqua and connector, and this looks like it's very clearly going to be connector, but it may not matter, as a Dokkaebi is hunting down a Valkyrie in the basement.
STK does know the position now. It's going to be Live who is there to support and manages to get the kill onto Astro. The question is, have they wasted too much time in chasing down the Valkyrie? Now down to a minute, Jesse.
Yeah, 60 seconds on that clock, full bottom floor control. They can start to work on these floorboards with the skeleton key being held by Live. He's looking for angles, and now he'll make them himself. Bit of aggression coming out here, too, from Fluxo. They want to equalize this man count before the push comes in, but that might not be the right call.
Flashtree manages to take down Hashi. 5 versus 3 now as E1 continue to apply the pressure. As you said, yet to lose this site in this stage, and it is looking good for them at this point as Live manages to take down Raps. Yes, the trade is there for Lukin. How about that? STK gives them the razzle-dazzle, moves in behind the reinforcement, strays back out and gets himself a double. What a finish to the round for E1.
STK, fantastic round. Not only finishing off with the razzle dazzle, as you say, but also helping out in the early round, getting that Dokkaebi information to help Live secure the opening pick. Typically, STK has been the one to get those opening picks, despite being the IGL for E1. He's 9-2 on entry this stage. He's the best entry player in all of Brazil. He let his teammate get this one. He said, I don't need to boost my stats anymore. You can do it. You can farm on Fluxo. That set them up really, really well. Obviously, you saw how well Live was able to utilize that pressure down below on the Buck. Even if he eventually went down, his pressure was so massive to help them out there. And then Fluxo just really trying to get aggressive after they were only down one body. That's a bomb site where I don't think you need to do that. You know, if you just play outside of electrical, you can have a really strong shotgun angle. Instead, they made the decision to push on in. They tried to proactively equalize that man count. Not always the worst decision, you know, when you're in a man disadvantage. That can be the right call all the time. But I think when it's only a one-man disadvantage and you've got such a strong bomb site like top floor on Nighthaven, it would have been the better call just to play it passive. End of the day, they lose their gunfights. Had they won it, we would have called it a brilliant play. So I'm not going to criticize too hard there, but I really like the execute from E1. They clearly came in with a very solid plan.
Yeah, they just answered every question that was asked of them. Somebody down in the basement, yeah, we've gone and got them. We've got control of both sides. They just had everything in the attack that they wanted. So fantastic stuff from E1, and certainly showing that they are picking up where they left off after the last couple of play days. Still looking fantastic at the minute. 1-0 it is then, and Fluxo, they will move us on. They're going to change up the site and see if they can get any more joy with a basement defense this time.
Yeah, so we will see a bit of a roam coming out here. Hashi up on the top floor, 3 players main floor, Mitrix holding down the basement. Very common for this bomb site. Roaming is so powerful. You really don't see teams play this with a 5-man anchor too often. Maybe you'll see just an extension, but typically you do see a lot of roamers, and indeed that's what we see from Fluxo. The Dokkaebi is again going to be powerful. It's in the hands of Flashry this time rather than SDK, and as the first logic bombs come out, can they capitalize on it with a kill?
Yes, Raps manages to pick up Perez, and that is going to give Fluxo that advantage that they were unable to find with the entry in the last round. The question now, can they keep the momentum in the round? It gives them the opportunity to at least keep these roamers out there a little bit longer. They can even commit one of them to say, just play your entire life out there, burn as much time as you can, and they still, even if it goes wrong, find themselves in a 4v4 on site. So there's an opportunity here for Fluxo.
Yeah, we see this man advantage now, but of course, without any other players retreating back to site, they have the opportunity to equalize this still. A lot of these players on Fluxo refusing to return to site. This last logic bomb comes on out. They're going to be trying to utilize this to equalize the man count, if not gain an advantage for themselves. They seem to know the positions of these players on Fluxos, but can they actually get the kill? That's the question. Already the smokes come on out. Can Flashry find the frag? He sneaks his way into the corner, but he misses his shots. And now Hashi with the impacts, he's trying to find this fight. It's messy, but Flashry comes out on top. Now there's not a lot of time, and that man count does not stay.
45 seconds left to go as Raps manages to pick up his second in the round. Lukid's there for 1-on-2 STK as well. 4 versus 2 and a strong advantage now. E1 crumbling as they continue fighting inside of storage, but Raps is there for number 3. Make that number 4 on the round. A big multi-kill from Raps to get Fluxo immediately into this matchup on Nighthaven. One thing they really didn't want was to find themselves too far behind on the scoreboard, because you know that E1 would just finish it quickly, but they get round 2, they level it up, it's 1-1.
And that is how you flux. Yes, sir. Fluxo on the roam game. Perfectly pulled that one off. Really enjoyed it. I do think the Dokkaebi is going to be a real point of contest early in this matchup, because you see how important the roam game has been in both rounds 1 and 2. First finding the roamer down inside of the basement, now failing to find the roamers up on the top and mid floors before they can execute. That Dokkaebi so valuable to clear out the sites. I don't know if Flashry was just having as much success as SDK has. You know, Dokkaebi is SDK's favorite operator. It's the operator he's played more than any other on attack. You expect to see him bringing that one out. And I just didn't feel like it had the same impact from Flashry. Not necessarily his fault. It's harder to roam clear 4 roamers on the top and mid floor than it is one guy in the basement. Absolutely. But that's something they're going to have to work on going forward. How do they solve that roam game? Because if you can't find those kills, if you cannot isolate players and eliminate them before you go for your execute, well, of course, you're never going to set yourselves up for success in those late rounds either. So will be interesting to see what they can do about that going forward. Deimos could be an option, Lion could be an option, or they could just keep running with the Dokkaebi and seeing what they could do. But that's neither here nor there, because we return back to the bomb site that E1 are perfect on attacking. They are 4 for 4 here on the top floor of this stage, and they will try to go 5 for 5 now in round number 3.
It's interesting to see Fluxor going back to this top floor, given how easily and confidently E1 won it, and given their stats on it, as you've said, unbeaten on this site, which I'm sure Fluxor will be aware of. You know, the mid-floor sites aren't necessarily the easiest to hold on to. I get that, but Fluxor at least want to be finding themselves an entry here. Last time around, Raps managed to pick up Perez, and it gave them a good advantage. They were able to build from that point going forward. So, again, for me, yeah, get the entry. If E1 take that opening kill, it's going to be a difficult round.
All right, well, there's no roamer this time. Fluxo have set all 5 players up towards the top floor, so that's not going to be as much of an issue. But we do see the Monty coming out for the first time, maybe in response to that lack of a roam game. Less threatening for somebody to flank bottom garage. They can walk up that barbed wire, take a bit of damage. This Azami inside of Raptors has been a huge problem for a lot of teams on this site. She is so good in this position. Has to fall off pretty early. Doesn't want to stick around in Raptors, maybe knowing that there is going to be that Monty that's going to come and push her out of that spot. SDK would have been in position to get the cutoff anyways. So smart decision from Luke Kid to back off with that. I really am excited to see what they do with the Montaigne, though. Instead of going connector, it's going to be an Aqua and Raptor style push. Basetto is going to be able to get a lot of information for the rest of his teammates to try to work out a pick. There might be some pressure around IT/connector as well, but expect the bulk of this to come in and around Aqua. And immediately, here we see the Monty challenging up against Raps.
Playing it well so far. Toxic Bear Canister goes out. He can burn a reasonable amount of time here. I think he has more available to him in pocket, so it's going to be tough for Basetto to push in. He maybe needs to just take his opportunity and get in there quickly. It's exactly what he's going to do, but again, the smoke of Raps is able to just keep him at bay. It's going to be another 20, 30 seconds realistically before Basetto can look at pushing in here. So it's going to be a tough one for E1. They're going to be short on time. That much is for sure. They're coming in to that final 30. Is this going to be the first time that E1 lose this top floor site? Basetto gets aggressive, and there's the support that he needed. Perez takes down Raps, but Hashi finds Flashtree elsewhere. They wander into a Capcan trap. The Monty goes down, and it's the simple things that work sometimes. E1 unable to find that utility beforehand. Kid manages to find Live, and Astro finishes it off. What a round, and what a Capcan trap coming in clutch to take down Basetto.
Do you know what's the most tragic thing about that round, Ace? The Monty had pinged out that Capcan when he was playing at the top of Rafters. He had literally Z-pinged that Capcan trap. He knew exactly where it was, but in the chaos of finding the smoke, he must have forgotten. There's a lot that's going on in a round of Rainbow Six Siege, and so it must have just slipped his mind, because when he was standing Rafters looking into the bomb site, he saw those very Capcan traps, and he pinged them out for his teammates. He just couldn't quite remember himself that they were there. They did a great job working around the Capcans before that. You saw them using the EMPs to get past the first set of Capcans. It's just the second set that they caught them off guard. So unfortunate for E1, that's going to happen. Their first round with the Montaigne doesn't exactly go their way, so it is what it is. I really do think that late round play, the prone position back behind the desk, really worked out well for Fluxo. They knew how low the time was, and instead of going for a flank, instead of trying to roam, they just let E1 be their own problem, waste that clock, stall out a little bit, and then walk in, dying to angles they're not expecting, and of course those Capcans as well. So good reaction. They do win the top floor on their second attempt, but now they got to go to the main floor. They didn't want to play it in round number 3. Now it's going to be their chance to see why.
Mitrix just looking to maybe get a little bit aggressive on that catwalk door there. He's thinking about the peak coming out. Doesn't take it just as of yet. He's going to hold himself in that position. As I say, with the vigil, needs to be making sure that he just burns as much time. He's not on catwalk, not in the position I thought he was. He's just outside a warehouse, actually. And just preparing for anybody trying to push on into garage for the push towards storage. Gets aggressive. He's right on the threshold there. He's not going to be pinged out just yet. He's just waiting for that noise, for that opportunity. It comes around. Surely they're not going to be prepared for it. Does he give himself away? No! Manages to take down STK, and that's the Deimos gone. How big a loss is that, Jesse?
That's huge. I mean, that's your roam clear taken off the board. We already talked about how important that will be and has been throughout this game so far. And Mitrix, he's not done. Still playing around these windows inside the storage bomb site. Wants to be able to get aggressive still. More K1A play today. We've seen no Boss G's despite a lot of Vigil play. This top floor is going to be very, very vital, as it always is on this bomb site. I believe they've already opened up into IT, so that gets countered. There are no defenders that are currently playing inside the basement. It's 4 up above and only Mitrix in the site. If they clear them, they could maybe go for a bit of a smoke execute. That said, they have no smokes. They've actually, Baseto has not brought that secondary utility on the Ying. So making these decisions, it's going to be a little bit tricky now for them to get a plant going down with so many players from Fluxo alive up on the top floor and Mitrix getting them that big man advantage. It's going to make it a little bit tricky. Now, Perez goes to the basement. This is because anywhere that you plant inside of storage can get denied from below. And even though there's no defenders down there, Perez wants to make sure that there is no... Oh, there is a defender down there. Mitrix rotated down below and they've got a hard ping on him. Surely Mitrix is dead here.
He has to be. He gets taken down by a live from above before the man moving in through the breach can actually get into position. We're going to... gets beaten out as well. We're going to have the Thorn Trap just looking to detonate. The Razor Balloon taken down before it could do any damage. Diffuser will be secured. Live manages to get the plant. Baseto taken down by Lukid, but now Fluxo, they're on the fight back, and the problem is that there is an opportunity here for E1 to get themselves set in position, but the kills keep going, and they're in favor of Fluxo right now, and I'm not sure that E1 have got themselves into the prime positions that they might like here. However, Perez, he manages to find Raps 2v2, 15 seconds left for them to do something about it, and that is the position I was talking about for E1. They've now managed to get themselves secured with one above, looking in through IT, can use those flash utility to just try and keep on top of things here. 2 versus 1 now, extremely unlikely. The time is gone, and that's going to be Fluxo losing the round, and that was a nice little sneak plant coming in from E1 there, just focusing on a very small area, securing what they needed and getting the diffuser down.
And that is a textbook take on the storage window. That is something they should teach in schools because of how simple it is. Step 1, you open the IT wall. Thermite got that done immediately. There was nothing on the wall to stop him. Step 2, you make sure you have bottom floor control. They didn't initially need to actually send anybody down there, but somebody caught the Vigil down there on a drone. They were able to rotate downwards, get that kill before they went for their execute. Once you have IT and down below, unless there is somebody directly inside of storage like a smoke or a warden, there's nothing the defense can really do to stop you planting there. We did see a smoke being held by Raps, but I believe he was top floor. He wasn't in position to smoke out that plant, and nobody was able to aggress from up above because, again, that IT wall was open. They couldn't get the angle onto the player that was planting unless they were trying to challenge the person outside the IT breach, but that's a death sentence. So Fluxo just didn't really have any answers at all for the plant that came out from E1. Love that E1 were able to recognize that. That's the big weakness with that bomb site, and it's the reason why probably Fluxo didn't want to play it back in round 3.
Here we go then, round 5, 2-2. As it stands at the minute, we're going to head down to the basement. We saw this back in round 2. It was the first site that Fluxo were able to successfully defend. This time around, E1 are going to be looking, I think, for a more successful job clearing those roamers, getting that map control, and just giving themselves a little bit more time to push on into site.
Yeah, we'll see them work their way here in round number 5. E1 so far in Brazil have been the best team on attack with a 68% win rate on this half. So, I mean, even a 2-2 is not that bad for Fluxo, given just how proficient E1 are on the attack. They're very good on defense too, so it's not going to get easier in the second half. But certainly, it's nice to see them staying competitive throughout this game. And of course, a 3-3, 4-2 are both still very much in the cards. This basement bomb site was one that was very successful for them last time. But instead of going for a heavy roam game like they did the previous round, they're actually going to go for mostly an anchor strat. It's only Hashi who's not currently inside of the basement. He is somewhat roaming up top here. Raps has moved to the top of cargo stairs, but he's not looking to get into an engagement. Maybe bait out some drones, use some toxic babes. He's on a drone now. If he dies, this feels really, really bad. As the smoke, you do not want to be going down here at the top of the stairs.
SDK is just going to be holding that angle. He knows that the position is being played, especially now that the Toxic Babe is sent out there. But, as you say, I don't think the Smoke of Raps is going to overextend there. He's not going to give that opportunity to pick him up. We've seen that position played countless times, and almost everybody who sits there knows what their job is. They know that they don't really need to push forward. They're there to burn time. They're there to prevent this push coming forward. A couple of shots are going to be exchanged. Hashi not managing to find any damage, but it looks like he's going to go to the vertical instead.
Yeah, not too bad. Again, these staircases are delaying a lot of time. Vending stairs and cargo stairs, two of the toughest spots to take control of. Hashi will find the kill. That's Paris who goes down over towards the vending stairs. So a big frag, taking down the Deimos, giving your team that man advantage. And of course, Hashi on that Vigil doesn't have to stop with the aggression either. Could keep playing aggressively. The defuse kit looks like it wants to come in through Exo. So with that kill going down and Hashi still being a huge problem, how are they going to convert this round?
Kill after kill comes in, and it's all Hashi at the minute. He's got 3. You know he's going to be looking for 2 more. He wants to up his reputation here as they come in. SDK does manage to take down Astro. That gets something going for E1, but with 25 seconds left to go, there is a lot to ask here to close out this round to get themselves anything. SDK is in a position to potentially put this diffuser down, but it's all going to come down to the cover that can be offered by Pasetto. Can he keep his man safe? Yes, he can, but will he be able to now get out alive and get back into the fight? No, SDK cannot, as he's taken down by Lukid. It's all up to Pasetto, and look at the keeper barricades that he's trying to fight through. There's just wall after wall after wall, and he cannot find his way to the diffuser, but it doesn't matter. The Keyd is there to close out the round, and it's another successful defense for Fluxo.
Azami, what an operator, man. You see the power of those Kiba barriers inside of the site makes that post plant so successful. Oftentimes, that's a great position to find yourself in on the attack. The man advantage wasn't ideal, but having a player outside the breach with the fuse kit on the ground is sometimes a surefire way to win. But those Kiba barriers from Lukid really tip the scales in the favor of Fluxo, and they've gotten themselves a lead. At minimum, they will tie this first half and get a 3-3 split against what many people thought would be an unwinnable opponent. That's a huge start for Fluxo to be able to get that third round. They are now undefeated on the basement, 2 for 2, going to be feeling pretty good about it. I will say as well, Hashi, an incredible performance there in the aggressive plays. We saw him down inside of Exo, fighting on the vending stairs. Really a big performer coming through. Not a player that people really talk about on Fluxo too much. He's been relatively quiet. He's 34 and 35 coming into this game. Not bad, but not great. Middle of the pack performer for the team, but it's good to see him stepping up when they need him, because he's really been one of those guys that I think people have been talking about in Brazil for a while, but have never really seen come to fruition just yet.
It's just a real demonstration of the power of his army at the end of the round there as well. Such a dynamic operator. And if we look at the pick rate when available, this isn't to say that Azami has been picked in more rounds than any other operator, but when that operator is not banned out and somebody can choose to take them, what's the pick percentage? Azami is the only one in Brazil at the moment over 70% pick rate when available, and it just goes to show why. So dynamic, the ability to change sites and change the course of rounds.
Can be a huge impact and often brought up on the top floor. Not today. Fluxo have brought Azami on this site before, but they're deciding that they don't need her at the moment. She's very powerful holding rafters, so it's a bit of a surprise to me, but I'm interested to see what they have lined up. Of course, this is a bomb site that you can play in many different ways, and they are again going to play with somebody in the basement. Mitrix immediately down. Look at that buck play from Live. He's so good playing down below. This is exactly how E1 were able to win in the very first round. Not only do they use that buck play, but previously they were able to deal with that roam presence as well. My question is, where's Astro? He's got to be the one pressuring that buck from down below. Whether he comes back for a flank later or not will really determine the rest of this round.
Poor Mitrix, I don't think he knows what day it is after that. He was absolutely caught out and taken down, and it was well played by E1 to start the process of attacking onto top floor. As you say, they really need to be catching out those players on the underneath. Can't let them get away with that. Can't let them get back into positions that they want to be in. Hashi is looking to just try and get aggressive onto connector there. Not going to find anybody. And this book underneath Live is still doing some serious work and not being challenged as of yet.
Watch for Astro, though, again on the flank. Looks like they moved on in, but it's just the players up above that are getting these kills. Lukid and Hashi find Baseto and Perez. Still this lurk down below. Live is yet to encounter Astro. Maybe now, but he's played it very passively. Surely it's a free kill as Live has no idea where he's at. Maybe he did, but he gets his head blown off nonetheless. Now that's a two-man advantage for Fluxo as they need to defend against just STK and Flashtree.
They really need to find some kills. That's going to be step one. They can't do it as Hashi peeks around the door, manages to get STK. Flashtree is there for the trade, but that is likely to be all. Takes a little bit of damage going through that toxic gas, just trying to battle enemies on both sides at the minute. They know exactly where he is. They know how to pressure him. What a flick from Flashtree as he manages to find Lukid. Makes this a little bit more winnable. 1v1, but no, he can't get out of the gas in time. He was so close. He had the opportunity. But Fluxo hold on for a 4-2 half, and this is not what we expected at all.
Ridiculous ending to that round. The last player alive for Fluxo won it without even having to get the final kill. That will count as a clutch for his column, despite the fact that Raps' Toxic Babes post-mortem was able to get that last kill. Raps has some of the most clutches out of any player in the world throughout Stage 2. He's had 3. That won't count to his total and won't add a 4th clutch to his name. But even still, he remains the 2nd most clutch player in Brazil after that round. Congratulations to Astro for technically winning it out. Just good Toxic Babe usage. Couldn't get out of it in time. Really, the credit goes to Flashtree for nearly clutching that. It should have been an unwinnable situation. That was a 1v4 that he nearly clawed back. Ultimately for Fluxo, again, you just held the best attacking team in Brazil to only 2 rounds on their attacking half. And I get it. You know, we're on Nighthaven Labs. Azami is up. It's a defender-sided situation, and I expect E1 will do well in the second half. But Fluxo should still be feeling very good about themselves. This has gone, I think, better than anybody anticipated through the first 6 rounds.
It really has. There's a big question now, though, at the side switch. You know, we always talk about these 2 halves. E1 on defense. We're now expecting something big from them, and I think the attack is going to be tough for Fluxo here, but look at what they've got. They can bring the Monty along. We've already spoken about the power of this operator, the power of the shields, and now Fluxo might just be able to use that to their serious advantage. This is a really important round for them, I feel. If they can come in here and take round 7, get themselves 5-2 and a good little advantage, it might just be possible. It might just be that they can get what they dreamed of with a win against the top team, E1.
We'll see what the Monty can do. I talked about how good the Azami can be up here on Rafters. Flora is one of the best counters to Azami in the entire game. Got so much destruction to deal with those Kibas. One of the best ways that you can deal with them. This IT wall might be a bit of an issue, though. You can go down below and try to, like, Zotrick or use some Ash Charge to stop this bandit, but they don't have any of those operators. Maybe Hashi can do something, but as long as IT wall stays closed, it's very difficult to do anything about that extension coming in from E1. They've also been able to keep the connector wall closed. They haven't been able to get inside of Rafters or inside of Aqua. So right now, if you're Fluxo, you're kind of staring at a brick wall. How do you deal with this electricity that's on all the walls? With the Raptors presence that's coming on out? To me, right now, it just doesn't look like Fluxo have a very good entrance to the site.
No, exactly. And like you say, it comes down a lot to operator choice. If they don't win this round, how are we going to see them improve on that moving forward? How flexible are they really going to be, Jesse?
Well, they'll have to be in this round. Of course, they deal with one of those batteries, but he's trying to get it back on out. The nade will finally force Perez away, and that'll also deal with the bandit batteries. Perez is looking to get a counter kill. Another nade forces him back, and the wall gets opened. But it took them 2 minutes just to get IT wall. That's usually the first thing that teams try to go for, and connector wall is still closed. You've got a Monty trying to force his way in, but the angles are not going to be favorable towards Fluxo. They're working their way through Rafters. They again have IT open, but the majority of these angles are still in the firm control of E1, with Kibas inside of Rafters and a lot of walls still closed up around the map.
40 seconds left to go, and Fluxo desperately need a couple of kills here just to start getting them some space, get them some real estate to work their way into. We can see Perez on the bandit is still allowed to sit in IT and hold them off the breach. There's still pressure from Catwalk out towards preventing them get onto triple wall. He should be able to clear the Selma chargers off the wall before they detonate. I think we see one. No, he's not going to take the shots. This is really smart, actually. He just wants to bide his time, but no, Lukid knows that he's there and takes him down. 9 seconds though. Can Fluxo get in a position to put the diffuser down? Yes, they can. Raps has got it going. Kill after kill comes in. E1 decimated in round 7, and Fluxo are fired up.
There's being patient, but there's also being too patient. Twice in that round, a player is holding an angle. They choose not to take the shot, and it comes back to bite them. Now, in the final 1v4, I don't think it would have mattered. I think that was going to be a Fluxo round regardless, but not shooting those Selma charges. He thought he had a secret position. He thought he was going to catch them off guard, but it was being cleared by Fluxo regardless. What an explosive entry. It was 13 seconds when the opening kill came out in favor of Fluxo. They finally trade everybody out. Hashi, 2 big kills, and then this one from Flash Street. We've seen so many crazy rounds like this in the North American League twice now. Once against Dark Zero and once against, I believe it was Sonics, or utilized by both those two teams. When you last second deny that plan, it can be so critical in a 1vx to win the round in such a way, but not to be. Credit to Astro to shut that down before it got too dangerous. He spotted him at the last possible moment. In that chaos, the Fluxers were able to flux. And with that, they have now extended their lead to 3 rounds in a row. And after winning their first attack, I mean, there's only one operator that's banned on this side of the map. They might be able to steamroll this into a very fast finish.
It's absolutely time for E1 to start playing because, like you said, you know, before they wake up, this one could be all over because Fluxo right now are riding a wave of confidence and momentum. We can see the Keyd is just in behind the wall there. I think he is going to attempt. Oh, he does manage to trick it. Very nicely done. I don't know if it certainly gave us the sound. I'd like to see if the exothermic was burnt on that. I'm pretty sure that it was. But the way that he went straight back in with the second just made me question it for a second. But yep, there's one gone. So a successful trick there from the Keyd. Well played, Basetto.
Yeah, you're going to feel super happy about that. We already talked about how important electricity can be on these defenses, and now that'll prompt Fluxo to give up on the main wall. Maybe that's the right decision as Astro finds STK from an outside window. Bottom garage, he takes the life away of STK, so that's going to be pretty good to feel for Fluxo, despite that early disadvantage. And look at that actually as well. The Animus hatch has been opened up by E1. They're playing a very heavy roam strategy with still 3 roamers. Everybody but Basetto up here on the top floor. The onus is going to be on Fluxo. Can you find these last couple of players before it gets too dangerous? Because if you execute and all these players are above, they're going to deal so much damage to you.
Droning will continue. They're going to spot the player just down outside of Warehouse, but E1 not doing a great job of pushing forward and taking ground, finding fights. They seem to really stall out a lot on these attacking rounds, and they get the intel, but don't really do enough with it. Basetto does manage to find the kill onto Mitrix, but as I say, Fluxo just a little bit quiet in the mid-round. Perez finding Astro 3 versus 3 as it's 5-2 on the scoreboard. Fluxo looking to get themselves onto that match point, and it's getting dangerous to be Flashtree right now. The castle is scrambling. He's trying to get away. What a kill he finds onto Lukid, and that could be critical for the round.
Yeah, now he's the only roamer. He's bought enough time for his friends to go back to site, but it doesn't look like Hashi or Raps mind too much. They're just going to hit the bomb site. They're going to leave Flashtree all on his lonesome and try to fight Perez and Basetto in the site, 2v2.
Perez does manage to pick up the first onto Hashi, 3 versus 1 now. Surely this is where E1 managed to steady the ship a little bit, managed to put the train back on the tracks and get themselves heading in the right direction. Raps, half health, a little bit less than that. He's just going to bide his time for a minute, see if he can pick up a cheap kill. Yes, he can. He gets the down, but that is likely to be all. Surely they don't engage here, E1. They know that they don't need to. Time is ticking down. 13 seconds left to go. Smart play from Raps. He is going to put the flashbang out and just take the opportunity to put the diffuser down, but they push in that late moment, knowing exactly where he is. Well played from Basetto, though. Just caught him as he was coming off that plant. Beautiful stuff from the Keyd, and that's going to be E1 taking their first successful defense.
Basetto not letting his train get stuck in the parking lot in that round. Completely dominating, especially from down below. Despite being on the anchor position, gets a nitro cell so perfectly arced up through the hash and through the open window to get a kill and really make that roam clearing so much more difficult from Fluxo. Then beyond that, you see some ridiculous plays coming out from the castle. You see so much fun stuff coming out and around that it makes that hold from E1 so easy with that man advantage. And of course, the main wall closed as well. Here's that Nitro right afterwards coming on out. This will be the Nitro cell coming up from Basetto. He's in the basement at that point, but it doesn't matter. He hits the shot. I question Astro's position a little bit from Fluxo there. He had 3 teammates trying to clear the roam up on the top floor. Meanwhile, he's in the basement, dying to the anchors. It feels a little bit odd for him to be down there when his whole team was still up above, focused on the roam game. If he sits down there and he doesn't die, it's whatever, but he did end up going down. So kind of felt bad for him in that situation. Not the end of the world. 5-3 still on the scoreboard, and I do think Fluxo are going to be feeling okay about the rest of these bomb sites. But if we go back to that basement, that roam presence is something that Fluxo are going to need to have a better answer to, because they just weren't able to find those roamers fast enough and decisively enough before they ended up going for the execute.
Feel like this is a really important round coming up here in round 9. 5-3 it stands to Fluxo at the minute. Storage always feels like an opportunity. I'm not criticising E1 for going there. They've already lost the top floor, so I think, yep, fine, you know, give yourself an opportunity on a different site. Fluxo are going to have to clear out the top floor here. E1 are going to try to hold from above. They're going to want to keep hold of IT, just keep a little bit of pressure onto that default plant spot. That's a great start for E1. Flashtree picking up Blue Kid there. If they get this, E1 then have strong sites to go back to. Flashtree, he's doing it as a one-man army here. STK onto Hashi, and this could be over before it starts. The Blitz, he's backing out because he knows it's almost over. Perez, live, they close it out. That's got to be one of the fastest rounds we've seen in Brazil so far, Jesse.
It must be, and in fact, before this game started, you did theorize that maybe they want the double shield. That's why they didn't ban an attacking operator. Well, they'll bring it out, and to 0 success. It's flawless, and that all comes off of a quick 2K entry from the second support of E1. Flashtree has been called the best player so far this stage in Brazil. He came into this game 43 kills, 26 deaths. The best KD ratio of any player, and I think you're starting to see that now that their backs are against the walls. He's 11-5 just in this game alone. You know, he's incredibly mechanically talented. He's very good when it comes to the game sense, and the team really sets him up well as well. You know, they're making sure to watch the angles that he doesn't have to watch. They play very well as a team on the defense to set himself up in positions where he only has to be worried about 1 or 2 little entry points. And when he can focus like that, he can isolate his focus onto just 1 or 2 people that are pushing him. He can be so effective in those situations. So great stuff coming out from Flashtree. We haven't talked about him too much this cast, but he's quietly been racking up those kills. And in that round, certainly having the biggest impact to halt that push before it even got started. You wouldn't even know that the bomb site was storage in that one, Ace.
E1 haven't yet successfully held on to the top floor. Moving into round 10, they're going to have to right that wrong, really, because this is the round. I said last one was important. Yes, they get that third choice lockdown. If they can take this, they then move into the basement, and that's going to be the big one. Like you said, Fluxo really struggled to deal with that roam. They get that opportunity back again, and maybe we see another turnaround tonight, and E1 are able to drag this back.
Surely not for Fluxo. They were fluxing so well at the start of this game, but things are starting to slip away with just some of these cheeky pushes. You know, I think a lot of people have criticized Fluxo for some of their attacks being a little bit linear at times, being a little bit too gimmicky, focused on some of these rushes, and that certainly was the game plan from round number 9. Didn't work out. Round number 10 seems to be a bit more measured. They are bringing the Monty, and there are a couple of roamers down below that they would like to find before they go for their execute. Here's the first gunfight, STK versus Hashi, trying to win it, but he can't. Hashi's out on top instead. Immediately traded back from the vert play, though. It's actually live horizontal, who's able to take that out and get some revenge for his fellow roamer.
Yeah, definitely better from E1 there than we saw on the previous defense of top floor, and it just allows Live that a little bit more time to get himself back to site safely. They can continue now holding on to that catwalk. You can see they've got themselves in their positions. 1 minute 18 left on the clock. The Monty is not yet pushing Warehouse, so a lot of work for Fluxo to do.
Yeah, it's likely going to be a pretty late push just because they don't have everything open right now, and they're going to take some time to do that. This Azami shouldn't be too pressured by this by this Monty. It might force her out of the rafters, but she can go just right back into sight if she needs to. These Kiba barriers also will keep her safe for a while. And most importantly, that IT wall is still closed. There's bandit batteries on it, and they don't have a great way to open this. They didn't bring any EMPs. They don't have anybody down below. Previously, they did this with the IQ, but the IQ has died. So how do you deal with those bandit batteries? IT wall is not optional. It is mandatory for almost every push onto the top floor. And how are they going to push now without it?
E1 have to be careful not to give themselves away here, and that's almost what happens as Lukin is moving up those warehouse stairs. He does manage to find Perez, who goes on a repeat, and that may be a pivotal moment in this round. 20 seconds left to go. E1 time is running out. They just need to hold on here. Let the clock do the work for them. Let Fluxo begin to panic. With 10 seconds, they have to start pushing, and this is when they find themselves out of position, and Live pounces and finds himself a double. 3 versus 1 now. It's all up to the Monte, and the bullets are raining in from all sides. The clock will win the day, and E1 level things up at 5-5.
You know, earlier in this game, I talked about how Raps has been incredible in the clutch. Live has been even better. Not technically a clutch in that round, but his late round positioning, that is what has gotten him so many clutches, and it's what was able to win the round for E1 in that final execute as they came on in. Again, not getting the IT wall is not okay. That's really round ending. It is, I would say, almost on the same level as not being able to get the CC wall when you're pushing on Clubhouse CCTV cache. You know, it's almost an immediate round ender, and for them to not be able to get that IT wall is critically important. No EMPs, no Zofia, no Ash. You can deny those bandit batteries simply from the storage window. You don't even have to enter the building, but with an IQ, it gets a little bit more awkward. The angles don't necessarily favor you, so the IQ felt that they had to jump on in. They won their opening gunfight, but it didn't quite matter. Getting traded out was really the death blow, and that push, it just felt a little bit too scrappy, coming all in from rafters, and that's about it. I didn't see any other angles helping out with that push, and of course, that late round positioning from Live. That's what makes him such an incredible player playing inside of IT, and he's allowed to do that simply because the wall is closed. Little bit of pushing from Electrical, but by that time, everything had already fallen to pieces. So, good stuff coming out from E1. Now, the Fluxers need to bring something back. They will call a tactical timeout and will try to set up the correct push for this basement bomb site, because if they cannot, they will be losing at least 1 point and have the only option be an overtime win in this matchup against E1.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for them from here, I feel. E1 able to go back down to the basement. Like you said, you just know there's going to be a roam presence like there was previously. Fluxo didn't deal with it fantastically. E1 likely to take advantage of that, I would expect. But it feels like a bit of a shame for Fluxo, because if you look back at the results, they got 4 rounds against Furia. They took phase to overtime. It was 8-7 loss. And, so you look at these games and you feel like they're improving each time. They're getting better. They're sort of getting close to that win, to that moment where they're able to, finally get more than 1 point on the board, which is, all that they've been able to collect so far through stage 1 and 2. And right now, I'm not sure that this is going to be the one for them. But like I say, what a fight that they have put up so far.
So they're gonna be going for a direct OSA plant. They haven't brought in any smokes, but they're gonna try to get in on the wall with this OSA. They should get the wall open eventually with this Thatcher. It's not a guarantee. The bandit tricking could be good. What really concerns me is their roam clear. They haven't brought a Dokkaebi, they haven't brought a Lion, they haven't brought a Deimos, they haven't brought a Jackal. They've got 2 soft breachers. They've got both Ram and Buck. So if they can get control of the top floor, they'll be able to do a lot with it. They can open up a lot of good angles, but that's a big if, right? Perez is still roaming up at the top floor. Live and Flasher are holding on to the 2 staircases that head down to the basement. This is not free. And so I'm very concerned about Fluxo's ability to actually maintain control of the top floor here. If they can get it open, they could go for an OSA plant. It could be really good. But again, if anything goes wrong in this plant, if your OSA goes down, if your soft breachers die before they can get the work done, there's a lot of problem points. So I'm very concerned, and a lot of pressure is going to be on Perez as he plays up on this top floor to deny some of this pressure and get a couple of kills to make that disruption happen.
Just looking to work that vertical at the minute. Interestingly, Fluxo only opening the Animus wall so far. The double wall into sight hasn't been opened up. So that maybe work for them to do later on. Perez steps around Hache. Just aiming a little bit low there. I think maybe he thought he was on the stairs or crouched, but he puts himself at a disadvantage in that gunfight, and the aggression from Perez pays off. He gets a brilliant opener there and gets himself back to sight safely. Flashtree's on the cover, and that's a great start. That's what E1 wanted from this roam.
Now they're going to be going for this Osa plant, but they've got so many counters. 2 impacts, 2 C4s, Toxic Babes, Firebolts as well, the Goyo canisters, making it very difficult. Osa, she's countered by almost every operator that's on the board for E1.
Now 1 bullet away from death. This is going to be very difficult for Fluxo to be able to get in and get this diffuser down. So much utility being thrown about. There it is. The Goyo canister is going to come good, and it is going to take the Osa down. That's going to put the diffuser down. Recollected by Raps, but 5 versus 2. Where now do Fluxo find the space in the next 15 seconds to put the diffuser down? And the answer is they're very unlikely to. Lukid manages to find Perez up above, but it is really a meaningless kill as SDK picks him up on a trade. It's all up to Raps, shut down by Flashtree, and that's going to be E1 getting themselves onto match point. They left it late to wake up, but wake up they have.
Yeah, and I mean, you call attack timeout, you've got to set up the one push that's going to turn your game around. You've got to set up the one strategy that's going to save you. And you bet it all on an Osa. Now, one thing you'll learn from casting with me, Ace, is that I am not particularly a fan of this operator. It makes your pushes so predictable, so linear. There are so many counters. You know, if the Osa ever goes down, that time they just walked too far into the Goyo fire, ended up falling in that situation. It really ruins the entire push. Yeah, they still had that Osa shield up, but everybody else ended up dying around the Osa. That roam game just wasn't good enough. Had they maybe had a Dokkaebi in that round, or maybe had a Deimos in that round, they probably wouldn't have died to Perez, at least not as easily. They would have had a much better opportunity to know his position and take him out earlier in that round. Give themselves the opportunity to work with that Ram and or that Buck and make something happen with their push, but unfortunately they just couldn't do that, and exactly the problem that I thought would occur did happen there. So for Fluxo, you know, you had your opportunity to call your tactical timeout. It didn't result in any sort of change, and now you're down 6-5. If you win this round, E1 still have their tactical timeout for the overtime. Your opportunity to win this game has quickly slipped away, and you only have one more chance to pull it back.
We're going to be heading into storage then. We've already seen E1 defend this. They were successful, and I imagine once again they're going to be applying a little bit of pressure from above. Fluxo need to be going in, clearing that out, and making sure they get it locked down. It's going to need a couple of kills. It's going to need a good entry. It looks like they're going fairly direct towards site to begin with. I think have a little look at that plant spot, see what's going on. I think maybe trying to use the IQ and the Buck in combination just to try and get any bandit batteries off that wall. They managed to clear one off the side, and there's not going to be any attempt to try and bandit trick that. The Thermite will open IT, and that's a good first step for Fluxo.
Yeah, and one thing Fluxo should be realizing is there was no attempt at a bandit trick. That's because Live on the bandit is in the basement. He's got a C4, and he can deny any plant inside of storage. If they don't clear out Live, and he's likely going to be tricking the main wall, so it's going to be tough to clear him out of the basement there. If they don't get the kill into Live and push him out of basement, they're going to need to pick an unexpected plant spot. He's going to be down below. If they just jump in the storage window and try to plant, there's no doubt in my mind the C4 will come out and stop that plant. So they've got to push deep and go into control for their execute, or they've got to clear him out, or they've got to just plant in a very awkward spot, pray they don't have intel on the site. Those are their win conditions. If they go for a default plant in the storage window, they will be losing to Live, so be very, very careful of that. At the moment, their defuse gets bottom rafters, so it looks like they're aware, and they're going to be moving all the way into control.
Still 5 versus 5. No kills have been found so far. 1 minute 18 left on the clock. And Fluxo still trying to find a bit of space. Sees the man. Cannot take down the Legion. And STK might not know just how lucky he is to survive there. A couple of missed shots. And it feels harsh to say it, but those are the fine margins we're working with. But look at the damage. Those are the fine margins margins. STK somehow survives and then slams Mitrix outside of that storage window. Hashi is there for the trade, but so is Live, and E1 are keeping themselves on top. 4 versus 3 now. This is going to be tough for Fluxo to get themselves on in and get this one done. The Bandit of Live manages to scurry away. Flashtree finds Lukid, and E1 can just keep this going. They can just wear Fluxo down. They have the man advantage. Time is almost on their side. The diffuser is going down. Is it going to be successfully planted? It looks like that will be the case. He catches him on the way out. Perez finds a kill as well. They came so close to a big upset, but Fluxo can't hold on, and E1 will take the full 3 points.
They came so close, but it is yet another comeback victory here in Brazil. We seem to not be able to get away from them today, but I'm not complaining. A brilliant performance from E1, especially in that second half on their defenses. We talk about STK as one of the best entries in all of Brazil, and it doesn't get much better than finding an opening pick onto the hard breacher, holding the defuse kit outside of storage window as he did in that final round. Brilliantly done by STK, but everyone on E1 stepping up big in that final half. Flashtree, of course, the big performer, as he oh so often is, racking up that kill-death ratio, but my God, perfection on that defensive half. Well played, and the attacks still a problem for Fluxo, not able to get anything done here.
Yeah, and I mean, it's not too much of a surprise. If you've got a team like Fluxo that are struggling a little bit, the attacking half is always going to be tricky because you can't pre-plan it. You can't, you can have some ideas, you can have a playbook to pick from, but it all depends on what the defense does in front of you. It's got to be so dynamic, and I think that was just something that Fluxo struggled with. When they lost that player or two, they struggled to adapt to that. But the last round there, it just shows, I said it at the time, the fine margins that we're working with. If STK on the Legion gets picked up on that kill from warehouse stairs, that round could have been very, very different.
It was a fun game, if nothing else, and you could hope that it builds some confidence for Fluxo, but when you're caring about the scoreboard, when you're caring about the points, at the end of the day, a 7-5 is just about the same as a 7-0. Yes, maybe some round count differentials will come into effect for tiebreakers, but at the end of the day, 0 points is 0 points, and Fluxo are really in desperate need of those if they want to climb up into a playoff spot by the end of this group stage. So close, but no cigar here to at least securing one. It would have made a big difference. I really do think that E1, despite their struggles on attack, never looked like they were really struggling overall in the game. Like, I think the first half was genuinely pretty solid from Fluxo. Maybe it wasn't perfect from E1. There were some mistakes. There's a cap can that happens in this round, which is one of those mistakes perhaps. But like, all in all, I do think that E1's attacks were pretty good. They were solid. It mostly just came down to Fluxo unable to attack onto this map, unable to clear out some of the roamers. They went for a lot of those more direct executes, and it just felt like they were so ready for them on the side of E1.
Yeah, just, it's showing to become a frustrating season. I alluded to it. They've taken a few games quite close now with Fluxo, and it just seems like they're struggling to get themselves over the line. But E1, they've done fantastically well. They guarantee that Liquid were at the top of the table for the shortest amount of time possible. The very next game, they've gone back above them. They sit on 14 points now, up at the top of the table once again. And E1 just seemed to go from strength to strength, and that's shown something else for me there today, and that is an ability to come back. It is resilience. It was really nice from them.
No, it was, and I mean, it's good to see that building back from Fluxo. At the end of the day, they still have yet to find a win in the regular season of BR6. Through stage 1, they didn't find a single win, and now through stage 2, they continue to be unable to find that. They also continue to be unable to take down E1. That is the third win that E1 will get series-wise. They got a win in the offseason as well over Fluxo, so org-wise, this still remains a matchup that Fluxo have never been able to come out on top of. And man, they were so close. I mean, E1, they remain undefeated in this group stage, but had they lost just 1 or 2 more rounds, 1 round and then forced to overtime, or 2 rounds in regulation, then they would have been dealt their first loss by a team who is at the bottom of the standings, who had never won a game before in the regular season. It's not to be, though. At the end of the day, the stats hold true, and the better team does come out on top. you gotta feel for the Fluxing fans because that was definitely a close one. But way she goes sometimes, Ace. You can't give out any pity points. There's always got to be a winner, and there's always got to be a loser. And today, Fluxo will be unable to make it to the other side.
They certainly did. I'm sure it will be of no consolation to them whatsoever, Jesse. But Fluxo certainly played their part in, what was a fantastic match. And just for a moment there, for a few moments, there was a little bit of a story building, and we thought we might just get to see it. But like you say, ultimately, E1 able to show at the end there exactly why they're the top of the table. We can get a little bit more insight as to why they're top of the table as well. I believe we've got Perez standing by and ready for an interview. So we'll go over and see what he's got to say.
Thank you, Ace. Yes, we'll bring in Perez now after a victory, but a slimmer one than maybe E1 had hoped. Perez, congratulations on the win. You guys ended up taking the victory, but I think I will ask what we're all thinking, and is that, did you think this team would be as competitive with you as they turned out to be today?
Hey, so what do you mean on the last question? I didn't understand. And thank you for the congratulations.
Of course. They gave you quite a fight. That almost went to overtime, closer than maybe you thought?
To be honest, yes. Your attacks were not so good, to be honest. But we know that on this map with Merrick Ban was like defense is the best side, so we're not concerned or worried about anything. We knew that when we got to the defense, it's going to be easier, so that's it.
Well, I mean, you guys are looking flawless so far. And, I talked to you last time. You said, everything that you're doing in scrims is transitioning to matches. Obviously, I don't think you guys wanted your attacks to look so poor today, given how well your attacks were looking even in your last match on Lair. What were causing those hiccups on your guys' attack half?
To be honest, on this week, practicing labs, your attack was not the best like it used to be. So we are still trying to improve. And to be honest, it was kind of like the screens. It was not like really bad or really good. It was like so-so, not so good.
Do you think we will continue to see E1 at the top of the stage going forward? Do you guys think you're going to keep this top spot?
Yeah, yes. Tomorrow we're going to smash MIBR, so that's it. We're going to be flawless. One more round.
Okay, that's it. Yep. Perez, obrigado. Thank you so much. And we will see you next time.
Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you, Perez. Wow. So quite a game there, Laxing, and a closer one than we thought. I think the Fluxo fans were coming out in full force for that one because it was a nail biter until the very end, but they just came up short, could not walk away with another overtime point, and E1 still remain the team to beat.
I do want to give credit to Fluxo. That was a very close game. It did look like they were running away with it. Obviously, that should be expected on defense, but even on their defense, they were playing really well together. They were playing trays. They were getting opening picks. Like, I do want to commend them for doing a good job, but again, it really did fall back on their attack half. They just could not get anything done. Every time they tried to figure out something, they immediately got met by E1. E1 would get the initial kill. Then it just would look like they would just stagger. They would just fumble all plans of what they originally wanted to do because of that first pick, and it's truly what costed them. And I just feel if they can just get their attacks on, if they can just figure out the right course of action and where they need to be implementing certain players or certain situations to go in a certain way, they will find success. And it's just unfortunate that they couldn't get a point, let alone a win here, because, I mean, there's only so many games left and, playoffs just isn't looking like it's going to be in their future.
Yeah, at this point, really dicey. That glimmer of hope is not enough to actually improve their standings on the leaderboard. You're going to need something a little more concrete than that. On the side of E1, though, it was, at the end of the day, another strong performance from them when everything was all said and done, namely, of course, the man himself. It is Flastry who came into the game as one of, if not the best player through the stage 2 so far, and continued to pile on to that incredible stat line that he's got going.
Yeah, and I said Flastry was the player that I've really been enjoying getting to know, getting to watch. I mean, he's just a very mechanically gifted young player, and we saw him in different scenarios, even on those roams. He was taking 1v2s by himself. He was maneuvering around the map way better than the attackers were when they were trying to pinch him. He's just a slippery player. Like I said, he just knows how to play the game at such a good fundamental level, and then his mechanics are truly carrying him all the way through these matches.
Well, Flastry will continue to bolster his best KD in the league with that nice 14-6. So great work from him as he continues to propel this E1 team forward. As we move forward, we have what could another match be, the best of the day? I don't know. We've seen an upset, we've seen an incredible Liquid Furia match, and now we move to NIP and FaZe, a match with plenty of historical implications and a lot of, well, potentially exciting stuff coming your way. Don't go anywhere. It is NIP and FaZe when we return.
E o Cyber tá ali sozinho dentro da área de bomba, viu, Retalha? Tem que tomar cuidado, o Gomes já dominou a vertical. Tem jogador também no palco. Abriu de novo o Cyber. Sabe da posição, vai no prefire. Se adianta. Ah, não! Aí não pode! Avançou displicente, mas ainda assim... E a vantagem é do MIBR. São 3 jogadores contra 2. Ele sabe do plant. Vai tentar recuar. Ele errou! Ainda assim o Raid consegue na bala. Finaliza mais um jogador. Agora o Rari. Sobra apenas o Raid vivo e é finalizado numa triple kill do Rari. Destruído, desiste, ia puxar mais um ataque ali com seu gadget para quebrar mais ainda no chão. Ele volta. Resolve tacar. Ih, rapaz. Olha isso. Ele levou. Ele levou! Ele levou na trocação. Retalha do céu. O Flório não estava preparado para isso.
Ele ainda tirou no corpo depois, tá?
É o Muse de Akog mesmo. Não tem jeito. contra 2 e o tempo é completamente o inimigo da Black Dragon.
20 segundos aí.
Eles têm que avançar com tudo. Pino tá preparado. Vem pra granadinha de impacto. Pra tentar ameaçar, o plant vai acontecendo. Tem abertura, Esk consegue mais uma. O Pino se arrisca e troca. São um jogador agora pra cada lado. 38 segundinhos. O Psycho vai com tudo agora. Eu acho que ele vai definir, Retalha. Ele vai até o fim. Ele vai até o fim. Será que consegue? Don't fake! Não tem como, é muita inteligência agora do Psycho que garante um resultado importantíssimo para Ninjas em Pijamas! Vamos que vamos!
Well, a look here at São Luís, the home of Brazil's only desert, apparently, as we get things continuing here on day 5 of the Brazil League. We move into a historic matchup between NIP and FaZe. Historically, a 50-50 coin flip of a matchup that could really always go either way. Just to put that in perspective, of the 41 encounters between these two organizations over the last 8 years, it is 22 and 17, just slightly favoring FaZe. 2 draws in there, by the way. They are 2-2 this year. The 5th encounter, who knows which way this one's gonna go, Laxing.
Honestly, you make me feel old when you give that statistic because obviously I've been around since they even came into the, well, the orgs came into the scene and have been duking it out since. So in terms of game 5 now, to see who's gonna pull it out, I mean, you got NIP coming off of a very dumpster fire of a game, losing 1-7. And then on the other end, you have FaZe bouncing back, showing sheer resilience, bringing back a loss that was about to happen and pulling out a win. So you gotta think that both teams are gonna come, when it comes down to the maps, that they're probably gonna go back to basics, but obviously we have to wait to get to that point. But I think nonetheless it's gonna be a good game overall.
Right, 2 evenly matched teams, 2 almost identical teams in terms of their overall standing in the league so far. This is, of course, the standings after the 3 matches we've already seen conclude today. Since Vivo Keyd has moved on up, Liquid and E1 moving on up, that puts FaZe and NIP neck and neck at 4 and 5 respectively. Only a single point separating these 2 teams, and so far that has literally come down to the difference of a single round. That is an overtime win versus an overtime loss. That is getting to overtime versus losing in regulation. That is the margin of error between these 2 teams. They are practically evenly matched, and as they go head-to-head again here, Laxing, do we really think that this is going to be anything different than what we've seen in the past?
Like I said, I think it's just going to be a slugfest nonetheless. I mean, both these teams are going to want to walk away with 3 points because when you look at that threshold from the bottom that will have to play through LCQs versus qualifying for playoffs, it's within 2 to 1 to maybe 3 points. So, I mean, again, both teams are really going to be doing everything they possibly can to put that lead up because at the end of the day, regardless of you getting first or second, that doesn't guarantee you a spot. Most importantly is that you just secure playoffs nonetheless.
Right now, both teams sitting right in the middle of the standings there, but they lead in several categories as teams. Both of them have proven to be quite a threat this stage. FaZe Clan, it is EPS overall rating where they claim the top spot, just edging out E1 Sports. This is a pretty good title to hold, considering that E1, they are the top of the league right now. FaZe Clan, their stat line individually, these guys have been rock solid.
Yeah, and that's pretty impressive. And at the same time, it's not like a shocker to me because when I've thought about FaZe throughout my entire career, when I played against them, now when I spectate them, they're just an all-around, very well-rounded roster in terms of just being able to quickly identify and play a style of Siege that we don't typically see in Brazil that maybe we're starting to see adopted, but FaZe has always had a very unique playstyle and just being able to adapt very quickly to any single opponent they play against. And they almost force you to play their game of Siege versus just playing a regular game of Siege where 2 teams are just duking it out.
I mean, yeah, you look at Handy and you look at Vidiking, both of them plus 15, plus 14 in terms of the KD. Yeah. You know they're putting up good numbers every single day. On the NIP side, it is headshots where this team leads. Not necessarily the most important category, but when you think of mechanically skilled players, people who are going to just load into the lobby and absolutely tear it up, you know these guys are going to do that.
I was going to say, I think this is a little skewed a little bit because there was a graphic, I believe, after the second day or the second play day. It was a graphic of Fantasy specifically. He had like 32 kills, and out of his 32 kills, he had 28 headshots. So, I mean, I think he's carrying the team pretty high. He was the headhunter for the roster. We had a whole segment about him. So I think he's definitely carrying that. But nonetheless, I mean, it's, you know, it's important to note that they are hitting those headshots because in a game like Siege, you only need one.
Yeah, one shot and you're done. But also important in every single round, right? We think of those support players. We think of these teams and their ability to get the diffuser on the ground. It is Vidiking leading the way for FaZe in that respect. He's got 5 to his name this stage. And when you look at somebody who's going to be playing that hard breach, who's going to be playing your Hibana and your smoke, it's such a good resource to have. And someone who's been on this team for so long, contributing in that way.
And even more important, I mean, yes, Vidiking does that, but so does Handy. They both are intangible. They both can play each other's roles. They both can just swap when they need to, but it just shows how well-versed this roster is at FaZe that at any given moment, if anyone needs to step up in a certain area, play a certain role, swap between roles, they can do just that. You might not see it all the time, but again, they're a Swiss Army knife of being able to just pull out anything at any given moment at any given time.
Well, knowing how evenly matched this matchup should be, you gotta think that both teams have a similar plan when it comes to the map veto, and that is likely back to basics almost. Yes. That's kind of how we were framing it earlier, Laxing. Is this really the situation where you want to be pulling out Lair again, where you want to be going to labs again, or is this something where it's just like, all right, let's just stick to what we know and go to your standard Siege map?
Yeah, I think it's going to be something along the lines of there. I don't think, obviously, NIP wants to bring out Lair again after the horrible performance. And then even from FaZe going into that Lair as well, where it was a very close game, they had to bring it back. So I think in both case scenarios, they're just going to avoid that map entirely. They are going to want to bring it back to maybe a more simple map. Maybe we see a Chalet. Maybe we see, maybe not a border. Probably a club, not entirely sure. But again, I do think we are going to see a little more simplicity in the maps than maybe a little more diversity.
We'll take a look at those map ends for you when we get them in, and here they are. It is Labs off the board first, followed by Border, so that's kind of a very clear mentality of these teams. Lair stays up for quite a while here, getting nearly all the way until the end, but it, as well as Consulate, are banned out. So it is indeed Clubhouse where these teams will want to go.
It was interesting to see Cons ban, but I think they're giving a little more respect to NIP just for the simple fact that they did play against MIBR, where FaZe did play Cons, winning that 7-1. But going back to basics, literally said it best. I mean, Clubhouse, it's as basic as it could possibly get. It really just comes down to your attacking half and then closing out on defense. So if you can be strong on your attack and you can find success there, should be the team that should be able to most likely walk away once you get to that defensive half. But like Jesse said, sometimes bans can really play a factor in how you hold certain sites, what a push can look like. But ultimately, it really does come down to just basic fundamentals of working together, seeing that coordination, and just obviously what we just saw just recently with Liquid against Furia.
And we know a match between these two teams is normally close, but on this map especially, just look at what has happened so far at this stage, and I'll give you the numbers. It was 8-7 FaZe Fluxo on Clubhouse. Even against Fluxo, that one went all the way to OT. The Clubhouse map for NIP, that was 8-6, Liquid winning that game. Another overtime duel on this very map. I honestly love this, Laxing. I love that we're going to this map because you almost guaranteed overtime, it feels like.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I've just seen so much Clubhouse in the NAL, and I mean, you know, I'm expecting to see it here. I would even like to see a Bank by chance. Bank is a very heavy favored map in all of Brazil. But, you know, Clubhouse does ensure some very tight gunfights, some very stressful situations, some nail-biting rounds as we were seeing in some areas. So, again, I am expecting this to be really close. Honestly, I could not tell you who's going to come out on top. I just want to see these two duke it out and then let the match decide who's the winner.
Well, I know Jesse's opinion about Fluxo seemed to be very strong in the last match. Let's see if he has another strong take to drop on us here. Jesse and Ace, welcome back here. Jesse, I'm going to go straight to you here. Do you have any wisdom to drop on us like you did in that last game?
I don't think I do. I think both these teams are looking equally fierce. Obviously, FaZe have historically, at least in recent times, been the better team. They've been at international events with better results. But I really like the way that NIP are looking. I think their new pickups are looking really, really good. I think that this stage, FaZe have actually been looking a little bit weaker at times. They've had some questionable games for sure. So, no, I'm excited for this match for sure.
Well, 7 maps played by these two teams against each other this year over 4 separate encounters. Clubhouse was not played there, yet 4 of those 7 were overtime maps. Ace, we've had some exciting stuff today. Do you think this one is going to be the best one yet?
I don't see how it can't. It's always spicy between FaZe and NIP. You know, there's a lot of history between the players, between the orgs within this region. It's going to be a lot of fun. And NIP, for the longest time, have struggled with being too slow. That's been the problem. Fantasy's come in, and he's given them a serious injection of pace and aggression that they've needed, and that's only going to add to the spice of this matchup.
Well, I know our players are ready to ramp up the pace and get things started soon, so we'll pass it over to you, gents. Take it away.
Thank you very much. Another big game coming up then, Jesse. FaZe versus NIP, 2 of the biggest names in Brazil. And honestly, I don't think you could put a sheet of paper between these two.
No, honestly, it's going to come down to who plays better on the day. Fantasy, you already brought him up. I think he's really going to be the key factor. He is incredibly talented. We used to see him back on Furia back in the day, attending many LAN events, and he was kind of known back in the day for being a player who, and I don't love using this term, but I will say, was kind of all aim, no brain. He was very, very good, but sometimes the decisions he made weren't the best. Since joining this NIP team, he's floated around a couple of different, bottom tier teams. Since joining NIP, I've actually thought that he's been playing a lot smarter than he has in the past. And I think that mechanical skill is still there. If he's showing up today and he's going toe to toe with the best of FaZe, whether that's with Handy or KDS or whoever it might be, that could be the key. But if not, they might be in trouble.
We've got FaZe on the other side, of course. Recently in the SI Grand Final, unfortunately losing out, but they are still such a danger. We know this. They can absolutely deliver when it counts. This is going to be a matchup between titans between these two. And, who comes out on top is anybody's guess. It's 4th place versus 5th place. There's experience on both sides. There's talent on both sides. And we're going to a map that both of these teams know so well in Clubhouse. So I have absolutely no doubt that it's time to buckle up, to get yourself comfortable, because this is going to be a huge matchup between 2 big teams. Let's take a quick look at what they had to say.
Cara, FaZe é um time desgraçado. É muito chato de jogar contra. É um elenco fortíssimo, famoso jogo 50-50.
Não tem jogo fácil contra eles. Parece que as duas equipes ali, quando jogam contra, as duas conseguem jogar muito bem.
Na FaZe tem que ficar de olho em todo mundo. O Cyber pode acabar com o jogo, o Randy é muito bom, o Souls é um desgraçado, o KDS é um Goblin. Não tem como. O elenco deles é muito forte, o grupo deles é muito forte.
O Hates e o Phantom são 2 jogadores que a gente tem que ficar de olho. Eu acho que esses são os 2 principais jogadores de lá.
Pô, Rafael, então já tá 1-1 esse negócio esse ano com esse grupo aí. A gente vai ter que desempatar isso, fazer uma apostinha, valendo um fogo de chãozinho, né? Alguma coisa. E, pô, se apostar comida, você tá ligado que o pai aqui, o gordão que ganha, né? Não tem jeito.
Recadinho pra NIP vai ser que Condes e Hates aí, vocês são meus patos também e vão ser pra sempre.
A lot of respect between the 2 teams there, it's clear, but ultimately, Jesse, we all heard it. There's a barbecue on the line.
Yeah, I think I also heard Vidiking call them ducks. I don't know what that one, but we're jumping into the operator bands. Of course, NIP get the first choice here. I'm expecting a Montaigne. I've said that every game so far today, but I always feel like the team that doesn't have the stronger multiplayer is likely to ban them out. On Clubhouse can be very effective, and there we go. Taking that away from Vidiking, who is exceptionally good on that operator, one of the best Monties in the world, certainly rivaling Lagonis. I'd expect a Ying for this second ban out, but it was hard to decide, and it will be the Ace. Our second time seeing Ace banned on Clubhouse today, so clearly something's going on in Brazil. People don't like to see this operator on this map. I'd expect the Keyd and Valk to round out this ban phase, but you never do know with FaZe Clan. They can get so tricky with the operators they like to ban. They are a very hard team to predict. Of course, it's part of the reason why they're at the top level. They will take out the Keyd, though, so then it's just the Valkyrie for me to get 3 out of 4 of these bans correct. No time to think about it on the side of NIP. And it's Mira instead. So a couple of curveballs, nothing too out of the ordinary. Certainly Mira can be powerful on Clubhouse, but not a very common ban that you see just because there's a lot of other operators that are a lot stronger. I mentioned the Valkyrie. Azami, of course, going to be up as well. Fenrir is still up here. Haith will jump right onto that one. So excited to see how this will go. We could see this lean a little bit more towards the defenders with a lot of strong defense operators up. And of course, that Monty taken off the board.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think, as you said there about the mirror, there are uses, but they're heading more to, I won't say the niche uses on Clubhouse, but they're heading more in that direction. I'm thinking for this site, you've got the bathroom. That's your main mirror use is the bathroom looking onto Jacuzzi Breach. Reasonably easily dealt with at this level, given that it's soft floor underneath, but also that you're only a short distance from the breach. So getting an ash charge in there, for example, or even just putting a smoke in front of it and running in and smashing it, is reasonably easily dealt with. We do see the mirrors sometimes used to prevent the breaching. We'll see it put on like the CCTV wall and opened up. But an interesting one. Like you say, leaves a lot of power to be chosen from. And no surprise to see Azami immediately on the lineup.
All right, well, as we load on here into Clubhouse, I'm sure FaZe Clan and NIP are both going to be feeling very comfortable. FaZe's record on this map is pretty disgusting. They've got a 7-game win streak on Clubhouse in Tier 1 competition. I should note they did lose the map to W7M Academy over the offseason, but you could debate how serious FaZe Clan were treating those games in the summer tournament that was going on inside of Brazil, Super Copa do Brazil. Regardless, this is a very strong map for both squads. NIP happy to be here as well. Top team in Brazil. It's hard not to be good on Clubhouse. So we should get a good game out of this. It's going to be a pretty far extended roam as Pino's all the way up here in Rafters, acting like the bomb site CCTV cache. It is Gym Bedroom. Don't get confused. He might get cut off here as he is very far away from site. If they can get some players either on the construction window or even like the CC window, maybe on the door down at bottom garage, they could stop Pino from leaving. But at the same time, I don't know if he wants to go anywhere right now.
No, I was just going to say exactly the same. It could be tough for him. Now then, Candelas are raining straight in, and it looks like FaZe are going to just try to hit site directly, but it's not going to go well for them. Cons, hits, Psycho, all managing to find kills, and that's going to be a flawless round. It is over in the blink of an eye, Jesse.
Man, I liked where their heads were at, to be honest. They saw that heavy extension. There was a player in cache. There was a player in Rafters. They said, guys, if we just hit site, that's like a 5v3. And absolutely it was. They had the Candelas. The problem is Warden does exist. Hates hit some great shots as well to come on through there. So there was a lot that NIP did to respond very quickly, very well. They seem to be aware that that was the major weakness in their site. And although I think FaZe were probably in the right to go for a play like that, NIP were super ready for it. So I think that's a good round to set the pace of this game. It's FaZe testing the waters a little bit, saying, all right, NIP, are you awake today? Are you showing up with your best? And NIP responding very firmly, absolutely we are. We're ready for anything you guys can throw at us. So exciting to start off this game in such a manner. NIP holding things down despite the far-off extension from Pino and, to an extent, Fantasy, who I think was just inside the bathroom. We'll see what they can do here in the second round because I really do think FaZe Clan are off to a hot start, and that round's not going to slow them down.
We see the soft portion of the wall out of CCTV almost completely removed before it was reinforced. There's a line of thinking, of course, I think, about the way that sound travels through those, especially if the bandit's going to be in there. Con's just looking to do a little bit of tricking. It just gives you a little bit of a heads up, makes it a little bit easier to hear those charges being placed, especially with it being a thermite. And I don't know if there's maybe a little bit of thinking towards Maverick or not there as well, but either way, they're going to try to keep hold of that wall. I would expect to see Cons playing on there. They've got the Azami, which will almost certainly be positioned as we saw Pino out on Garage Catwalk. I think there's actually a second player out there with him as well to try and hold on to that key area.
Yeah, this is very early going to be telegraphed as a construction side take from FaZe Clan. Soul's already jumping on in there. Might make it a little bit difficult for them to get that main wall open. You still need the server wall if you're attacking onto the site. Doesn't matter if you want to push construction. That cutoff is vitally important. So they'll be working on that as time goes on. They won't have the buck down below to deal with it. But there is somebody else down below that they are worried about. It's, of course, Pino on this Oryx, trying to drone in Cyber to find that frag, but Pino at the moment has stayed elusive, and they don't really know where he is. He's bottom garage currently, so gonna be hard to take him down from there. Watch out for a flank late in the round. If he goes down the secret stairs, maybe up main, that's something that I'm sure FaZe will be aware of, but you've got to be cautious of it regardless.
FaZe have still got loads of drones left at this point and plenty of time on the clock as well. So it's not too much of a panic. They've got themselves the construction control. So just looking for angles now, just looking for kills to try and open things up. But they need to be careful because, of course, NIP are doing that on the reverse side as well.
A cool Kiba barrier trying to help them out for a little bit of a bandit trick. Didn't get it in time, I don't believe. They put it on the floor to help Cons go for a bandit trick. At the moment, the server wall is still closed. They've very quickly taken construction control, but I doubt they're going to go for a push until they're able to open up that main breach. Doing so would really limit their possibilities as to how they're going to enter the bomb site. And Vidaking is currently moving his way over there on the thermite as well. So I expect that's going to be the next problem. But it's going to take a while to deal with. The nades rain out and the wall opens up. But Ace, I mean, there's less than 50 seconds on the clock. This is going to be down to the wire as they try to execute.
Absolutely. So late in the round, Pino able to just dash his way back up the stairs there. Manages to get away, but is he going to get caught out? Yes, he will. Cyber manages to pick up the opener. He can start pushing his way up red stairs potentially as Souls manages to find Cons. And this is going to become a coffin very quickly inside of Cash as FaZe start to flood on in. But somehow NIP hold on. But it's now all up to hits. He manages to find another 1 versus 2 now. But is there going to be an opportunity for this diffuser to go down for FaZe? They're both so low health, Jesse, that this is definitely winnable for hits. But no, Cyber has the cover. He knows exactly where he's going to come from. And FaZe, this time with a flood into sight, managed to hold it down and get round 2.
You know, sometimes people forget that Cyber was a major winning MVP all the way back in the day, and I think he certainly showed why in that round. He's so good at his job as an entry. On that attack, the whole round, laser focused on finding that Oryx, making sure they didn't get away. Through the entirety of that round, Pino he started off inside of, I believe it was bar, then he went down the main stairs, he rotated to the basement, up secret, he was bottom garage, he went up red. He was all over the place and never did Cyber let go. He was constantly tracking, constantly trying to hunt down that pick, eventually got it on the red stairs, and that opened the door for him to walk up that staircase himself, have a massive impact, 3 kills through that round to clean it up and help FaZe Clan secure the victory. Love seeing it coming out of the old man, Cyber. He may be getting up there, 26 in age at the moment, but that doesn't mean he
Give it a rest, Jesse. Give it a rest. 26 getting up there.
Hey, in terms of the rest of the players in this server, I believe he's the oldest. I don't know if age is for every all-10 player, but 26 would make him older than the vast majority of pro players. I'm just saying.
Cries in 39. Oh, dearie me. Right, here we go then. NIP will continue the defenses here in round 3. Going to be down in Church and Arsenal this time. It's the first time that we've seen them take on the basement. Andy just going to do a bit of due diligence there. Get Adam window opened up, and that's just going to prevent any peaks coming on out. They'd had a little knock in the barricade already, potentially. So it's always a dangerous one if you can't rely on that sound, if you can't rely on that hit having to be taken for them to take a peek. Anybody can just sort of stroll up to it. So well played there from Handy, I think.
All right, we go down to the basement, and if you'll remember back to the Team Liquid game, Ace, I talked about how Team Liquid had a 75% attacking win rate on the basement bomb site. The reason I bring that up is because the only game they had played previously was against NIP, meaning that NIP have only a 25% defensive win rate down in on the basement, which might explain why this bomb site has taken so long to come through. We do see it now, though, in round number 3, and FaZe Clan are going to be looking to find an opening pick to start off their push. There are a couple of roamers up here. Fantasy and Hates, the 2 newest players in NIP, will be on a bit of a duo roam. One Raptors, one Cash, and immediately it gets punished.
Souls is going to be the one to find Fantasy. Fantasy's been kept pretty quiet so far on the side of NIP, and it's definitely somebody they're going to need to come online. You would expect maybe a little bit more from him in the attacking half when he's got that opportunity to get aggressive, get into the map, find those entry kills, rather than having to play to the beat of FaZe Clan's drum, as it were, at the moment. But certainly could be doing with contributing maybe a little bit more for NIP. But 5 versus 4 now for FaZe. They've already shown us what they can do when they are at a disadvantage at times, but now they have the manpower, they're gaining the access, a minute left on the clock. They're not looking too bad here.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see what this Echo can do, though. That's the one win con that I'm looking from cons. I mean, if this is a late push from FaZe Clan, and it probably will be, a well-placed Yokai could absolutely disrupt this execute at the worst possible moment. So watch out for that. Otherwise, I do like the utility on the side of FaZe Clan. Not a whole lot they got to go through. There'll be some Dread Mines as they work their way in towards blue. Vidaking currently positioned up on the main stairs, I believe that is. So has a couple options still with that defuse kit, but watch out. With very little time, the Yokais are up, and they only have a few more bodies to find.
This could be a smart move from Pino. He's going to be droned out inside of dirt. He's just gone to try and challenge. Can he find them? No, he gets spoiled for choice. He can't pick between Handy and Vidaking and will be punished for that lack of decisiveness. KDS manages to find hits. 2 versus 4. 1 versus 4 as Con gets taken down. KDS picks up the final kill, and it's all there for FaZe as they just again manage to flood on into site and find kill after kill. They're just not even really needing to play for the diffuser too much at the minute.
Nope. Hard to deny the plant when you're on a 2v5 and you've got to kind of keep your gun up if you're cons. So that's the way it ended up. I do think that round was kind of one that they had to do better on the roam game for. I mean, yes, they only lost 1 technically on the roam, but they had a lot of resources up on the roam. They didn't have that much utility in the bomb site. And their other roamer, Hates, barely made it out alive, didn't get any kills, so they didn't really disrupt the push from FaZe in any meaningful way. And you can't really do that for FaZe Clan. Again, they're so proficient attacking in Rainbow Six Siege. They're one of the best teams in the world. So even if their attacking win rate this stage hasn't been great, it's only sitting at about 46%. You still expect FaZe Clan to put together great executes, especially when they're on top of their game. You know, some of the matches FaZe have played throughout stage 2 haven't looked like their best. They've had some really rocky matches, but when they're on and when everybody looks to be playing towards their best, again, this team is arguably top 2, top 3 in the entire world. So you can't give anything up to FaZe. You've got to pressure them early. NIP not able to do that, and we complete the first site rotation with a 2-1 lead for FaZe Clan.
Pino, another one on the side of NIP at the minute that's just really struggling to get into the game. We saw him out on catwalk in round 1 and he was just kind of left there in the cold. NIP won the round, but it wasn't really through any direct contribution from Pino. We saw him on the roam in round 2 playing down in the basement, was picked up and tracked really well by Cyber and dealt with without again having too much of an impact on the round. So NIP just needing to try and get everybody online at the minute, but you just worry for them a little bit. I'm sure if you're an NIP fan, they had that difficult loss in the last play day, and you know, you look at it and think, is there going to be more of the same here? Because FaZe are looking electric right now, to be honest, Jesse.
They're looking electric, and they're looking to bring the Blackbeard in round number 4. One of the least played operators in Rainbow Six Siege, often thought of as one of the worst attackers. He's going to be brought now from FaZe Clan. He was currently playing on the server breach, so he was up there on the main platform. Still is in this situation, looking to hunt down Pino, the man that you were just discussing. A little bit of an awkward spot here, fighting the sledge down below. The nade dealt some pressure, and it will again force him back and get the kill. In fact, it just rolls ever closer and manages to find the frag. Again, another round where Pino is impactless. Very odd to see from him. He, before this game, had the highest cost in all of the Brazilian Rainbow Six League. For him to not be having an impact is very rare.
A nade kill in 2024, imagine. Pino just getting caught out there between a rock and a hard place, really. That's why we don't see too many nade kills since the changes, since they no longer can be cooked, but Pino had absolutely no option but to just get as far away from it as he could without straying from behind that keeper barricade, and it was just really well played from Souls. So we now find ourselves in a 4 versus 4. Cyber has gone down along the way as well. That is the Maverick lost. Could be tough depending on what they need to do with the walls. Could be a big loss of utility. FaZe just trying to force their way in, but what's going on? He's able to pick up KDS with ease.
Yeah, a little bit discoordinated between KDS and Handy, blocking each other in the doorway, finds a pick. I believe they had that guy on drone too, so little unfortunate with them not able to coordinate that one. Now they're inside of construction, they're on the windows, but they're in a man disadvantage, meaning that this push is not going to come easily.
Absolutely not, Handy. Just trying to work from the windows a little bit there. I think FaZe at this point with 30 seconds left to go, just hoping to try and find a kill, try and find a pick and just level the numbers up a little bit. They're dumping utility on in. How about that? Hates manager to pick up souls, but Handy is there to find Fantasy 3 versus 2. They keep fighting here, FaZe, but it looks like NIP are going to successfully hold on to Gym and Bedroom again. They know where the last is. Handy does find Cons, can't find Psycho, and that's going to be another round for NIP, and this one continues to be close. It's 2-2.
Yeah, great back and forth. I mean, that site play from Hates was really the star of the show for me, having a huge impact as that push came forward out of FaZe Clan. Lost a couple of bodies early, which is never ideal over towards the cache extension. You don't want to be seeing that. I liked the nade play. I felt like they were doing everything right to shut out Pino, and we talked about how consistent Pino has been throughout the stage, but I mean, I guess it doesn't really matter if all of the teammates are going down. It was an early death from Cyber. KDS then died early on the Blackbeard. Yeah, I don't know. Just doesn't feel like the operator was well utilized. Typically, you think of a Blackbeard and you say, "Great, we're gonna put him on the windows, right? We're gonna sit him so that only his head is exposed," and then dies in a doorway between construction and cache. Just not really where you wanted to see a Blackbeard even to begin with. So I don't know really what they were trying to do with that operator. Again, I think mostly it was brought to try to clear out Raptors. I think there was an idea where it is good on those master windows, but they didn't ever have him over there. So didn't really go according to plan. That's okay. They don't have to bring Blackbeard for the rest of this game. They can probably go through the rest of this attacking half just fine without him. We'll be moving on towards CCTV cache for round number 5 to try to get that lead back.
If the trend continues as it has done, we are likely to see FaZe Clan take themselves an advantage at a 4-2 half if they can continue to attack in the same way that they have done so far. NIP, however, need to try and build a bit of momentum. Again, it was a nice defense from them in Gym and Bedroom. They had answers for absolutely everything that was thrown their way, and it went well for them. But last time around, FaZe were able to walk up red stairs, apply pressure from construction. They didn't open the breach until really late in the round, but still they were able to find a way. So NIP are going to have to do things significantly differently this round.
My question is there any sort of utility to come on out? There's one C4 being held by Cons, but I don't think they're going to use it to take down the Maverick here. So Cyber gets away with it for now, still working on it, but again, I don't think Cons is even nearby to try to toss out that Nitro cell, so gonna get away. That's the wall, nice and opened a lot earlier than the last time FaZe Clan attacked this site. Not that they struggled with it per se in round number 2, they just didn't prioritize it. They focused initially on taking out the construction wall and clearing that side of the map. This time, that's not the case. They immediately start, and are they going in here, Ace?
Cons does pick up souls, manages to find a second as well. NIP are standing tall. They're really starting to find their feet in this one. Pino, Psycho getting in on the action. And again, it's another one of those rounds where in the blink of an eye, NIP just turn it around. FaZe really trying this mechanic of flooding on into site all at the same time, applying a lot of pressure from all angles. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And that was one of the times it went spectacularly wrong, and it's a flawless round for NIP.
Yeah, I mean, Con's just in the middle of the site finding 2 kills. They rush on in. That's going to do it for you. I can't believe FaZe Clan tried that twice, to be honest. Most teams against an opponent of the caliber of NIP would not be so bold as to try to push in, rush a bomb site twice or even once in a game. To go for it in 2 separate rounds is certainly bold from FaZe Clan. They failed it in both times. I didn't even think that there was a particularly heavy roam going on the side of NIP in that round. They had nobody down below. I mean, they might have had somebody over towards Master or Con, but I mean, every player felt like they were available inside of the bomb site or very nearby by Raptors or Top Red. So yeah, I don't know about that one from FaZe Clan. Again, you're just trying to catch your opponents off guard, but at the end of the day, NIP are standing tall and they are very ready for it. So interesting to fall down for that one.
NIP may well coming away with the advantage at the half here, and I think FaZe have got to kick themselves a little bit if they do, to be honest, because overall it has felt like FaZe have been the better team. It felt, you know, it's felt like they've taken more sort of a more aggressive approach. They've taken command of a lot of rounds, but like you say, Jesse, just rolling the dice with those two site rushes just really has left them on the back foot in a game where, you know, that maybe shouldn't be the case here, and it's maybe not telling the whole story, but NIP, I'm sure, will gratefully take it at this point. Interestingly, as well, so far, every entry death has been every entry kill has been converted into a round win. So whoever's coming away with that first pick is finding serious advantage through the rest of the round.
Which has been a bit odd. FaZe Clan have typically been very good at recovering rounds where they don't win that opening pick, but of course, against a team like NIP, it's much easier said than done. There's the entry for Psycho. If your trend continues, then that does mean we're going to see a 4-2 half, but with it immediately being traded out, I'm not sure that we're going to see the same fate.
Cyber just taking a peek in through the CCTV window there and just seeing if he can find any more action, any more rotations going on from the defenders, but NIP certainly not wanting to give up any more and quite happy to maintain their 4v4 for the time being. We can see now FaZe are just working their way down towards that mid floor, and they can then start opening up those hatches and clearing out that utility they need before pushing to site.
All right, minute 25 now, and everybody's fallen back to the bomb site. Again, I'm looking at this NIP defensive hold. Their win rate on this bomb site is very poor. We know this from before. It's only 20% at the moment. 1 out of 5 throughout stage 2 thus far, including round number 3. And again, I don't know if they got enough on their roam game. Like, what site utility do they have? Maybe, you know, they're going to have Yokais for sure, and then maybe some Kibas, maybe some Mute Jammers, just depending on how much of that utility was spent on the top floor. It's going to be a little bit here, but I think FaZe Clan are going to have the advantage with plenty of time, Diffuse Kit in hands, plenty of hard breach, and not that much actual site utility to clear themselves out. This should be a pretty simple execute from FaZe. Cyber's found himself in a weird spot, admittedly. But, like, I mean, he just needs a bit of help here at top blue, and he should be able to get out or even push farther down the oil pit hallway.
Exactly that. Just by going onto stock hatch, it's just going to prevent people from peeking out down towards oil pits. So Cyber should have been able to resolve his position by now and can go to join the rest of the team. But it did waste about 15-20 seconds. And if it comes down to a clock issue, that could be a problem. Cyber is actually still in oil pit and is going to continue that push despite looking like he might do otherwise. KDS manages to find a kill. This is where FaZe go. 10 seconds left to go. They drop. Cons finds Vitaking. It's all going in NIP's favour, though. They've lost the gunfights. 2 versus 1. KDS cut down by Fantasy, and NIP hold on despite FaZe having the advantages in the round, despite a lack of denial utility on site. They're still able to hold on, NIP.
A concerning way to lose a round. Again, I really felt FaZe Clan were in a solid position to convert that one. 4v4, 60 seconds on the clock. Very poor site utility from NIP, but they just could not shut down that pressure inside of blue. They had very little time. They stalled out really heavily. Those last like 45 seconds they just spent with Cyber inside of oil pit. He wanted to climb the ladder the whole time. I don't think he ever needed to. I mean, pressure the blue from the hatch and then push down the hallway. That's a push that many people want to go for. Maybe it's a little predictable, but like, you're Cyber, you're on Ash, shoot him in the head. You're very good at that. So I don't know, man. It felt like a very weird place to stall out for FaZe Clan. It didn't feel like a FaZe Clan style of attack where they would stall out like that. They're not known for this. So a little bit concerning from my end. I would like to see FaZe Clan battle back on these defenses, but it's kind of continuing this trend that we've seen all stage long, where sometimes FaZe Clan just aren't looking like themselves. I don't want to, ring the alarm bells too far just yet. They're moving on to defense. They're the best defensive team in Brazil right now with a 70% win rate. So this is still very much a game they can pull on back, but I just don't know that we're seeing the same FaZe Clan that we've seen throughout the last couple of years.
No, I'd agree with you. I have got an overtime feeling about this one still at the moment. But I think a big question mark that I have above that is Fantasy. Quiet so far, but as I said, on the attack, that's when he should really be coming alive. He can be droned in, he can go in there with intel, he can play that aggressive role, he can find those kills. We've seen it so many times from Fantasy, where he just gets himself into positions. The other team are screaming, why is he there? It's those spots that Fantasy always always manages to find. And NIP need that from him now, because otherwise I feel like FaZe are probably going to be pretty solid on the defense.
Well, for now, we actually have our newest operator being brought. It is Scopos. We've seen Scopos a couple of times here on Clubhouse, both in Brazil and North America earlier in this week. Cyber's going to be rocking that operator, the ability to switch between the two bodies, one in sight, one out on the roam. Looks like currently inside of Lounge. Can be very powerful on Club, where it's sometimes too difficult to rotate back in. But look at this. It's another execute, and the ace is in.
Trying to push Souls. They had the information, but Souls just blind sprays through the full white flash effect and manages to get the kill anyway. 1 versus 3 now. It's Fantasy with a double to get things going. He's gonna need to find the other 3. This will have to be an ace for Fantasy if they want to win this round. He has plenty of time. 1 minute 30 left on the clock. He doesn't need to rush this. What he does need to do is try to isolate these 1v1s. Reloading there is not ideal with the LMG. Fantasy. Cyber hears the noise. He knows what's going on. Steps around, picks himself up a freebie, and FaZe get their first defense.
I don't know if there was like a ratings hit for the Brazilian league, and they like told the teams, guys, if you want your win to be valid, you must rush at least twice per half. I don't know if there's something going on there, but these teams insisting on these rushes, which just have not looked good, even in the slightest. Every single time we've seen a Ying rush, which that's been 3 times this game, it has floundered. It's not been able to convert into any sort of a round win. So I hope NIP learn from the mistakes of both themselves and FaZe Clan and cut that out, because I really don't think these rushes are catching anybody off guard. You know, this is a map that rushing is fine on, and inherently I don't think these are bad pushes, especially like you want to do it once to catch your opponents off guard. That's okay, but like we've seen a lot of them now. They're not really working. Traditional pushes on Clubhouse can be very good. So yeah, I'd like to see a bit more of slow-paced rounds from these two teams. It may not be the most exciting, action-packed, immediately we're in the bomb site type of rounds, but I think they'll be finding a little bit more success. Nonetheless, still 4-3, still NIP in that lead, but it's dwindling quickly here in the second half, and so they've got to be able to try to get some of these attacks back on the board. It'll be CCTV and Cash, and unlike what FaZe Clan did the second time, I think we're going for a slower-paced round this time.
I think a little bit of luck plays into that last round. Pino able to get that hipfire spray whilst blinded. Sometimes it's just going to happen, and it's just a smart play from Pino. He's coming in through the window. That's where the challenge is going to be. I'm just going to throw some bullets in that direction and see what happens. And ultimately, it was a close one. It was understandable, but it was always going to be tough to get that kill. So heading on into round 8 then. 4 versus 3 here. Sorry, 4-3 on the scoreboard. 5 versus 5 in the round. And again, NIP just going to be looking for that entry. It's been 100% conversion rate so far. Every time a team has got the entry, they've gone on to win the round. That continues in the last one, with Souls picking up that kill that I discussed onto Pino as he tried to get himself in through the window. And this time, have they got an answer to that catwalk?
Yeah, I mean, they're really trying to work their way in here. They've brought in 4 hard breachers, if you'll notice. 1 set of can openers, and then 3 actual hard breachers, 3 primary hard breachers, I should say. Vidaking on the red stairs might actually be the first one to get into a gunfight. He's starting to creep his way down there, and it looks like NIP may know. Yeah, they don't know about Handy, though. Inside of Secret finds not 1, but 2. Cons and Fantasy both get taken out from the window, and he is playing so well from the Vigil in this position. A massive man count advantage, and they don't even necessarily have the tools to clear him out. He's still playing aggressive, and he's taking even more space. Cyber and Souls find 1 apiece, and so quickly this round has crumbled for NIP.
Hits did manage to pick up Handy along the way there, but the damage is well and truly done. It's all up to Hits. 30 HP, trying to push on in. 2 bullets will do the job, and you can see now FaZe know that this round is circling the drain. They're just trying to push forward, prod, see if they can catch the odd bullet here and there. They're in behind server stack. They're on either side of the breach. There's absolutely nothing realistically that Hits can do. This is a matter of time until this one is over. You see the peaks again just getting slightly more aggressive and aggressive and aggressive until it's Vidaking who manages to close out the round, and FaZe, they level things up, and all of a sudden NIP are in a precarious position because FaZe, they've got their first 2 defenses. If they can lock down a 3rd choice site, which is down in the basement, it is well defendable, they then take a big advantage in this game.
Handy came into this game having the most kills out of anyone in the server, 47 prior to this matchup. He'll now be a little bit past 50 to hit that mark. Not the first one inside of Brazil, but certainly in the first 5, I would imagine. He's played very, very well so far. Undoubtedly been the best player on FaZe Clan, and you're starting to see another example of that here on defense. He's actually been kind of bad on his defensive entries. He's only got a 20% win rate with his opening picks on defense. So he's actually struggled in that one department. Not today. He will turn it up and get those hugely impactful kills from inside of Secret. But good to see coming out of Handy, 7-5 now through this game. And Cyber, well, he's just picked the Cav, Ace.
Okay, let's see. If anybody can make it work, we know that it's Cyber. He's an absolutely fantastic roamer, has been for years. I'm thinking all the way back to 2021 on the MIBR days where it was him and Bullet just getting out and around the map and making a nuisance of themselves. He's certainly capable of doing exactly that. We saw him when he was on the attack, hunting down Pino on the roam, and this time he's going to put himself on the opposite side of the table. Let's see if we get any excitement out of that operator.
Well, first and foremost, they got to find him, and to do that, they're going to start to breach this top floor. They have brought some good operators for clearing out roamers, most notably the Deimos being brought in by Fantasy, an operator that he's brought a couple of times now throughout the Brazilian Stage 2. And with these impacts, Psycho will learn his lesson. He's going to switch to shooting only 2 X-Kairos per shot, but he's got to be careful. You notice that he's not actually inside of Kitchen just yet. He's barely inside the little closet doorway, the little freezer, because he knows that they don't have map control. He knows that there are likely roamers up there on the top, and that makes the angles a little bit tricky. He eventually gets the hatch open, but it takes a lot of utility. And again, look at this map control. If NIP aren't trying to roam clear this, then they're going to be in a very difficult position. Cyber sprints out the breach and goes for a crazy little play, does get punished by Hates.
It's a little bit of a shame for Cyber there. You feel like there was an opportunity to waste more time. Handy manages to take down Fantasy to level things up at 4 versus 4. But yeah, there's a real opportunity for FaZe there. They hadn't got a handle on the Cav at that point, and he's maybe just sold himself a little bit heading out of the breach. Hits in a beautiful position to pick him up, and that's a big job done really for the attackers of NIP. Taking down the Cav, don't have to worry about that on the flank. 4 versus 4, they've now got time to start getting those hatches open. I think it could be a late final push, but this is definitely still doable.
100%. I mean, if anybody's going to die on NIP, you kind of like it to be Fantasy, to be honest. The Grim Bees are going to be super helpful for the execute. You'd want your hard breach up as much as you can on Clubhouse, and then buck for that soft breach, ripping up these floorboards. We're going to see Pino get to work right here, right now. 50 seconds to go. Time will be the only advantage that FaZe Clan have. They don't have man advantage. They do have these Vulcan canisters as well. If they can pop these Goyos, if they've positioned them correctly, they really could stall out the push. Also with KDS generating those goo mines throughout the round, probably has quite a few inside the basement. So yeah, for me, it's the clock. That is the one thing that FaZe needs to rely on to win this game. Otherwise, with 4 players alive, NIP should be able to set up exactly the execute that they want. But man, we are really ticking down as they just get into dirt.
Yeah, obviously Dirt being left soft as a choice, that does allow them to move on in. I think a little bit short on hard breach, potentially. We saw Thermite opening up a hatch. A lot of those X-Kairos pellets were depleted earlier on. What a challenge from Souls as he moves under kitchen hatch. Gets a second with the pistol. Can't find the third, but KDS is there for the trade, and the final kill comes in. FaZe pick up a final round in the last 10 seconds there. Absolutely beautiful defense of Church and Arsenal. They just used the clock, like you said, Jesse. Just burnt away that time, and NIP were left with no choice but to just force it. They didn't have site control when they dropped the hatch. They were literally just throwing bodies into the site, see what they could get.
And you're starting to see why FaZe are the best defensive team in all of Brazil. Even when they do some silly things like running out of the main breach on a Cav, you know, they've still got some of the best players in the world for Cyber, or for Souls, I should say, to play down here on the Goyo with that TCSG, shut down the kitchen hatch drop. He knew exactly what he had to do getting underneath that. And again, I just feel like it's NIP not managing that clock very well. Both teams have had struggles with that timer. It feels like they're trying to mitigate it by going for a lot of these direct rushes with a Ying and a Finka That's not working out so well. We're also seeing both these teams stumble in the basement when they have to go for these full map clears. Their time is really coming back to bite them. And it's difficult. You know, I'm talking about these mistakes that they're making, and they are stumbling on some of these issues, but it's very hard to full clear all of Clubhouse, open all of the breach, especially with some impacts going on the kitchen hatch, and then execute with a lot of time remaining. You know, this is a strong bomb site for a reason. There's definitely a good reason why it has such a high defensive win rate historically. So not to bring NIP down too heavily, but they have yet to find an attack in the second half, and I really do feel like FaZe Clan are starting to run away with this game. They need an answer, and they need it fast.
Yeah, that's also the first time that the entry kill hasn't been converted into a round win as well here. So she said, picking up the kill onto Cyber, and then NIP still unable to get the job done. And that's, again, just another break from that trend that goes against NIP. If FaZe Clan are now able to even start picking up rounds from a man disadvantage, there could be big problems for them. So we're going to see NIP immediately trying to get themselves in towards Garage. They're looking to take Garage, Cash, CCTV, get that side of things before pushing on towards Gym and Bedroom.
So we're starting to slowly work our way in here. 2 minutes on the clock, but the Jacuzzi breach is open. Not a lot of pressure on the Cash extension from what I've seen. I like this Twitch drone work. You know, they're starting to get on in, making sure that this this Jacuzzi wall can be a good entry point. Worried a little bit about Cyber, but he doesn't have a C4. Usually you see a C4 operator playing down there, either KDS or it could be Vidaking as well. Only a Fenrir down to the bottom floor doesn't scare you too much. Yeah, he could come up the main stairs, and if somebody pushes on that side from NIP, could cause some damage. But I'm not so overly worried about it. KDS is definitely going to be in a bit of a more impactful position, playing top red. With a minute 25, it looks like NIP have made the decision that they want to clear Cash control, or at least pressure it a little bit. Maybe work some of these picks. Fantasy in a bit of a gunfight early, takes about 50 damage, but at the moment, not really in too much danger here.
1 minute 10 left to go. You can hear the goo mines again just slowing down the attack of NIP, but nothing is going to slow down Hits as he managed to pick up the kill onto Souls. That's the Azami gone as well, so any late round Kiba barricades that were being saved are now not going to be used. Going to have to live with what they've got. Red ping information just going to tell them, but again, NIP don't really have the setup here, and KDS is going to be able to stay in position and try to make a challenge. A lot of utility is dumped in towards him, and ultimately they do get the kill. 40 seconds left to go. Fantasy Hits in on the action. 5 versus 2 now. NIP surely able to get into sight here and find these final 2 members. Handy trying to do what he can get on the breach, but doesn't find his man. And now trying to pick up that upside down rappel. It's always going to be a tough one. Psycho Fantasy close it out, and NIP, they bring us back to a close game. 5-5.
This match really honestly reminds me of like old school NIP. Even that attack, it was very slow, but it wanted to get as much control as it could possibly achieve. They didn't really care about down below, but they got the Jacuzzi breach open, they got the Cash extension cleared, they took into construction, and then they all collapsed. And the thing about pushing slow, the thing about slow teams, is that sometimes they do get criticized for that playstyle, and sometimes it does come back to bite them. But oftentimes they find a lot of success internationally at the highest level because they are so good at getting that man advantage, and that's exactly what NIP did. You talked about how last round was the first time that we saw an opening kill that didn't get converted. It was Hates last time, it's Hates again with a good entry for NIP. This time they can capitalize off of it. That extension instead of Cash, not able to trade any bodies, and by the time they got to the site, they just had such a massive man advantage that it really didn't matter what those anchors could do. Barring a miracle, they weren't going to come out on top of that round. So it took some time. NIP are still going slow, and that clock is still something they're going to have to worry about, but they're at least finding those kills. It's all right to waste 2.5 minutes if you end up in a 5v3. That 30-second execute with such a massive man advantage is often still very favorable for you. So it's all right for NIP. This game continues the battle back and forth, and we are no closer to figuring out who's going to win this game.
We knew that it was going to be close. I said that it smelt of overtime at the beginning, and I'm going to stick by what I said there. It wouldn't surprise me to see us get a little bit of extra rounds here on Clubhouse between these two. But NIP need, I think, a little bit more pace on the attack, like you said. Just give themselves a little bit more time. It worked out last time around, but it's a roll of the dice every time when it's that last 20 seconds heading on in and needing to find those kills. If FaZe get a couple, then you are in big trouble, which they have already fallen foul of a couple of times. For the time being, the Rotero drone is going to go and take out the castles underneath, just trying to play Souls inside a lounge so he can have that verticality. He's got the shotty in hand, he can move around and open up vertical angles at will, but he's going to have to fight to keep his place because NIP already showing early in the round they don't want him in lounge.
Yeah, it's an old school strat to castle off and try to hard hold lounge here on Clubhouse. It's never really been that popular of a strategy. Teams typically don't think that it's that effective because it can be pretty simple to clear for the attacking team and they can usually clear it well, but at the moment they actually haven't chosen to pressure Souls. They opened his castles, but they haven't pressured him much beyond that. They've got the main breach open and they're sitting outside of the CC wall as well. Flashes inside a bottom garage. That'll start for an opening kill from KDS as this push gets going.
Hits manages to find KDS on the trade, but 2 kills for FaZe mean that they are still at an advantage here on the defense. However, Cons is just walking through sight at the minute. Flashes going out. He hasn't been able to find anybody yet. Hits manages to pick one up. Cons gets his value from that push into site. 2 versus 2, and right now FaZe are almost becoming the attackers here. They're having to fight their way back into site. NIP have got it. They're going to have to plant on top of a table if they want because of this lack of dealing with Souls underneath. They've opened his castles. They've hoped that that would be enough, but it hasn't been. Cons now likely to get this diffuser down. Souls it is to find the one from the balcony. The smoke still underneath, and this just became very, very difficult for Pino. He knows where the 2 kills are that he needs to find. Look at that. Manages to see the foot. Gets him on the leg. It's a 1v1, and if there's anybody on the side of NIP that you know can close this out, if history tells us anything, it's that Pino is capable of winning this fight, but he almost gives himself away. He now knows where Vitor is, though, at the top of red. Pino almost teasing him, just dancing across that space. Time after time, he's going to go for the plant, but Vitor has played this so beautifully to give himself the opportunity. He's playing with the clock, he's playing with the time. 2 seconds left to go, and Pino now has no option. Vitor can push, but Pino might have an opportunity to get his gun up. No! Vitor gets the kill with the shotgun, and the tense 1v1 closes out with FaZe winning the round and getting the match point opportunity.
One thing I have always said about Vitor is that he is one of the smartest players I have ever had the privilege of watching play Rainbow Six Siege. He is exceptional in those late rounds. His ability to value his life, to stay alive, to always position himself so that he's doing just enough to stop the attackers from getting what they want, in that case a plant down, but not so much that his own life is in danger, is actually ridiculous. So far throughout stage 2, he is at a 51% survival rating. That means he is staying alive in more rounds that he's dying. Just for some context, the second best survival rating in the league is 40%. He's 11 percentage points higher, and that's because he's so good at positioning himself in these spots where he has impact, yet he's not in any danger. His ability in that final round to move back and forth, aggress to stop the plants and fall back, aggress to stop the plants and fall back, non-stop throughout the entirety of that round, playing below with the smoke shotgun. Typically you see a smoke and you're like, okay, yeah, they're going to be on top red stairs, they're going to be inside of cash, they're going to be denying plant with toxic babes. Not Vitor. No. He's got bigger brains and better plans, and my god, did he not do that perfectly in that round. Those are the types of rounds that will win FaZe Clan championships going forward, and now NIP find themselves in a rough spot against Matchpoint here in round number 12.
Smart positioning of the Scopos from Cyber there. We just saw him putting it in behind the black boxes, and obviously that's going to kind of, if that isn't dealt with, if it isn't removed, if Cyber doesn't go back to that shell, it kind of removes the default plant spot option there, potentially. If you get yourself, we quite often see attacking teams will get themselves into, church in the late round and just try to throw it down behind the black boxes. And it's not going to be possible with the Scopos there unless you can get, a bit of a vault over the back and clear it out from behind. But I just don't think that would be possible. It looks too close to the wall. So could be a smart play. I'm sure it's not the whole thought process, but if you're going to leave one anywhere, it might as well be somewhere that it could be tricky.
No, and I love that he's playing instead of strip too. It can obviously be very difficult to return from strip to get down those main stairs. It's hard to get back to site. Well, if you just go to your second body, then that's a great way to get on back. But they're not focused on him right now. There's other roamers here towards Cash side, and of course, Pino is looking to find that opening frag. Not quite able to do it though. The Candelas come out, and so do the scans. That sends Vidiking all the way down to the basement with almost every other player of his team. But one exception, of course, of Cyber, who is still lurking inside of strip. Will NIP drone that out, or will they just assume that it is clear because they saw 3 roamers run off the top floor and head down the secret stairs?
Yeah, this could be really, really smart from Cyber. We'll see as the round continues. There you go. He's been picked up on the drone, so he'll likely get himself into a position where he can just transfer himself back into sight and have that safe return. So it'll be then an anchor hold in the final minute.
All right, the smart play from Cyber, doesn't want to risk it. He probably won't be going back. If they don't set up a Claymore or anything in front of that drone, he could go for a really late flank. And of course, that's why we see Hates. He's got to sprint all the way to the other side of the bomb site just to put a Claymore on this shield. Make sure that that will get destroyed if he ever comes back to life, if he tries to switch back to that body. So no flanking potential, but still a 5v5 hold. Goyo canisters in sight. Goo mines in sight. So much utility as well with these Kiba barriers, and the clock is again the problem. 30 seconds for NIP, and they still have players outside the buildings. This is going to be a very risky final execute, and again, it's all going to come down to time.
Yeah, still lots of work, as you say, for NIP to be done. They're really reliant on winning the first couple of gunfights here, because otherwise they're going to find themselves just getting cut down from every angle inside a sight. There you go, Handy gets aggressive onto the main stairs. The kills are going all the wrong way for NIP. It's going to be a flawless round in the end, and FaZe have been able to get it over the line. I thought for everything that we might see some overtime, but no. FaZe take a full 3 points with a fantastic win in a hard-fought game against NIP. Both teams had their moments. There were mistakes on both sides, but ultimately, FaZe come out on top.
Statistically, I don't know if he's going to be the MVP, but for me, the MVP of that game had to be Vidiking. What a ridiculous clutch on the second last round to force that match point, and then just a brilliant, classic, standard basement hold where FaZe Clan do what they always do against NIP. They force them to spend a lot of time on the roam clear, even more time thanks to that great usage of the Scopos, and then they just win it on time, playing down in the basement. They clean up the kills. They all get delivered straight to them. Perfect textbook final round from FaZe Clan. You were right. You know, there were definitely mistakes on both sides. It was not the cleanest game that we've ever seen, but it was still a high-level match of Rainbow Six Siege. We saw both teams having some really good moments. In the end, though, the defenses of FaZe Clan are just too much.
Absolutely. It was fantastic to watch. As you say, you know, anytime that there's a mistake, it's fine. It happens. And it just gives an opportunity for the other team to take advantage of it and show some real skill and ability with it. And that's exactly what happened. Every time there was a mistake, it was punished. Every time there was an attempt at maybe just over-aggressing, it was punished by both teams. But there was an interesting little point that I was going to make at the end there before the game closed off. A lot of people might have been wondering, with it being a new operator, the Scopos, the Claymore was put on the Scopos rather than just shooting and destroying the shell. And people might sit at home and look at that and think, well, why have you done that? Just take the shell out. He can't transfer then. But why take away that option? If Cyber then thinks, right, I'm going to transfer, you get the kill, rather than him being told, nope, you can't transfer, your shell's gone, and then he's alive in sight. So it's worth taking the gamble and just getting the Claymore on if you've got the option.
No, that's a great point, especially if any of our viewers haven't had a chance to play with Scopos yet. I believe she's still locked for people that don't have the premium battle pass, although maybe that is just worn off. In any case, if you destroy the second body right away, the first body can still survive inside the site and fight back, but if they transform back and then you get the kill with the Claymore, both bodies are unable to move. They're both considered dead. So, no, that's absolutely a smart play. Glad you brought that up. Ultimately, I think FaZe Clan outsmarted NIP in general in this game as well. Some of their attacks didn't go according to plan. You know, they went for a couple of rushes, which did not really work out. They had a Blackbeard round, which just got a little bit sloppy, as you're seeing there. It didn't end up collapsing in for them. But ultimately, I do think that like those defenses were so good, not only in the grand strategy with them really focusing on slowing down NIP, forcing them to play back to that old school NIP playstyle where the clock is their biggest enemy, but also in the micro, you know, little positioning things that you would see there coming through. I remember, of course, that big play from Souls down inside of the basement. was huge, and we saw so many of those little moments from FaZe Clan, right? So for them to be able to come out on top in this game, not a huge surprise, maybe, but I'm glad it was such a close game. You know, we definitely wanted to see these two teams bring it to the distance. 12 rounds was like the minimum that I was happy seeing, and we definitely did get that. A shame there was no overtime, but FaZe Clan deserved those 3 points with how they played today.
Yeah, I'd 100% agree. FaZe were the better team. I said this at the half. The scoreline didn't really do justice to what FaZe had done so far. And I think, to be honest, you know, FaZe would look back at that and think that probably could have been 7-4, 7-3. You know, think about the first round where they just dumped all the Candelas. I'm not saying it was the wrong decision. You think we've got a 5 versus 3. Let's try and overpower them. But you know, had that not gone wrong, or had they played that round differently, you know, there was potential opportunity for FaZe definitely to have picked up more rounds there, and to have done it quicker. So yeah, I think FaZe will be overall pretty happy with that. NIP, it was a better performance than they put in last week, that much is for sure. So, you know, there's at least a little bit of growth there, but it's interesting to see. I spoke about NIP being historically a slow team. They struggle for time. Fantasy has started to change that in a game where Fantasy was kept quiet on both sides, attack and defense. NIP are back to having some of those time struggles again.
Yeah, great game from Hates as well. Just to congratulate somebody on NIP too. I mean, he did really well in those defensive rounds to have a massive impact. I think Fantasy gets talked about mostly as the new pickup for NIP, but Hates is incredibly talented as well. Do not overlook this guy, because if you let him loose, if you forget about him in the server, he can cause so much damage. And so really wanted to give an extra shout out to him. Obviously, the loss here in regulation will hurt for NIP, but there's definitely some bright spots. I still think this team is going to be contesting for a major spot at the end of the stage.
Yeah, I think, you know, personally, I look at it, I think they'll definitely be in the playoffs. Like you say, they're going to be looking to grow from here. It was always going to be a tough game against FaZe. We know that, and FaZe have come out with a great performance. And speaking of which, we can get a little bit more intel from FaZe now, as we've got our interview ready.
Thanks, Ace. Thanks, Jesse. Another good one. I mean, man, this day just keeps on delivering, laxing, only fitting as we approach the 21st night of September that it is a day to remember. We'll bring in KDS here and have a quick interview, have a quick chat with him after that victory. KDS, parabéns, congratulations after that win. I imagine spirits are quite high. We saw the energy was quite high. How are you guys feeling after taking down a close rival?
We are feeling very good because NIP, I think, is the second strongest team besides Liquid, and we are very happy to win against them.
Amazing.
I mean,
definitely
important to be getting those 3 points. I mean, you guys were going back and forth, but then you guys end up closing out. If you can just run me through that last round, what are the comms like? Because it obviously gets down to the wire. There's 30 seconds left. Do you want to close out the round? What does that look like for you?
I think this round we have a bad communication, so the beginning of the round is awful. So this round I think we are gonna lose anyway. Maybe in the clutch don't have time to do anything. In this round we just play bad, you know.
KDS, tell me a little bit about bringing Scopos into the lineup. We saw her for the first time here today with you guys. Is that something you feel like she is going to be a nice addition to your defensive side? Do you feel like you're going to be able to use her well?
I think, yes, because Cyber loves this type of operator, you know. You can lurk around the map, then go back to the bomb. So I think Cyber is very happy to use Scopus. And they are very good, he's a very good operator, you know, to do this type of plays. You know, you are offside the map, so you go back to the bomb, you help your teammate. So I think this is very good to the game.
Amazing. KDS, is there anything you want to say to the FaZe supporters out there who've been pulling for you in another big matchup against NIP?
Thank you everyone for supporting us. We are working a lot and we are going to the major.
Team skins.
Amazing.
Team skins.
Yeah. And also team skins. Also, bye, please. Yeah. Thank you.
Your face skin, everybody. Thank you, KDS.
Thank you.
Congrats again on the win. We'll see you next time, man. Amazing. Well, a big victory for FaZe. Like we said, this matchup, we've seen it so many times throughout the course of history, domestically, internationally, at Invite, at majors. And here they are again, FaZe taking the top spot. So they seem to just have an edge over NIP right now.
Like I said, you can't call any of these games. Like I said, this was going to be a slugfest. That's exactly what it was. But this region is so competitive. Sure, there's some teams that we haven't seen get a win yet, but the games are so close. They're so competitive, and it's high octane to say the least. I mean, this game specifically was just a constant back and forth. Who was going to win? Who was going to lose? But ultimately, it did come down to FaZe. I mean, what really crippled NIP more than anything, and Jesse said it best, was their time management. Instead of being able to be, quick, concise, understand what they want to do on a lot of those takes, they had to force it. FaZe pretty much forced their hand by dwindling down that time, not letting NIP get a hold really of anything, or just also lack of NIP getting a realization of, hey, we have this control. Let's start moving towards the site. So it's unfortunate that NIP couldn't bring this to an overtime just to get some points, because they really did put up a better performance than what we saw last week. But overall, good heads-up plays from FaZe. They really came through today and got the 3 points that they desperately needed to maintain their position and a higher position to be qualifying for playoffs.
And I think you got to agree with Jesse as well, though, that NIP are definitely going to be a team fighting for the playoffs. Regardless of this loss today, you saw what this team is capable of. On the FaZe side, of course, we saw Handy at the top, today's MVP for this FaZe team. Again, everyone on this team was contributing today, even more so than we've seen in the past. This is such a stacked team, but Laxing, it was Handy who really led the charge.
Yeah, we talked about Vidaking, and then I immediately switched over to Handy. All 5 of these players are great, but Handy had a really pop-off performance today. But even when you look at the stat line across the board for this team, they were just ahead of each other, but either by 2 or 1 kill. You have 2 people at the bottom sitting at 7 kills. You have then 2 players at 9 kills. You have Handy at 10 kills, which it goes to show why this team's EPS rating is higher than E1's, because on a fundamental level and on a team level, FaZe just plays really, really well.
Well, we've got one more match tonight. Crazy to think we've already reached the end, but it's not one you're going to want to miss. Black Dragons. Black Dragons still need to get off 0 points. We talked a lot about them at the start of the show. They have a chance to get on the board tonight against W7M. Near the bottom of the leaderboard, could be quite a fight. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Vai ter a pressão. A subida vem. A bang tá lançada. Neide lança C4. Não pega ninguém. Pino rotacionando. Vai ser forçado o domínio garagem. Olha o Pox. Meu Deus. Olha o Felipox. Olha como ele vem. Quase que ele pega aqui o Nayana. Vem a trocação, ele garante. Vacilo do Pino. Pode ser punido. Musa espera. Olha o Neide. 9 segundos e o Felipox. Com uma rotação milionária, garante o round. 6-4. Ponto decisivo para a Fúria. Só no aguardo, o Loira agora cravado no pixel. O Dafodil avança. Vem a tentativa da troca, o Loira vem, consegue levar. Balaça do Loira! Que isso, Loira? Linda balinha, vem embalo de rapel agora e o Loira já se reposiciona. Olha o conhecimento de jogo. Dá Fodil com mais uma, é 2x2. Flório e Loira contra a Lenda e da Fodil. Lenda vem pra cima buscando espaço. Loira só espera. Quietinho. Ghost atento na tela do seu jogador. Loira esperou, conseguiu garantir. E o Flório pega mais uma! A BD joga no seguro, joga na calma, garante a vitória 2-0. Pelas costas, hein? Hornetão preparado, vai smocar. Loira com a eliminação pra cima do Reitz. Tá esperto o time da BD. Tá tentando counter essa execução. O Wesk tá esperando pra jogar. Vem no alçapão, tentando marcar. Posicionamento perfeito. Dafodil consegue garantir. Vai vir o drop agora. Olha a bala. Consegue deitar. Loira na marcação. Tem jogador dando cover. Loira chega. Triple kill dele. Hornetão no plant. O Step vai marcando. A bala do Loira pega. É 3v1 agora. Recarregando. Stamp é o último jogador vivo. Ele tenta buscar e cai. Ace do Loira pra ganhar o jogo! 3-1 no placar e o Loira dá um show no banco!
Well, your final look at the Brazil skyline. This a glimpse at Sao Paulo. It's been a fantastic day 5 here in the Brazil League, and we have one more match to go as FaZe take the win over NIP and continue to work their way up the standings. We take a look at the bottom of the standings where Black Dragons look to get on the board. They face W7M, a team not too far ahead, but a team still looking to get some points in their own right. W7M, 5 points to their name, sitting in 8th. A win here would get them up into the top 6.
Yeah, I mean, they need to be getting a win here for Black Dragons. I mean, there's no real excuse to go this entire stage without getting a single win, let alone a single point for that matter. So I really hope Black Dragons can really bring something today. But if you look at their previous 2 losses, losing just most recently 2-7 on board to MIBR. Then following that before was 1-7 versus FaZe on Cons. Whereas when you look at W7M, the 2 losses that they just recently came off of were both 4-7s on Chalet against MIBR, against Liquid. So formidable opponents, to say the least, on both ends, but just a very drastic round differential in terms of how they lost.
Right, W7M, they are coming off 2 losses. They started off the stage hot with 2 wins, a regulation win and an overtime win, only to lose twice in a row and to find themselves in this 8th place position. We know, Laxton, that this W7M team is not the W7M of old, but they have had good performances as of late. We saw EWC, we saw this team kind of come into their own. Now we look to stage 2. Were you expecting a little more from them right out of the gate?
Oh, absolutely, especially after that EWC run and them even knocking out Liquid there. But I think, you know, you could say it was a little bit of a honeymoon phase. The team just got together. Obviously, you still have the core of that roster. But like I said, it could be a little bit of that honeymoon phase. Now the honeymoon phase is done. Now you're running into your hurdles. You're running into issues. And I mean, I think a big issue is going to a map that you just recently played again and then losing it outright practically the same way, not really adjusting or learning from the first time. So hopefully going into today, we don't see a Chalet for the 3rd time. I definitely don't want to think 3rd time's the charm for their sake. So yeah, I mean, I definitely wanted to see more, but the stage isn't over. They still can bounce back. They do need these points if we want to see them in those playoff contentions nonetheless. But again, we got to see how this match plays out.
Well, one big factor in that, of course, is some of the changes that we know that Black Dragons has made recently, bringing on Hornets out. We also know that this team is trying to build that chemistry and continue to fortify, or in this case, recover their position here in stage 2. We've seen plenty of crazy comeback performances before. We've seen plenty of teams work against the grain, make it to the open qualifiers, the LCQ, and then to the major. But right now, unless we see something step up very soon, ask one of the players that we would, well, request that he also tries to get into the mix if Black Dragons want to have success. If that's possible, it's going to take quite a turnaround.
Yeah, it's definitely a harder task for Black Dragons if you're in comparison to W7M. But, I mean, Ask has been a really good player so far. Granted, the performance that Black Dragons has been putting out, even Hornytown. But the fact of the matter is, it's more so with the fact that, you know, what they talked about in that interview of why they're struggling so much is because a lot of their strats were based around one player of Loira, and now Loira is not here. That you really do, again, have to be playing as a team. And that's just where we've been seeing them fail as a team. They've been failed to identify what's happening in the rounds. They've been failing to identify, to play off of one another again. So we like, if they want to win, they just have to play that style of Siege, which is the basic, most basic fundamentals of Siege. It's just teamwork. It's just communication. It's being able to identify what something is happening within the round. But again, we just are not seeing that from this roster.
Well, you know your fundamentals are not going so hot when you only have a 20%, I think 21 technically, percent defensive win rate. Of the 23 defensive rounds Black Dragons have played, they have won 5 of them. This is Rainbow Six Siege. Defense is supposed to be a little more doable, even for teams who are struggling to make things click. Yes, they have faced very challenging opponents, but the fact that that number is not higher than it is laxing just does not give you a lot of confidence that things are going to improve anytime soon.
Yeah, and, you know, for W7M, like I said, I think you wipe off your loss against Liquid and just really just avoid the map because, like I said, they started out strong. They beat FaZe, very strong opponent. They beat Furia, another very strong opponent. Sure, they did lose against MIBR. I think they, you know, didn't show a little respect to MIBR because they weren't having the best start, but then MIBR showed up. But then they were like, you know what, let's take Liquid to the same map. And again, they didn't apply anything that went wrong going into that second game. So again, I do have confidence, especially just seeing their performance at EWC, that they are not going to play Chalet today, that they are going to implement things that they are taking from the 2 losses they just recently had and are going to apply it here. And if you're going to apply it here, you should be finding success a lot faster, just given the fact that Black Dragons really haven't brought much to the table in any of their matches. So if you can't do it here, then that leads me to question even more of what's happening with W7M.
Another area we're looking them to improve is getting that diffuser down. Black Dragons need to play a little bit more objective focused. Of course, that depends on where they end up playing today. Every map is different. Some a lot more frag heavy, some leaning a little bit more objective focus. Also depends on your opponent today. In Brazil, we typically see a lot of frag heavy gameplay, but you never know. If one of these teams can change up that meta a little bit, try to reinvent things, maybe it's Black Dragons who need to make that drastic change. But Labs is where they will end up going here. Again, Consulate making its way to the end of the ban phase, but not through to the end. It is Labs, which we see once again today.
You know, that is a little bit interesting to see Black Dragons ban out, Chalet, given that you saw them play it twice, given that you have 2 VODs to be able to watch and piggyback off of. But again, you know, you're going to do what you got to do. We just recently saw an NA Oxygen brought out Lair for the first time against Sonics. Maybe I thought you'd, you know, throw something out your sleeve here, you know, pull that card out, but you're going to go to Nighthaven Labs. The only redeeming quality about Nighthaven Labs is because it's so small in some of these areas and where the bomb sites are, it does force that team play. But if you can't have that team play on that defensive half, and clearly we aren't seeing anything on their attacking half. I mean, we haven't seen anything from Black Dragons in a positive sense on either side. But again, the thing I can take away from this team that I can try to highlight and try to give some credibility to is that they can play a little more condensed and be closer to each other. But again, if we just can't see that simple teamwork being displayed here, they're going to lose on the defensive front and especially on the attacking front where you really need the coordination and communication to be there.
Well, Ace, I don't think that anyone would disagree that W7M are the favored team here, considering their performances. They beat FaZe, they beat Furia, they had 2 great matches to start the stage. But there's one thing we know, that we can't count out any team in this Brazil league.
No, absolutely. They're all capable of delivering a performance, but Nighthaven Labs worries me for Black Dragons. Where did W7M beat Furia? They beat them on Nighthaven Labs. Black Dragons, of course, losing on there to E1. Anybody can lose to E1, but it's not going to be easy for them today, and it's going to be a tough map.
It's not a great place to walk into. Compared to something like Clubhouse, Jesse, we had this conversation before that last game. Going to a map like that, one of those equalizer maps, that's typically where the weaker teams should want to go against a stronger opponent. Do you know, can you take any guesses as to the philosophy that Black Dragons are trying to employ here?
I mean, Black Dragons do play a lot of Nighthaven Labs. They like this map. You know, they played it earlier against E1. They lost, but it was a close game, surprisingly. You know, it's probably the closest game that Black Dragons have had. So I don't mind it. You know, they're trying something new. They're trying to throw a bit of a curveball, perhaps. It is a good map for W7M, no doubt about it. But, I mean, at this point, I think Black Dragons are just trying to find something to stick to get a win at some point in this league.
Well, looking to just land a little closer to the bullseye this time. Black Dragons, we'll see if they can pull off maybe our second upset of the day. Or for the final time today, though, gents, it's all you.
Thank you very much. Let's get into it then. Interestingly, you know, we've already had some surprises today, Jesse. I think the performance from Fluxo, it's fair to say they might not have got the win, but it was still surprisingly close. Are we going to have a bit more of that from Black Dragons?
You know, I really hope so. I will say, if I'm reaching for stats to try to give some hopium to the Black Dragons fans, this core of W7M, this core that traces their legacy back to Los, and then before that, Team 1, have not beaten Black Dragons since 2022. They didn't play each other in Stage 1 of 2023, so they're 2-0 since that timeline. So there's some history that says, you know what? Historically, this team has struggled against Black Dragons, but this is also undoubtedly the weakest Black Dragons that we've seen in a very long time. So I'm not too hopeful. I think that the struggles we've seen from W7M over the last week were largely map dependent. I agree with everything that Laxing was saying on the desk before this game started. You know, this should be a relatively simple game for W7M, but Jonah is also correct in that in Brazil, it seems like there's no such thing as an easy matchup, so who knows?
Looking at the Black Dragons roster then, of course, we're going to be looking towards Ask and Hornet, particularly to be putting up some numbers for them if they want to be hopeful of getting anything. The big area for improvement for Black Dragons is going to be that defense. 21% win rate so far over the games they've had. It's been really tough for them. Now then, there's only one thing left to do, and that's for these two to shape up and play it down in the server. But who's going to have the tough words for each other? We'll find out now.
Cara, jogo com a BD, mano, acho que vai ser um jogo interessante, porque a gente jogou contra eles valendo a vaga pro EWC, né? Vai ser um jogo difícil, como todos ali, tem que levar a sério todos os jogos, todos os adversários, e que vence melhor ali.
É sempre muito pegado contra eles, assim, o core da base deles, né, do time deles, sempre foi muito forte, sempre foi muito coeso, né, desde da Luz, e adicionou o Dodez e o Vulpes, então não tinha como dar ruim. Acredito que é jogo de quem errar menos, assim, acho que pode ser um 7-5 para qualquer um dos dois lados.
Tem uma galera boa de bala ali, mas eu gosto muito do Gutinho. O Gutinho é o cara. Uma atenção ali que ele é muito bom.
Ah, não tem como, né? Volpão aí, meu xará aí, ele é um cara muito bom, assim, dentro de jogo.
Eu vou farpar a dona da BD. Falar que dessa vez você vai perder de novo. Tamo junto.
O Dots aí, eu vou banir montanha e você vai ficar de novo, pai. Não tem jeito, velho. Tem que largar esses bonecos, mano.
Interesting talk about a potential Monty ban coming in there, I think, Jesse. But another point that I pick up on there, and it's only a small thing. I know at the end of the day, these guys are just trash talking each other a bit. But Black Dragons in there say that they think it'll be the game for whoever makes the fewer mistakes. And I'm not sure that's how a team like W7M will be seeing this.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it is, right? But I think that it's very likely we're going to see a lot more mistakes from Black Dragons than W7M. I mean, ultimately, I think Siege is almost always a game of who makes the fewest mistakes. You know, Rainbow Six Siege is a very hard game. I think the frequency of perfect games where neither team makes mistakes is almost unheard of. It basically doesn't happen because of how hard Rainbow Six is just to play a perfect, even a single round, let alone a game. So yeah, I mean, I think who makes the fewest mistakes is always going to be a big factor, but I think if both teams make an equal amount of mistakes, W7M should be handedly taking this matchup. I mean, they've looked so much better than Black Dragons this stage. BD have been really, really towards the bottom of almost every stat that we track here in Stage 2. Their Stage 1 stats save them a little bit when you're looking at the year overall, but in Stage 2, I mean, they have been really rough. The weakest team on defense, the weakest team on entry, the weakest team on recovery. I mean, there's almost no statistic where they're not in the bottom 2 to 3. So this is definitely going to be a game where W7M are looking to capitalize. Something that Ask said in that matchup was he thinks it could be 7-5 either way. I think W7M won't be so happy if it's 7-5 either way. I think they're looking to really dominate this matchup. They should be on top of the world right now. They've beaten some of the best teams in Brazil this stage. They're looking red hot, and if you ignore those games on Chalet last week, I think they're going to be looking to really win this game and win it kind of quick.
I think, you know, you look at W7M's position as well, and you know, being in 8th place at the minute is a strange position for them to find themselves in. They had a win against Furia, a win against FaZe to kick things off. Like, how do they now find themselves in 8th place? This is the moment. I don't want to. Well, I am going to pile pressure on it. You know, they have to win this, Jesse. They have to win this. If they want to be going for playoffs, yes, there are other teams that W7M can get wins against. If we look at going forward, they've got NIP in the next play day. NIP have struggled over the last couple, had a couple of losses themselves. They've got Fluxo the week after, so they haven't got the worst run of games now. But you got to kick it off with a win against Black Dragons, surely.
Yeah, I guess I'll put on my analyst hat for a moment here. They certainly seem to be getting in the mood for this game, and I hope they are, because I'm personally willing to excuse the most recent week of games, because they were both on a map that I don't think W7M were very well prepared for. I think W7M misplayed the map bans and have ended up in a rough situation, which has put them all the way down into 8th. Also, keep in mind, every other team except for Black Dragons have a game in hand because they've played already today, and Black Dragons and W7M have yet to play this the last game of our day. So, you know, I think that I'm willing to excuse their current placement. I think it's a little bit misleading. But if you come into a brand new map now, Nighthaven Labs, against a team like Black Dragons, and you still lose, if you go down 2 to 3, now I'm really starting to question last week as well as this week's performance, because this is not a team you should be falling to. You've already beaten 2 of the best teams in all of Brazil. Now we're starting to really ask questions like, okay, was it just the map last week, or have you hard fallen off?
And it's not questions that you want to be asking, realistically, when everybody has got one eye on getting to that major in Montreal. I think we are looking about ready to get in there shortly. So as soon as we can do, we will, of course, be kicking things off for our final game of the night. We've had some real results, and we've had some games much closer than we might have expected along the way. Fluxo E1, I'm looking at you. But also, I mean, we expected it to be close. The NIP phase game delivered as well. We've had some absolutely fantastic matchups so far, and I'm just really hoping, I'll be honest, it's a bit of hopium going on for us to get a really close game to close things off. It's been a tough stage so far for Black Dragons. We might well see something a bit better out of them tonight, but honestly, with 2 back-to-back losses for W7M, I've got a bad feeling for Black Dragons that they are out here to really put a marker down.
They're going to need to come out strong, right? And like that kind of sounds obvious for every game. You want to start strong, but it's like you're starting defense on Nighthaven Labs. You've had some real problems on your defense. I liked what the desk talked about in terms of Black Dragons, you know, making that roster move recently, and some of their strats maybe being too dependent on having the players that they had in stage 1. They have made some changes, of course, on their lineup. And so far, that's not really paying out. You know, they're not really finding success with it. So for Black Dragons, they've got to get something going on this defense. I think if they can get, like, let's say a 3-3 defensive half, then they can move on to attack. And I actually think that's where they could start to build a lead against a team like W7M, because their attacks have been way better. They're almost doubling their defensive win rate when you look at attack. It's 22% on defense, 41% on attack. So you're nearly twice as successful on your attacks than you are on your defenses. 41% in a vacuum is still not great, by the way, but you know, it's a lot better than 22. So if we can see them start to build that lead in the second half, you know, that might be the path to success. We talk about W7M needing this win desperately to prove that last week was just a map problem and it's not indicative of a more serious issue. This is also a must-win game for Black Dragons. They are a team who expect to at least be making playoffs. You know, maybe the major is a bit of a far-fetched, but even still, I don't think it's that out of reach coming into this stage. For the organization that they are, for the players that they are, they expect to be at least competing for that, and going through this stage without a win would certainly be deflating.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, you talk about, you know, as an organization, let's not forget the NIP roster, and I think I mentioned this last time out, the NIP roster that won the Invitational started out as Black Dragons. You know, Julio and everybody played on Black Dragons, and the roster was picked up by NIP, you know, way back in the day. You know, that's how long that Black Dragons have been around the Brazilian Siege scene. So, yeah, definitely, you know, not going to want to be in a position to go through without a win in the entire stage. But we are done. You will be glad to know Jesse has finally pushed the button. We can get the game going. We've got it started. Very kind of you, Jesse. We're going to get through our operator bans.
We do, and at the very start, we find out that Ask is a liar. He said they would be banning the Mountain away, the Montaigne, and it's not going to be taken off the board. It's Dokkaebi instead. I really thought they'd be banning Monty, because that was a really powerful operator that E1 used against them on Nighthaven Labs a couple of weeks back, but it'll be a Doke instead. Maverick also a bit of a surprise. I thought maybe the Deimos, because both these teams have been banning that operator a lot on this map. This should be an Azami, although there's certainly options they could go for. It will be the standard most powerful defender, I would argue, on Nighthaven Labs, of course, can be very effective. And then Black Dragons, the one time they played this map, this stage, they banned Mira. I went ahead and predicted that again, but it's a low sample size, so it really is tough to decide for Black Dragons. They already threw me for a loop in their first ban, so it wouldn't surprise me if they brought out something a little bit cheeky for their second defensive ban, and they will. It's going to be a two-brow instead. Not that crazy, really. We see a lot of two-brow bans on this map, so it does make sense from Black Dragons, but certainly not maybe what they've banned in the past, and so might be catching W7M at least a little bit off guard.
Yeah, there's a couple of breaches on this this map that Tubarão can be particularly powerful for. Basement, I'm looking at you. You can hold, again, I'm just throwing the rank tips out left, right, and centre tonight, Jesse. Another one that you can do when you're down in basement. Oh, we're in the basement side, perfect for it. So you've got the Animus wall at the bottom of your screen, and you've got the double wall as the camera rotates now at the top right of your screen. So you can actually stand on the door that's in the centre of your screen. You shoot out some of the soft wall that's just to the right of that, where Keyd's running through the door now. That's off wall. You shoot out the top of that. And if you stand in that door with your Tibber out, you can actually apply the Zoto canister to either wall. You can apply it to Animus, you can apply it to the double wall. So just stand on there, and whichever one they try to breach, boom, you get your Zoto canister out. And then if you've got somebody playing as a Bandit or a Keyd, they can move themselves around, and you can look to get it tricked and get the utility taken off the wall. There you go.
Rank tips with Ace. I like this. We could put could make a little content piece out of that.
I mean, I've just got ranked on the brain at the minute, Jesse. Like I say, I'm about 90 games into this season.
That's crazy.
90 games in a divorce if I'm not careful.
All right. Oh, brother. Sometimes Siege, it takes over your life, I gotta say. Especially start of the season. I've been playing a bit, too. I'm not quite your level. I'm about 10 games in or something, but, man, it can definitely be fun, especially new operator out. We'll have, of course, some competitive games, though, today. No ranks being played on this stream, and Ask immediately going to be sent all the way back to the basement. He is playing on those bending stairs. They very quickly made a bit of an entrance into the map. W7M already inside with one of their players. It's Loban, who's inside a cafeteria. That gives them control over the bending stairs, although Ask is not so quick to give it up. They also could focus in for a rush here if they really want to. I don't think they will be. But, you know, they do have this breach open here, so could be an option. More likely than not, they're going to be trying to roam clear some of these players on the top floor. Ask, Nuxka, and Guto all around the top floor in some way, shape, or form, looking to get some kills on the roam, but it's going to be a death to start things off. Guto, the opening death of the game.
Black Dragon's just using a Nitro to open up a rotation there. It's not the end of the world. They've got 3 on side. I think that will have been part of the thinking. But, you know, they do have impact nades as well, the second one of which has only just been used. So I'm kind of thinking, you know, maybe a little bit of preparation beforehand. A bit of a clearer plan might have been helpful, and they wouldn't have had to use that utility. But ultimately, Guto has lost his life there, and we find ourselves now in a 5 versus 4. And W7M, they're certainly not rushing things here, Jesse. They're taking it step by step.
Yeah, Nuxka kind of wants to get aggressive to re-equalize that man count, but he doesn't have great angles, and of course doesn't have the greatest of guns either, so he's got to back off and just play those cargo stairs instead. He'll be holding here. I don't know if the push is going to come that way again. It feels like the defuse kit is likely to come exosuit, so that they can largely ignore the cargo stairs hold that's being held by Nuxka. He can come down later and try to have an impact, but I imagine they're going to be making their way in through Exo. They're going to plant just inside of the assembly door, and that's going to be kind of the game plan for this push. And look at this good use of the recruit as well. The EMP combined with the hard breach gadget will allow Dotez to cover the plant from outside the building. That could be massive.
Yeah, again, you know, we've seen the introduction of Striker and Sentry, and just a great, you know, demonstration there of exactly why it's powerful to be able to bring both of those secondary gadgets, you know, making Striker very self-sufficient. Ask manages to pick up Lobin, and Black Dragons have got themselves a man advantage here. Diffuser not going down yet. Ask with another, holding on from Exo fantastically well. Volps finds Florio, 13 seconds left to go, and they need to think about putting this Diffuser down soon. That's a few missed shots on the Goyo. That's unlike W7M, but could be costly if they want to try and create that position. Dodez gets one, but time ticks down and they're unable to get it done. Black Dragons pick up round 1, and it's a nice defense of the basement.
Ask, the team captain and longest standing member on this core of Black Dragons, undoubtedly has been the best player on their team throughout this stage, and I think he showed a little bit of that in that first round. Obviously playing very smart on the vetting stairs. Very early, could have gotten into a gunfight with Lobin, chose not to engage. He retreated back down the staircase, and then once he had ceded that ground, once he had let the attackers into exosuit, then he reaggresses, gets that kill, and boom, now he's holding the defuse kit. Most powerful position you can be in as a defender. So felt very good about that. They definitely could have applied a little bit more vertical pressure to try to stop that from coming through. It almost felt like W7M were biting off more than they could chew with that execute. You know, they had players coming down Exo, they had players in the main breach, that's fine, but they also had a player over by cargo stairs. They had a lot of bodies that were just kind of spread thin around that map rather than just really supporting that exosuit vending stairs push. So Yeah, unfortunate that Ask gets that opening kill and then is able to lock down the defuse kit from there. Good play from the rest of the players on that team as well. I really like the site play from Nuxka, who has not had a very successful stage thus far. If Ask has been their best player, Nuxka has been, statistically at least, their worst. So if they can have him having a better game, if we can see some higher performances out of both the top and bottom performers, then yeah, maybe Black Dragons can really turn this into a successful game here and get closer to that 7-5 scoreline they were shooting for.
A good start from Ask then. You know, we know Ask has quality. There's no question about that.
Oh, yeah.
Formerly of Team Liquid, Golden Kids, I think it was just before that. But you know, it never really seemed to. You know, he had some good moments at Liquid, but it just never really seemed to consistently click for him, I don't think. You know, so. And I think we see this in Brazil quite a lot. If you look at a lot of the players, you know, movement around the teams within Brazil is really not an unusual thing. You know, so many of these players know each other. And I said this at the beginning of the stage. Sometimes in Brazil, it feels like it's kind of a matter of time until an org puts together a great five. And it's like they'll have played with each other in varying numbers on different teams, and then, you know, so you might bring your roster together and these two guys have played together in this team, and then those three were at this team together, and they've all sort of played together at different points. And I know it is a really close-knit community between all the players in Brazil, and sometimes it's about just getting the right five together, but obviously Black Dragons at the moment, the roster just taking a little bit more time to settle.
Yeah, I really think Ask is like one of the most interesting players in Brazil, because most people know him from his time on Liquid, where I don't think he was bad, but he was, you know, he's a support player. He didn't really click. He eventually got let go from that roster. And after he left, he went and joined Black Dragons, where he really had the reins of the team. You know, Liquid has always kind of been led and controlled by Lagonis, at least in our modern era. Lagonis has kind of been the captain of that team, the IGL, the one that people have really relied on. Now Ask can kind of fill that role himself here on Black Dragons, and he's certainly a talented player. You know, he's had a great stage so far. He IGLs this team. He has a lot of impact for Black Dragons, and you kind of wonder, if this Black Dragons team continues to struggle, does he at some point move on to find a new home, to find maybe another org and other players to play with? Or does he keep trying to lead this team? Because this is really a squad that he has, to an extent, built up on his own. He's the guy on this squad, both in terms of the guy who can get the most kills, but also to be that leader, to be that IGL. And so it really will be interesting looking at Ask going forward, if he chooses to stay in this role, if he chooses to be the guy on Black Dragons who leads this team, or if he goes out for another adventure. Maybe it's not Team Liquid, but maybe it's another top tier team or a middle of the pack team. If Black Dragons continue to have those struggles, he's certainly got a lot of options. And you know, he's a good player, so I don't expect to see him at the bottom of Brazil forever.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, you know, you mentioned Lagonis there, and, you know, very similar journey, really. You know, Lagonis was in that position with Team One after they won the Mexico Major. There was a lot of changes, and it was kind of built around Lagonis, and then ultimately, you know, the opportunity with Liquid came along, and that's where he now finds himself. So, like you said, the future for Ask will certainly be interesting to keep an eye on and see, you know, whether he does try to continue, as you say, as the main man at Black Dragons, or whatever else might happen. But for the time being, like you say, there's definitely work to be done there. I think it's a matter of time for Black Dragons. I think they need a little bit more time, you know, just to sort of become more stable as a roster, kind of like we've seen with Liquid, really. You know, you commented it on yourself. They're now in a position whereby they're actually, you know, becoming one of the more stable rosters. We saw a period of time where they had a few changes in there, and then all of a sudden now you look at it and you think, oh, you know, the core of this roster, at least the sort of four of them before Myers come in, has, you know, been together for a good while now. And sometimes it is just about needing that time, and, you know, we're starting to see that develop now. We're starting to see that pay dividends for teams like Liquid.
Well, of course, we are still waiting for the second round to come on through. I mean, for W7M, this might be helpful as a bit of a mental reset. I don't know that the mental was that far gone. They've only lost one round. I don't think they were going to be too upset by that. But it's certainly an opportunity to, you know, give this a bit of a think, try to figure out what you want to do next. I know a lot of the Black Dragons players, as we've been spectating them, they've been flicking through papers. They've been trying to figure out what they want to do next. Of course, I believe, and I'm not 100% on this, but I believe the rule is you cannot actually communicate during these tech pauses. In fact, we see all the microphones shifted upwards. So there won't be any actual strategizing going down right now, but they can at the very least be considering their options, kind of thinking on their own, waiting for this tech pause to get resolved, and then come into round number 2, quickly discuss their options and go for a plan. That's kind of an area where a strong leader like Ask can kind of thrive, because he can spend that time on his own to strategize, to figure out what the next move should be, and then come out with a good plan that he can command to the rest of his teammates. I don't know if anybody on W7M really fills the same role, at least not as much. It feels to me, and I'm not in the team, so I don't really know, but it feels to me like they're more of a 5-man roster where many people can make those decisions. But we'll have to find out if they can capitalize on that tech pause in just the same way.
Heading back into the action then, we get ourselves back in. It's going to be round 2. Black Dragons are going to be taking us up to the top floor for their defense this time around. They've just won down in basement. We have seen this floor, this top floor site, be more difficult for defenders to hold on to. The win rate, I would guess, is a bit lower, and it is definitely a tougher one.
Yeah, well, the win rate is definitely low for Black Dragons. Again, when they played this map 2 weeks ago against E1, they attempted to defend top floor 3 times. They were not successful even once. So it's certainly a bomb site that they have struggled with. W7M, for their sake, attempted to attack this bomb site 3 times, and they won it every single time when they played this map 2 weeks ago against Furia. So the stats definitely will lean in the favor of W7M. Again, we're still pretty low sample size, so I wouldn't read too much into that, but certainly 100% and 0% will be hitting relatively hard, even with that kind of small sample size. So watch out if you're Black Dragons, because this is going to be a bomb site that W7M are very comfortable on, they're very familiar with, and that you have historically not had the best results on.
One of the problems, and I think it was actually the Black Dragons game that I'm remembering, that we've seen with teams trying to defend this top floor has been a lack of ability or a lack of possibility to roam, realistically. You can play people out in the map, but it's very limited the impact that they can then have onto site, even with things like Nitros in hand. So what we tend to see is teams being more restricted in towards site, and that's something that, you know, they've definitely struggled with, because it gives the attackers a lot more time. And I think, you know, we'll probably potentially see the same from Black Dragons now.
Yeah, especially with the zombie banned out, it can be very difficult to hold on to rafters. It can make that whole hold a little bit tough. Tuberau is also very good on this site. You talked about him on the basement, and he can be very good on that site, but here as well, keeping the IT wall closed for as long as possible. Connector wall is super important. You know, all of these angles are very, very vital. So the bans will also somewhat favor the attackers, I'd argue, on this map. Or on the site, I should say, but so far the hard breach has gone well. They've opened up everything they want. IT wall open, connector wall open, players in and around Aqua. There's no Kibas on Raptors. Again, a zombie's banned. So really, I mean, W7M feel pretty good about their current situation. The next goal has to pretty much just be hitting site, because as far as walls go and utility goes, they've kind of got it all.
We hear the Candelas going in, and that would likely signal that there's going to be some aggression coming out of W7M right now. They need to make sure it is. Like I say, every time you use that utility, you need to treat it as like you're selling it. You need to get something for it. I think just missing one off to the right, but still, Volts manages to pick up Ass. That's a good opener. The kills rain in now, 3 versus 3, as Black Dragons do actually manage to stand up to the onslaught that W7M are trying to bring forward, but Dots finds Florio, and again, it's just back for back like a rubber band, just bouncing back and forward. 2 versus 2, 2 versus 1. It comes down to this. It's head-to-head. Hornet is on so low health. Dores is low himself as well, but I think he knows where the man is coming from, and surely he can win this. He only needs to find one bullet. Hornet doing everything he can to try and just get himself away, but no, Dores gets the sniff that he needs, and he finds that kill, and that's going to be that top floor again, proving difficult to defend.
The 2 newest players on each team facing off in the 1v1, Dodez and Hornet, both coming into these rosters relatively recent. Hornet a little bit more recent, but still a lot of back and forth in that round. Then it felt like Black Dragons, they almost had something there. The kills that got traded around Aqua felt really good, but the trades were just a little bit better for W7M. Not only did they have that great entry with the Ying, they found their way onto the bomb site, but they were also able to capitalize on the rest of the chaos that went throughout the site. Losing your Echo first of Ask never feels great. Again, we talk about him not only as a good operator with a good ability late round, but also just one of the best players, one of the best fraggers on Black Dragon. So losing him early definitely hurt. We go back to the exact same bomb site as Black Dragons, looking for a bit of a rerun here on the top floor of Nighthaven Labs.
Yeah, I mean, it did come down to a 1v1. That much is fair to say. It was a little bit of a slugfest, really, inside of the site. It was just kill for kill for kill for kill. They just stood there and traded blows, basically. I think it's a little bit of a risk here from Black Dragons, if I'm honest. I get the logic. It comes down to a 1v1. They probably felt like they were pretty close. We have a little attempt at a spawn peek there. It's not going to do the job. No shots will land, but it will at least slow W7M down. They'll have to think about approaching carefully. But yeah, I think for Black Dragons, little bit of a risk here, because I don't really see what they're going to do differently to avoid that situation where W7M actually pretty confidently walked into site and started getting kills.
Well, it's a bit of a different take from W7M. Instead of the Yingen through Aqua, they're going to bring the Monty in, and it looks like they might be focused more towards Connector as well. So completely changing the strategy for W7M, thinking that, you know what, if we just run the same thing, they've probably got some kind of a counter to it, and I'm sure that Black Dragons think that they do as well. So let's not give them the opportunity to counter this. You know, we'll get to come back to this bomb site almost certainly in round number 6, if not earlier. So may as well change things up, and then next time you find yourself on this site, you can go with whatever worked best. That's IT wall open again without any problems. We've not really seen much in terms of hard breach denial. No Bandit, no Keyd so far coming through, so pretty simple work so far, and then the buck down below as well. It can be very effective when you're going for this more connector-focused execute, and there's no roamers from Black Dragons to try to contest in onto Loban.
Still no entry kill yet. 5 versus 5. The Monte is just stacking up, ready to potentially go on into wows. Of course, we'll need to be careful for any swing from the Aqua door as well. Volps is, in fact, going to head in through Aqua instead. We did see the Monte dying out to a Capcan trap in this area previously. Fortunately for them, no Capcan on the board this time, so not something to worry about. But they do need to deal with those FNAT traps before heading on in, which they do.
All right, this is a bit of a fight. The Yokai drone actually providing so much value. Look at this. Can they stun the shield away from the Monty and potentially get a kill? That would have been a good play, but the Monty thinks better of it and will retreat out of Aqua. With 60 seconds to go, that intel does get told, so they're going to know immediately from Black Dragons that this will be a pivot. The actual push will get rotated likely over towards Connector, so what can they do with that information? It was pretty smart of the Monty, not wanting to stick around, but now with the last second plan B, can they make it work?
Yeah, that's going to be the major issue here. It was a good decision, but it's burnt about 20 seconds whilst that operator moves across and while they try to now shape up on that defense. Hornet is going to be able to pick up dash. Great start, shutting down that Aqua push. W7M are going to struggle now because Black Dragons are probably pretty confident that they don't need to worry about that rear side anymore. They just need to think about Connector and Catwalk, and they're doing a great job of exactly that. Florio manages to pick up Volts. Dodes is there for one of his own, make that 2. 3 versus 3, but only 15 seconds left to go. Dots does have the diffuser in hand, and after getting a kill has an opportunity to put this down, and W7M, they're just winning gunfight after gunfight, Jesse, and they've got a major advantage. Nitro from below, unsuccessful, but they have to stick this plant. There's no reason that they shouldn't, as Hornetow moves his way back up the Aqua stairs, and surely at this point they're going to have a good idea of where he's coming from.
Yellow ping going down, Hornet in an unwinnable spot, surely just being baited by Loban down there inside a cafeteria. Finally, Loban will commit to the swing and will win the round for his teammates, ending it on out. I got to give credit for the second round in a row to Dodes, who has just been absolutely phenomenal. You know, when he joined W7M, he came in from E1 Sports. Excuse me, back during the winter off season, right before they joined in for stage 1. And a lot of people didn't really know much about Dodes because he didn't play that much professional tier 1 Siege before that. He had a little bit of time on MIBR, but really not a lot of games in direct tier 1 competition. And a lot of people kind of thought, you know what, this is a young guy coming onto this team. Is he going to be able to have much of an impact? He's got big shoes to fill with, of course, Maya leaving this core, and I think he's had a really good job. He's done a really great job, I should say, joining onto this team and having a huge impact. I call him the young new fragger. He's actually the oldest on the team at the ripe old age of 23. So to see him performing so expertly has been really, really great from W7M, and he just keeps on making this team better every single game.
6-0, it kicks things off at the minute then, and I'm sure W7M are going to be hoping to see that trend continue over the next couple of rounds. So we're going to move on. Black Dragons deciding that they will not go for third time lucky on the top floor at this point, and they will take us to storage instead. They're going to be holding from above, as we would expect, just getting the holes opened up in IT and server, and just looking to keep that under control from above. But W7M, they've done a good job so far of, you know, getting in there and sort of finding that bit of space, finding those kills. And so it's going to be, I think, a tough round for Black Dragons to hold on to top floor here. I expect, after getting that second round in the bag as well, W7M starting to warm up now. They've had 2 out of 3 entries. They're going to be looking to get aggressive.
And we got the Blitz, and we got the Monty, and we're going to go looking like a rush in through the storage window. They're going to pop the EMP to try to blind this Warden, and then go in right with the Blitz.
And they do manage to get that opening kill. Absolutely fantastic from Volps to deal with that. And then straight away, there's going to be an opportunity for the Monty to start getting the diffuser down. But hang on, 2 kills come in from Black Dragons. I said that they needed to deal with that top floor, Jesse. They chose not to do it. The aggression was misplaced. Instead, going straight into sight rather than dealing with that verticality. And they have been punished massively and quickly by Black Dragons. Diffuser is going to be recovered by Dodes, but there is likely very little he can do here. He's just trying to bait out a little bit of attention by playing around with the case as if he's going to put it down, but all he does is give Ask the information that he needs to close that out from the upper floor, and that is, I've got to say, a mistake from W7M there. They really needed to pay more initial attention. Even if it was just opening IT wall, for example, they needed to clear out some of that top floor space.
So we didn't quite catch it on the stream, but I'm just watching the video back, and I believe Dash on the ace did briefly open the IT wall. It wasn't open for long. The problem is, when he was holding the angle from outside, a swing came out from Nuxka up on the top floor, and he hit a headshot to kill Dash right as that push started to come on out. I think the plan was there. I think Nuxka just hit a nasty shot to deny the top floor coverage, and then, as you said, brilliant top-down play coming through from Black Dragons. As soon as Dash had died, there was nobody to contest them up above. And so you really got to credit Nuxka. Again, a player who has struggled heavily throughout this stage. He is currently the lowest rated player coming into this playday, number 5 for Brazil. So really impressive to see him starting to step it up and have some of these big impacts in the rounds. He was a key factor that we didn't really get to see in that last round, but I really do think his impact should be stated, because that kill onto the top floor player was massive.
Big play to keep Black Dragons in it. 2-2 now, and they head back down to the basement. This is the defensive site that they won back in round 1, so they're going to be looking to double down on that and get a bit more joy. As you said at the time, Jesse, it was a little bit disjointed from W7M. Lots of different things going on all over the map, and they were kind of punished for that at times. Now, a little play with the pocket EMP there goes the wrong way. They go high. The Keyd Electroclaw is low. And it's not like a Thatcher EMP. It doesn't have the range to catch out at that sort of distance. So it looks like Animus Wall, for the time being at least, will remain closed. They do have more of the secondary hard breach, so there's more options for them if they want to get that open later in the round. But it's going to be the Electroclaw that's the difficulty, because there's no more EMPs, so they will have to open hatch. They will have to try and get an angle onto it to take it out from there.
Based on that claw placement, I'm pretty confident that the Animus hatch is not being electrified, so I think they should be able to open that and then kill the electric claw. They also have a Twitch drone, so some options, but it will slow them down to an extent. Not really a roam. I wouldn't count this as a roam from Nuxka, just barely at the top of cargo stairs. I expect he shoots a couple of drones and then falls off. Maybe he'll see the Monty and think better of it. He certainly has the opportunity to play around up here. You don't want to die. That's the biggest thing. And he takes a bit of damage, actually a lot of damage, down to 8 HP. With 3 toxic babes in his pocket, he's carrying very precious cargo. He's got to be very, very nervous about his life right now.
especially playing around that area. We see the Goyo canister there. There's a Twitch drone on side. It doesn't take, it doesn't take a thick dotted line to join up the points there and see exactly what could happen to Nux. So he's actually snuck himself away now and got himself back into sight, I think, and that's allowing W7M just a little bit more of a run over this top floor. They've got a little bit more control now, so they can start using those verticals. They're gonna send the shield down into EXO by the looks of things, I think, and just try and get something moving down there, apply a bit of pressure and get these defenders moving around inside a site, potentially then pick 1 or 2 up from the vertical angles.
These goo mines definitely going to cause a big problem, though. Of course, hitting dots as he works his way through Exo stairs. Only 30 seconds as they start to get in. Nuxka doesn't last long on the cargo stairs. Hunting for another is Dash, but can't quite find the feet. Loban taking a lot of damage as well. Back here behind the Monty, they're going to wait out this fire before they can start that plant, but I think they're okay with it. Should have plenty of time as the drop comes back from Dash. He finds the second of the round, leaving Florio and Guto alive in the 2v5. He falls to Dash, who's now on a triple kill. Can't get the quad, but doesn't matter. The Deimos track onto Guto, and finally the final kill from Volps will shut it down. A clean execute down through Exo.
Really good attack from W7M, like you said, just really, really clean. You'd identified the problem in round 1 being that they were too disjointed. They wasn't, sort of pushing towards the same objective. This time around, the problem was definitely corrected by W7M there. The Monty had full support where he needed it. Kills came in. They had a really good read on where everybody was inside a site, and so it's evident when players are dropping and hitting shots as they drop. Perfectly timed. Thank you for the replays. When you're getting that sort of shot coming through, it's because you know exactly where somebody's located. So really nicely done by W7M.
An opportunity now to take a lead 4-2 for W7M on the attacking half, and Black Dragons choose not to go to the top floor. It is available. I thought maybe they would, but I'm glad to see them going back to the basement. Again, including the previous game, both these teams have played Nighthaven Labs once before. Black Dragons are 0-5 defending top floor, and W7M are 5-0 attacking top floor. So I'm glad to see us not going back to that bomb site. I think it's a wide decision from Black Dragons, but they should be prepared for another EXO push. I mean, it was definitely better, and it was less disconnected that time from W7M, but they still went for Exosuit. It was the same execute, the same idea for the push both times. I assume it's going to be the same thing third time around, so the question is, what's the adaptation from Black Dragons? And the answer appears to be Capcan Traps and a Boss G.
Neither of which I'm convinced are going to be wholly effective against the Monty, if I'm honest. But actually, we don't have the Monty on side this time. So it is going to be the double wall getting opened by the Thermite. We've got Thatcher in place as well. So definitely wanting to just make sure that they get on with these walls quickly this time, which they're able to do because they're only up against the Keyd. So the tricking is a lot more difficult, not as easy as with the Bandit. So that's really good early progress. 30 seconds in and we've got those walls already open for W7M. They're going to want a bit of top floor control now. They could potentially look to just plant inside of that double door if they get EXO cleared out, or even if they get storage control and get the vertical angles down onto the door that we're looking at now.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to be so bold as to just push in direct to site now. It would be a bit of a switch up for W7M, which might be enough to catch Black Dragons off guard. There's a lot of strong roaming operators. Still Hornet up on the roam top floor, Guto in the mid floors we just saw, Nuxka as well. So there is a lot of pressure up above. If they do hit site, they might be able to find a little bit of an entry, although at the moment they still are struggling to find it. There are a few smokes. Yes, 2 smokes likely in the pocket of Volps or Dots they can utilize to try to go for this execute. Dash himself only has flashbangs, but that's a-okay. The track comes on out. They are still focused on these top floor players as well, though. It's an interesting push where they're kind of focused on both at the same time. This guy surely caught, though, of course, Guto. Can he make it on back? Not quite. Volts with a great shot on the DMR will prevent his retreat back to the cargo stairs, leaving Nuxka all alone here to try to make it back and equalize this man count if he is so bold.
I really like the movement from Volps there on that kill. Just predicted the strafe of the Capcan coming across the window and put himself in a better position to be able to get that kill. Hornet does manage to get Dots. Somehow Nox survives again. Nux just playing by the skin of his teeth every single round, it seems. Hornet and Ass managed to pick up one apiece, and again, the whole push from W7M just seems to have fallen apart a little bit, and it just feels like there was a little bit of a stall on picking up those roamers. But how about this? Lobin goes down and has a little moment of magic, manages to find 2, and all of a sudden it's a 2v1. It's all up to Nux on site, and he's only got 16 health. One bullet will do the job, and it's Lobin's bullet that finds him. That's going to be the 3rd kill for him in the round, and what an explosive moment from Lobin, Jesse.
Many people will make the argument that Lobin is not only one of the best players on W7M, not only one of the best players in the world, or in Brazil, but in the world. Lobin has been absolutely insane on some of the biggest stages. I would make the argument myself that he is one of the best players, probably top 10 in the world today with his mechanics and his game sense. He's had a bit of a quiet stage, to be honest. He's 27 and 38 coming into this game. He has got the worst KD out of anybody on his team, tied with Dots, who actually has the exact same number of kills and deaths. But broadly, it has not been a very successful stage from Lobin. It's been uncharacteristically poor to have rounds like that, to be able to bounce back in a 2v4 when you should have no chance of winning. After Hornet did so much damage up in the top floor roam is exactly why he's on that roster. Even though he might be having a tough stage, even though he might not be playing the best siege of his career, he is still an exceptionally good player, and you cannot stop watching him even for a moment.
Yeah, I remember Lobin, particularly in Atlanta. He had a real tournament, of course, Los, having a great run there, and they got a lot of the neutral crowd behind them at the time as well. It was a lot of fun to watch them play, and Lobin was definitely a big part of that, and like you say, continues to be a big part of this team. Just absolutely beautiful there. Didn't even take his finger off the trigger, managed to find the 2, and that was the difference maker. You need those players that can turn around on its head, in a couple of heartbeats, in a couple of seconds, and Lobin did exactly that for them. So W7M then move into the second half of this one, 4-2 ahead, and I think that's a bit of a problem. I know that Black Dragons have had a particularly low defensive win rate, but I think W7M having an advantage and getting themselves onto the defense now, they're going to be, a tough cookie to break down here, and I'm just not sure whether Black Dragons will have that coordination on attack to be able to get this done. But they do have a good opportunity attacking top floor, as we've already spoken about the difficulty with defending it sometimes.
Talking a little bit about the potential strength of Black Dragons as well as the potential impact of Lobin. The one stat that actually does look very good from Black Dragons this stage has been their attacking conversion. When they get the opening pick on attack, they actually have an 86% win rate, which is the highest in all of Brazil. Now, they've only won the opening pick about 41% of the time, and they will lose it this round, so that's not ideal. But should they be able to get a couple of opening picks throughout this second half, it's possible they claw this back. I have to imagine that will be their entrance back into this game. I thought perhaps Lobin, being out there on the roam, being isolated in the basement, would have been an easy target, but I'm not sure that Ask had all the information that he needed. And of course, Ask very loud entering into that basement, so the intel was there for Lobin. They'll lose the entry, they'll lose the first frag, and now it's going to be their job to claw it back in the 4v5 over the next 2 minutes.
The bigger problem is that Lobin can potentially have a field day here as well, because there's only 2 drones remaining, and that's probably why Black Dragons had 0 information going in there. But sometimes you've got to adapt your game plan if that's the case. They've taken a gamble. They've no doubt in that situation said, look, we can't drone this. We're just going to have to go for it and hope for the best. Who's going to be in basement? Well, Lobin's going to be in basement, and it's really bitten them on the backside because, they've lost Ask. They've lost some good utility in Book. This is a site where there are some vertical possibilities from underneath. Volps manages to get Nux now as well. Hornet manages to find him for the trade, but W7M will be happy to play the trade game for the remainder of this one.
Absolutely. These last 3 players very isolated around themselves too, so they will have a much harder time trading. The Fuse get down top rafters too. I mean, how do you pick that up? I think at this point you kind of don't, unless you're willing to completely retreat from this push and go for a bit of a reposition, and that is what we see. They're going to sacrifice some time on that clock. They're all going to leave the bomb site. They were in on that top floor, and they're going to go re-grab that defuse kit. Now with Florio having it, he's looking to push over towards Aqua. Hornet's moving over towards Connector, and Guto's starting to work in with some of these Flores drones. They've decided they're going to take their time here. They're not going to rush it. They're going to spend all the utility that they can and set themselves up to put themselves into the best possible situation. But it's still a man disadvantage, and it's still not going to be easy.
Volps, I don't think was on the bulletproof cam at that time. I think he was on a different one, so it may well be that Gutto has been able to make his way in, sort of unseen a little bit, but there's the punishment. Dash does manage to find him as he tries to go deeper on into sight. We can see the red pings out ahead. Dodes and Dash, they close it out. W7M with a very comfortable top floor defense there, really dominating the intel game. Their bulletproof cameras providing tons of information as we see at the end there, and they removed so many drones from Black Dragons and benefited from it. I'm a little bit worried for Black Dragons from here on out.
Yeah, you know, sometimes in Rainbow Six Siege, you've got to fall back to a plan B. And that was certainly a round where Black Dragons needed to fall back to a plan B. And they took their time to do that. They spent a good probably 30, 45 seconds between their initial push and their second push, because they really had two in that round, to try to come up with that plan B and try to execute onto it. The biggest problem were some of those bulletproofs. The intel was really still strong from W7M, and that's despite the fact that Gutto was driving Flores drones through the bomb site right up until the last 30 seconds of that round. You know, they really were looking for some of that utility denial. They almost had it. They had a Thatcher up from Florio as well, although I don't think he had any EMPs remaining. Still, the intel was stronger for W7M. Nobody was watching Dash on that pillar position, and so the backup plan wasn't quite good enough for Black Dragons, and now they find themselves in a really awkward spot. I think a 4-2 deficit is not that bad. You're going onto a new side. You still could have some hope, but 5-2 all of a sudden feels like such a large problem, and Black Dragons are really going to need to battle back to recover this.
Black Dragons really need to be picking that entry up this time. I think that was just... It didn't define the whole round. It wasn't like they... There we go. That'll cut my point short because Volps has taken Florio out anyway. So, and that's going to be probably a bigger impact this time because it's the hard breach. That's the ace gone. I was going to say last time, losing the book, whilst it's a nice to have, you can get some verticals, it's not the end of the world. Losing the ace is going to be a much bigger impact here. They do have two secondary hard breach gadgets, but they're just not the same. You know, you go from secondary hard breach to, I would say, Hibana, then to ace, then to Thermite in terms of scale of breaching, and it's a big problem to lose him so early in the round.
Yeah, 100%. That's a big loss for Florio to go down that early. Of course, this is a bit of a roam strategy, so it's possible that W7M in this setup have left a lot of the hatches soft. Sometimes you see the Animus hatch left soft. Sometimes you do see the Exo hatch left soft. The outer walls surely will not be left soft, though. Nuxka now, the last player with Hard Breach, will start to make the move over towards Cargo. And, of course, there are two roamers over here with the Toxic Babes. I think they will get away, get back to the staircase safely. Maybe if they knew that they were being challenged by the guy with Diffuse Kit and only Hard Breach remaining, they might be a little bit more bold to step up and take that fight, but they decide better of it. They're going to fall back in through Cargo. And look at that drone. They've actually just caught dots on the top floor. What's the call from Black Dragons? Are they going to try to clear out dots with their minute 10 remaining, or are they just going to hit site and say, screw it, we got to go?
I think this is one of those moments where you maybe just leave him out in the cold and hope for the best, knowing that you've maybe got an opportunity on site, but scratch that. Dodes says there's no opportunities to be found here as he takes down Asken. Gutto. Hornet does manage to get dots, so that takes him down, but 4 versus 2, 45 seconds left to go. They're aware that one is on breach. Forget that, he's gone. Dodes takes him down. Great round from Dodes. 4 versus 1 now. Hornet with it all to do from Exo. Diffuser's down outside the double wall. The only way he wins this is with 4 kills. He manages to get the first, but he takes a lot of damage. He truly is 1 HP in a dream right now. 30 seconds left to go. 3 kills to find. He knows what he's up against, and I think he just misses with that flash a little bit. It's supposed to go through the wall, but didn't quite make its way through, so he doesn't really want to be taking too many shots on pre-fire because he doesn't want to have to reload, but none of the one-taps could find their mark, and W7M find themselves another, and they are looking really comfortable on defense.
Yeah, it's not going so well for Black Dragons here. We are worried about their defenses being the problems. Their attacks certainly seem worse here in the second half. They've really not been able to get anything going. It feels like the intel isn't good enough for their opening picks. It feels like the trade game is not good enough in the mid round, and it feels like the salvage operation that's been going down in all of these late rounds has also not really been up to par. Good shots from Dodes, nothing to take away from him. I do think, you know, that second kill You would have loved to get the trade onto him before things got too out of hand in that round. So that's probably the way that they worked their way back into that one, but couldn't quite get it. And so now it's match point. Black Dragons got to win 4 in a row just to force overtime and then have a chance of winning 2 points here inside of the Brazilian Rainbow Six League. Again, Black Dragons, I believe, sitting at 0 points at the moment. So even if they get the 4 rounds, they might be happy with 1. But unfortunately, it does feel like W7M are looking to maintain that spot for Black Dragons, keep them down there with 0 points on the leaderboard.
What does this do to W7M in terms of the leaderboard? They come into it sat in 8th place on 5 points, but a straight 3 will get them up to 8 points. And 5th position, NIP having lost, of course, puts them in 5th position on 7 points at the minute, so that will see them drop down. And interestingly, probably more interestingly, that after Furia's result today, that will actually see Furia drop out of the playoff spots now, Jesse.
We're getting towards the end, too. It's come up quick, but, like, there's not that many days left. I mean, this is the second last week. I think next week there's 3 play days. So
There's 4 in total. 4 in total remaining play days.
Okay. So, I mean, we're past the halfway part after today, so we are definitely starting to tick towards the point of the season where standings really do matter. I love this Twitch work, by the way, from Futo. W7M, of course, they can't feel too comfortable. They've not won this game yet, even though we're kind of talking like they have. The Twitch drone's coming through. Again, Black Dragons, if they find that opening pick, you know, maybe they can do something with it. They still have that stat in their back pocket. They've not found an entry on attack just yet, but they're rushing in with the Monty, taking connector control now. Still, the wall is electrified and closed off. They have no way to get in towards off just yet, so they're not really committed to anything at the moment. Of course, this is a bottom floor bomb site too. This is storage, so this is not going to be an actual execute, but lots of contention being played from W7 up top here, and I think they want a gunfight too.
Yeah, they certainly need to win the gunfight. That's going to be the key factor in going in here. There's nothing wrong with getting aggressive and trying to find a couple of these. W7M, though, looking to really take control of things here. Oh, just a little bit more bravery, just a little bit more of a look outside of that door. There would have been an absolute freebie, but W7M will be quite happy. 1 minute 45 wasted. They can head themselves back down towards site now, and there's still utility for Black Dragons to be playing through. They start working the verticals, but lots and lots for them to do before they can think about a plant.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of an awkward spot for W7M, though, right? Like, full top control is very valuable on the side of, on this bomb site. So I'm a little surprised they gave it up without taking a single gunfight. Dash is in the basement, which means you cannot plant inside of storage unless you're confident they don't have intel on your plant spot. Dash will have a C4. He will be able to deny you. That means they're likely looking towards control. If they can get Nuxka in the control doorway on that Monty, he could get a really good plant set up. But even still, I mean, a C4 for the floorboards is very, very doable. And at the moment, Nuxka actually does look like he's positioned more towards storage.
The clock is going to be the big factor here for sure. 20 seconds left to go, and they're only going to have one chance at this realistically. Black Dragons ask. That is a huge kill. Manages to take down Dash, and that's going to prevent one of those nitros, and that is really big. Lobin Dordes, however, they managed to get things back to 3 versus 3. The Monty is planting. This one definitely winnable for Black Dragons now, as it is stuck. And now Lobin Dordes, they have it all to do. They found a kill each so far, but they're fighting against their own verticals here. Like you said, W7M just giving up that top floor probably a little bit too easily, and I think they're going to pay the price for it now. 20 seconds left to do this. They've got a Monty outside of the window. I don't see any way that they're able to win this. Nitro goes out, just trying to bait that Monty back in, but it's as easy as shooting it out. Very little that can be done now. Lobin manages to get one, but it will be impactless as Dordes gets taken down on the diffuser. Lobin can just go over the balcony, maybe try and find himself another, but it's going to be nothing more than stat padding at this point as the round closes out, and that is going to be all she wrote for that one, as Black Dragons, they managed to hold on to that. It was a nice attack from them. They recognized an opportunity, and Ask this time getting a big kill down in the basement.
Yep, and I mean, that kill was really all that it took. That was supposed to be the win condition, a C4 down below. You know, when you're looking at the storage bomb site, when you're looking at the ability to stop a plant from going down, stopping it horizontally is very tough, especially with a Monty jumping in your window. So your options are either above or below. Above is really tough because with one breach of the IT wall, you're basically unable to push that, barring a crazy shot on somebody outside the breach, which is what we've seen earlier in this game. So your best option is oftentimes by denying it from below. But Ask is aware of that, and that's why he's down there. That's why he's getting that opening pick. That's why he's able to convert that round for Black Dragons. It is so critical. That one kill from Ask worth more than any other. And so with that, they managed to win that bomb site. But again, I mean, that's not the hard part. That was the easiest bomb site that you will have to attack here on Nighthaven Labs. Now you've got to go back to the top floor. If you win this, then you got to go back to the basement. Still plenty to do for Black Dragons, but if they were going to start a comeback, at least they got to start it on that site.
Yeah, exactly that. This is the first choice site that we saw back in round 7 for W7M. Interestingly, just looking through the stats so far, only 2 entry kills have gone in favor of Black Dragons. And again, I commented on it earlier, it's so difficult to play when it's so one-sided in the beginning of rounds like that, because you're effectively spending, think how much time, you know, if we were to go through and look at all the time played, every minute, every second that's been played in this, how much of that has been played at a man disadvantage for Black Dragons? You know, how many of those rounds are you spending the first minute and a half at 4 versus 5? And the problem with that is it's not just about the gunfights, it's not just about the manpower, it's about everything that goes with it. It's droning, it's clearing utility, it's all those jobs that can't be done by that 5th player. And so Black Dragons, if they want to get a win on this site, I feel like they really need to be making sure that they get that entry, get some of those roamers tracked down, get them taken out.
It wouldn't be the craziest comeback that we've seen today. Of course, it's been a wild day in the Brazilian League. Starting to open things up now. That's a successful trick, I do believe. Yes. You will stop that wall from opening up. Nicely done by Dash. That's all of the exothermic charges gone. They don't have any more. They've got 1 can opener to do the rest of this wall. They have EMPs, and so with the buck below, they will get an angle. Not really what you wanted, and especially if you've still struggled to open some of these other important pieces of hard breach. Looks like they do have connector open, so it should be all right. But man, that is a little bit scary. Losing your exothermic charge immediately like that, especially on the IT wall, which can so easily be denied from below, is not the start that you want to have when you're starting to build towards an execute. So still W7M holding firm control of Raptors. A player down below, that will be Ask again on the buck. Nobody to contest him down here. This defuse kit, where is it coming? That's my question. Nuxka is currently holding that, and I believe he's still outside on the roof looking to decide where he wants to go with it. With 1 EMP, they're looking to get in through IT, maybe connector as well. Currently, he's positioned towards Aqua, so watch out for that push, because if he comes on in, he could get a great plant spot.
Furia kills come in. Dodes manages to pick up the opener onto Gutto with a very nice peek out of Catwalk Door. We've got Ask doing a lot of work from underneath, or at least trying to get something going, but he can't get a line onto anybody, and you just feel like W7M have got a really good idea, a really good hold on exactly what is coming now. They know that there's one in electrical. They've just left him be for the time being, but Ask still doing that work from underneath, manages to pick up Dash, and that's something W7M need to be aware of. But what it does mean is that Black Dragons are effectively pushing onto site and man down. It's 2 versus 3 at the minute until Ask can get up the stairs and join them. Volps cuts down Hornet, and there's going to be another one on electrical door. Takes some damage. It's Florio. He's going to be taken out. The last one is Ask hitting the goo mine. That is going to be all for W7M. They close this one out with a solid 3-point win against Black Dragons, who just did not have enough here on Labs.
Proving to us, the viewers, and maybe even themselves, that last week was simply a case of going to the wrong map. They take Black Dragons to Nighthaven Labs, and they find so much success. Brilliantly done, especially in that second half. You know, there were some stumbles, of course, when W7M were on their attack. There are definitely some solid defenses coming out from Black Dragons. I liked some of the stuff that they were trying to pull off, but end of the day, it just does not get easier when you move to that attacking half, and Black Dragons, unfortunately, finding that out the hard way here on Nighthaven Labs. A good effort, but W7M remain the stronger team in this matchup, and for the first time in a long time, will defeat Black Dragons.
Yeah, W7M comfortably looked like the better team in the server there. Black Dragons coming into that, we saw in the video before, and they spoke about it'll be game of who makes the fewer mistakes, and you didn't have to look too far, unfortunately, to find Black Dragon's mistakes. You know, in that last round, they've lost exothermic charges to repeated tricking, and then 3 seconds later, Ask is there with the book and opens the floor up underneath him, and you just think, how have you got that timing so wrong? You just need to be patient for a couple of seconds. I'm not putting the exothermic on the wall until Booker's opened up underneath and is preventing that tricking coming in. And there's just too many issues like that.
We hyped up Ask a little bit before the game, but I think he definitely had his moments, of course. Even when he wasn't finding the most raw number of kills, the impact that he had was really vital. Of course, that kill on the Buck down below for the storage execute for their one and only attack was really, really important. He had some big rounds on defense, too, clutching up. I believe it was the first round down in the basement, had some big moments. So nice stuff coming out from Ask, but we've kind of said that all stage long. I mean, he's constantly been the one guy who's been performing on Black Dragons. He was -1 on KD coming into this game. Not sure if he finished this one positive, and so if he can finally get into positive overall, regardless, I think he will still be the #1 performer on Black Dragons, but it's not enough. You can't just rely on the one guy leading the team to also be the main fragger. We've got to find some more bodies lighting up for Black Dragons, because so far nobody else has really been able to come alive on this roster, which has been a disappointment. You know, I think there's still a lot of potential on this team, and I'd love to see them continue to perform, but at the moment it just doesn't feel like anything is clicking since these roster moves have been made. So hopefully next play day, that'll be tomorrow, we can see Black Dragons bounce back. I'm not exactly sure who their opponent is, but I'm sure the desk will be able to break that down in the post game. And for W7M, I mean, back on the horse. Feels like they are right back to where they started. This was a dominating game, only dropping 3 rounds, and that really didn't feel like too concerning on my end.
No, not at all. I think W7M carry some good momentum into that game with NIP tomorrow. It's going to be a tough one. NIP always is. But given that they've lost the last 2, W7M have really got to see that as an opportunity at this stage. And to answer your question, Black Dragons will be playing against Fluxo. So, you know, really at least an opportunity there for them to potentially pick up some points, you know. That said, with the way Fluxo have been the last couple of games, honestly, I think there could be something there for them. I think it could be that we see the first win for Fluxo at this point, because I just feel like they're delivering more than Black Dragons at the minute.
Yeah, could you imagine Fluxo versus Black Dragons? Somebody's got to win a game. That'll be a really exciting one tomorrow. So I can't wait to tune in and watch that. Obviously, you and I won't be casting it, but I did appreciate casting with you today, Tim. It was a great first day, and I think we had a lot of fun. We had some really good games today.
No, I totally agree. We've been spoiled with the siege that we've had. It's been a pleasure working with you, Jesse. We've had some good laughs along the way as well. Even, you know, if it's been targeting my age and other things, you know, I'll let those go. I'll let those go for the first time. No, it's been a lot of fun. Absolute pleasure. W7M rounding out what has been a fantastic day for us. And the last thing to do, of course, is to go and hear from somebody from W7M. We'll head over for an interview, and we'll see you back tomorrow for more action.
Thank you, guys. A fantastic way to close out the day, but nothing too shocking here with W7M taking the win. Finally, a situation where it's not an upset or a crazy, suspenseful conclusion. We do have our winner interview here as well. We will get a chance to speak with Dash as we close out the day. Dash, first of all, congratulations on getting back into the form that we know your team can be. Is the W7M we saw today the W7M that we will see going forward?
Hey man, thank you. As you know, last weekend wasn't great matches for us. This weekend will be different and starts today with a great match against BD. So I think we are getting back on our farmer, as you said.
Yeah, I mean, I want to talk about your last 2 matches. You played Chalet back-to-back, taking MIBR and Liquid there, obviously losing both of those games in a 7-4 fashion. We obviously come to here today. You guys come out. What's been the biggest change from last week now to this week?
Chalet is a map that we are very confident. And last weekend, we really don't know what happened. We weren't good at the matches, and I think that's all. It's a great match. It's a great map for us at the training, and in the tournament we are like 10-3 or 9-3, 9-4, I think. Yeah. Win and lose. And we are very confident in that map, and we don't know what happened last weekend. This weekend, I think there's not much difference. We are still confident. We know our potential. We want to be the best of Brazil, so we keep going. We keep going. There is not much difference.
For sure.
Amazing. Dash, well, you covered anything that I would have possibly asked. So thank you so much for joining us today. Congratulations, and we'll see you tomorrow, hopefully.
See you guys.
Amazing. Thank you, Dash. Laxing, another game where it was indeed one team who was able to maintain a lead for the majority of the map. Not something that we say here in Brazil very often.
Yeah, I mean, it was a wonderful performance, a huge bounce back, obviously, from last week. But, I mean, you got to talk about Black Dragons. It has to be said. You know, it goes into the communication, the teamwork. We're not seeing it. The first 2 rounds that we did see coming out of them from that defensive half, it was a little bit hopeful. It was okay. You know, we're starting to see a little bit of life. Things were good, working well. But then W7M instantly slotted back in. You just could not get a handle on the Bulls' horns from Black Dragons. They just immediately took... I mean, I don't want to keep hounding Black Dragons, but to not have a win when you're going into Playday 5, it's insane to me, because this team is, you as 5 professionals, you are of the 0.1%, and it's not to take anything away from these players. They are great players. It's just a shame that we aren't seeing success. It's a shame that we aren't seeing better rounds from them, that they are still struggling with the exact same thing from the first game now to the 5th game. Like, we need to see some life from this team. We highlighted we highlighted Hornet. I mean, these 2 have been really stepping it up, but it doesn't matter if the entire team just fundamentally is not there.
It's crazy as well. I mean, you see this team having moments of, all right, that is what it looks like to win a round, and then you just see them come back 1 round later and they can't replicate it. They're just not getting that consistency that, as you said, we know these players individually are capable of. We are officially more than halfway through the group stage at this point. We're crossing that day 5 barrier. We have 9 days of group stage play, so Black Dragons needing to recover. For W7M, it was Dodes who led the way today, led the charge against a weaker team, but a big performance from him nonetheless.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw Dodes getting triple kills, double kills, just back to back in a lot of those rounds, and especially being the new player on this roster, to be able to put up these numbers, to put up this performance, and have that bounce back after a 0-2 last week. I mean, that's what you need. That's what makes a championship winning roster. That's what found themselves at EWC, that it was showing the resilience that this roster can put up, that they do have. But again, we got to see that consistency now going into their next match of NIP tomorrow.
Well, with 4 days left, the standings are more important than ever, because all teams are eyeing those top 6 spots. Top 6 will guarantee you a spot in the playoffs, and even if you do not get the top 3 in the playoff finishers, you will get a spot straight in the last chance qualifier. The bottom 4, it is to the open qualifiers they go, facing a long road ahead. E1, Team Liquid, and FaZe entered the day in the top 3. That is where they will remain after today's play. You see W7M now in the top 6 officially, and Vivo Keyd, NIP, maintaining that spot. All eyes are on Furia as we go ahead of these next few days to see if they can get back in the top 6 where it feels like they belong, Laxing.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at this, the bottom from 5th to 9th, I mean, it's like within 1 to 2 points. I mean, tomorrow's matches and the matches after that are going to be so important. And then, you know, to talk about W7M and NIP being right there, right next to one another, tomorrow's going to be so vital that one of these teams walk away with 3 points. Not even going OT. They need the 3 points because of how close that bottom echelon of the match bracket, well, I mean, not the match bracket, but the point bracket is. I mean, it's really still close, and there's still a lot of games. Well, I say a lot. There's 4 games to be played, 3 games to be played left. But I mean, that's still 3 points. That 9 points total that any team can be getting at the bottom. Is it possible? Yeah. Is it most likely that those bottom teams are going to find those points? Most likely not. But as long as you can just keep edging your way to the top and just allow yourself to stay in playoffs, that's where you want to find yourself by the end of this.
Yeah, mathematically, I don't think anyone is completely ruled out just yet, but it is getting dire for those teams on the bottom. But that's day 5. Day 6 coming up tomorrow. We've got another full slate of matchups, and we'll walk you through those now. Of course, starting off with Liquid and Vivo Keyd, we then move to the best opportunity that Black Dragons will have to get some points on the board against Fluxo.
The thing is, we've said so many times, Black Dragons, you know, this is their opportunity, this is their opportunity. Fluxo showed life today. Sure, they lost 7-5, but we were able to take from that game and be like, you know what, I really like what they did here. Sure, they did fall flat, but they did look better. So if Fluxo can just continue the performance that we saw from them today, Black Dragons are going to struggle because there's nothing that I can take from the Black Dragons game outside those first 2 rounds, but then immediately falling off on their defense and then to look then towards their attacks, it just looked flat. So that game definitely highly anticipated just to get a solid 3 points, get a win even for one of those teams. Someone has to win. But a game that, again, I'm really looking forward to is probably the Furia FaZe matchup.
Oh, gotta be, right? I mean, you've got 2 heavy hitters going toe-to-toe. FaZe have had a lot of close games. They've come out on top in most of them, but that is a game that Furia is going to be clamoring to take. NIP, W7M, another heavy-hitting matchup where W7M can look to build on their performance they had today. See if they can lock in themselves in that top 6 for good. Tomorrow we'll wrap up with E1 and MIBR, probably a little more one-sided than the previous matches on the slate tomorrow, but still a match where MIBR could prove that they belong in that top 6 if they can come away with a win or some points in that matchup. Laxing, it's been a fantastic day of Brazil League as always. We got to do it all again tomorrow. So we want to thank everyone who's tuned in today on behalf of Ace and Jesse, who killed it on the casting today, as well as everyone in the Brazil studios who's made this broadcast possible. We want to thank you for tuning in, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at, well, noon Eastern for those of you joining us for Liquid and Vivo Keys to kick off the day. We'll see you then.